dominated the premier lobby moving in through qualifiers, everyone expected the Wolves to come in and just smack this lobby, and that was not the case. X-Force, Dauntless, both showing tremendous resolve on the first 2 days. Well, X-Force, they didn't quite have enough for the Wolves here. Starting out on day 2, the Wolves, after 3 matches, just put it into gear. They dropped a shift, and all of a sudden, these guys rocketed to the top of the leaderboards. I will say, Doran, the man on your screen right now, the overall damage leader in the tournament. This man is absolutely crushing people left and right. And the most interesting thing for me was we've been singing Dauntless and Klaus's praises. They were out-fragged by the Wolves by over 30 elims in the last 3 matches alone yesterday. So incredible stuff from the Wolves. And you see on screen right here, just a powerhouse of a squad. These guys are gonna be doing well as this tournament moves on.
Yeah, 109 eliminations, 71 of those coming from day 2 alone. And you mentioned, outpacing, I believe, X-Force, right? Or Dauntless, excuse me. During those last 3 games. Yeah, game 5 and 6, 17 eliminations in both of those games and a second and first place respective finish. Wonderful job. They are still making it far, Dave, despite them going for eliminations. I mean, average placing of 6. They're still making it quite deep. Wolves, a great team, but can they be a great all-around team? And right now, do you think they're just slaying out and not really focused on the overall placings?
I mean, they're just going for team fights and just being aggressive, right? And if the chicken comes to them, sure. I think that one chicken that we did see them win, they tightened up a little more compared to what we saw in the previous games, right? You could tell they were locked in for that winner chicken dinner. They were playing those zones, especially in the late game. And just kind of doing some math off the top of my head, yesterday, the Wolves, 102 points that they were able to get. X-Force had 79 points, Dauntless was 62, and the Golden Eagles with only 42. So I know we're going to be talking about the top 3 teams because they're popping off every single game. But I'm looking at, fellas, today, I'm looking at the Golden Eagles.
Every day.
They need to chip away at that 3rd place spot on the overall leaderboards so that they could be like within the conversation of maybe qualifying tomorrow on the last day in that top 2. But they have a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, that's a great point. Golden Eagles have been a team that was highly consistent throughout the Challenger Finals. In fact, #1 throughout the Challenger qualifiers. Challenger Finals, #1. Coming into today, they by far look like the best Challenger team. In fact, beating even those who already qualified through the Premier League qualifiers. We look at the standings, and it really paints the picture of where the Golden Eagles are and how far they need to come up, PB.
Absolutely. I mean, the Golden Eagles had a tremendous game 12. As we looked at the last game yesterday on Erangel, they put up some tremendous eliminations there. Really kind of closed the gap. And, Hot just called it out on the broadcast. It's now or never for some of these teams that are outside of the top 3. Golden Eagles did enough to stay in the conversation as we take our attention down to that 2nd tier of teams. You've got the Golden Eagles, you got Straight Outta Nepal, Zombie Boys, and Extreme Slayers. That's where I'm drawing the line right now as the teams that have been consistent enough around in the end game and have the gun skills to get it done on the battlegrounds. And interestingly enough, 4 winner chicken dinners for X-Force, 3 for Dauntless. No one else has more than 1, yet you still see the Wolves sitting on top of the tables pretty comfortably right now.
Very comfortable. Well, it took them a while to get there, though, right, Dave? I mean, for a while, they were in 3rd place, and despite them slaying out as heavily as they were getting outpaced by X-Force and Dauntless, mainly because of those winner chicken dinners. But the fact that Wolves is in 1st place, mainly because of slaying out, just comes to show how dominant they really are.
Yeah, I mean, it took them a while to get 1st place, but the writing was on the wall since game #1. I mean, we could see the Wolves, so everybody knows the roster. They got the experience, and like we keep talking about, they're just the most aggressive squad. When it comes to their team fights, I want to say like 9 out of 10 times they're winning them. Yeah, we saw one team fight where they made a push. I think it was on Rival 6 on Miramar. But Rival 6 had like a good little crossfire spread going on, so you just couldn't predict that. But the Wolves definitely the best team in the lobby when it comes to team fights, and X-Force the most consistent team in the lobby when it comes to surviving and getting those winner chicken dinners.
Yeah, without a doubt, X-Force looking good. Dauntless, Wolves, Golden Eagles, though, the main focal point for breaking into the top 3. Let's not forget, chat, I mean, top 5 still matters. Top 5 walks away with money. the bulk of the $20,000 prize pool. Only top 5 gets paid, and also only top 5 move forward to Titan Series Season 8. So there is a very real reason to continue to play your heart out, even if you're just shy of the 2 PMSL spring spots. Money is money, and it's going to cash either way, man. So make sure that you're playing and then going for it. Today's going to be exciting. 6 maps to go today, 6 maps tomorrow, and it's the same rotation as been the first couple of days. Of course, we'll be starting off with Erangel. Erangel played 3 times throughout the nights. Miramar played twice, and then Sandhawk obviously only played once a day, but still very fun to see how that ends up unfolding. Golden Eagles, I continue to say it, that's their catch-up map. Yesterday, well, it wasn't the case, but day 1, they did not disappoint on Sandhawk. They get the win, 11 eliminations. So Sandhawk going into it, if you're a Golden Eagles fan, they're starting to close and encroach on top 3. That's the map I look forward to. Obviously, Golden Eagles potentially catching up even more. But now it's time for a fun time. Let's go with our predictions. I think I was right with map 1 yesterday. I went straight out into Paul. This time around, I'm going to do a little bit more thinking. PB, I'm going to give you the respect to who you going with. Map 1, who's your prediction?
You know,
Still day 3? Oh wait, it is day 3. I forgot.
Really, really scary maps 4 through 6. They absolutely crushed it, and that's going to do nothing but piss off my boys over in Dauntless. We're taking them. We're going Dauntless for map number 1. Erangel is their map. It always has been, and lucky for them, we play it 3 times today. So, Klaus, I'm looking at you. That's the game plan. So we're going to run it.
How do you think we're going to do with Fate, bro?
Feed the beast.
Winning.
Dauntless, a solid pick, man. Dauntless, a powerful team. Slowed down a little bit, but you're thinking they're going to hit the
It's
gas
over, bro.
today,
Fate's
so
ass,
strong.
bro. It's over.
Dave, what about you?
Yeah, I want to see the Panthers really do something here today, but we're talking game 1. I'm hoping that we can kind of see the return to form of the Golden Eagles that we saw from the Challenger Finals. You know, yesterday looking real sketch. I think game 6, they started playing together as a squad. Continue that here today, day 3. Let's kickstart it with game number 1. So Golden Eagles, going to be my pick.
Ah, you took my pick, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna go
Go
Golden
with them.
Eagles, dude.
You can still go it, man.
Can I still go with them?
Yeah.
I'm going Golden Eagles.
They need it.
I gotta go with them, man. They're flying high today. Golden Eagles
I
understand.
feel like Knox win first match.
You know, they're great. They're
Good
a great
taste.
team, and they dropped the ball during that Klaus play. Let's not kid ourselves, all right? But Golden Eagles, they've learned from their mistakes, and they're going to come through with the win. And they're going to close out, I think, close to top 3, if not top 3, by the end of today. I'm calling it now. I believe in you guys. From the Challengers to the Premier League Finals. Hey, maybe to PMSL Spring as well. That's the goal. That's where they're heading. And Golden Eagles are looking to fly high, baby. Erangel, always fun. Military zones are crazy. And PB with you here, not only in chat, but now that
Big
you're
fan?
officially
Bigger
here on
fan.
the desk, I'm really hoping we get some nutty stuff, bro, because when you show up, things just go
I'm
awry.
right here on the desk. Absolutely. The games are crazy. I always bring a little bit of chaos with me when I come. When I say I want to see that water finish underneath the bridge, well, dang it, that's what I get. Just snap the fingers. The zones bend to my every whim. That is not true, although I wish it were. But we have seen some incredible stuff over the past several games when I've been watching. Starting out with double hovercraft. Am I right? I mean, I was in chat. I wasn't on the desk for that one, but I was hooting and hollering at home. That was some of the funniest stuff that I think I have seen on Erangel in quite some time. Dave, I got to ask you, my friend, do we see double hovercraft get adopted and become part of the official strategy for some of these esports teams? Is this viable at the highest level?
I mean, we saw it from X-Force, and I think we saw it from them yesterday.
Oh my
Trying to
God,
do
Remix
it,
is feeling
but
himself.
We couldn't get the double. I mean, it's just too hard to get those hovercrafts. So we saw him with one, you know, but I think after that one performance, teams, they're not going to sleep.
Alrighty then.
To blow them up anymore, right? I think if you see a hovercraft
Billion.
before, you might have let it slide.
Yes,
It's just a tank.
very
You can't really do
interesting.
much. But now I think teams are.
Oh my God, it's power bang!
Unload their magazines and
Actually,
get
it's
the
not
blow up
power
on that thing
bang.
because they don't want.
Oh my
Oh,
God,
my-
Remix is leaking the codes to me. I'm about to join.
See it in the future.
Get into the
Probably
spectator
not,
slot.
because teams are going to adapt to it. Was it great
Okay.
to see it from X-Force that day? Hell yeah.
Bang!
That was the fun. I think most fun I've had casting in a very, very long time. Maybe we'll see, especially if we get an open end zone like we did during that game. Who knows? Maybe the hovercrafts come back out for X-Force. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, don't worry. Erangel, map 1 will be underway.
Wait, they're going to break?
Yep.
Oh man. Who the fuck griefed the lobby, man?
You.
Wait, we're 20 minutes after as well. What? You guys got start time on that new match they did? How long have we got? Bro, shut the fuck up with this fucking...
Bro.
Well, you see, the new match hasn't even started yet.
No way it hasn't started yet. What?
It hasn't started, no. I'm watching.
Alright,
it
I'm
now.
gonna make food. No, I'm gonna make. What the fuck?
We got this chat.
Welcome back, everyone, to Titan Series Season 7, Day 3 Premier League Finals. Map 1 is getting loaded up. We'll be hopping into Erangel. Excited for this one. It's going to be a lot of fun. Erangels have quite literally not disappointed literally since Day 1. Now that we're on Day 3,
Look at
it's
Bacon.
going to intensify and get even better. But the most exciting thing about Map 1s is the teams that come out fresh. Dave, one thing about Map 1s throughout the Premier League Finals, nobody's been shy about starting off hot and heavy, getting into those early engagements.
Yeah, and one of these teams in particular that really need to start strong, the Golden Eagles, because they're in 4th place. They got to come up on the overall leaderboard, and they have to start now. It is officially halfway done over the hurdle of this tournament. We got 2 more days, today and tomorrow. Golden Eagles, we know they have it in them. We saw in the Challenger qualifiers, they were the top team. They're the team who consistently showed up in the late game. They're not afraid of the blue zone, and they're not afraid to take the fights. But what we've been seeing the last 2 days has been a different story. They've been a little unorganized. The fear might be off doing his own thing. His teammates are taking a 3v4. Stars over here doing some scouting. They just need to play a little closer together like we saw in the previous lobby, and not be so nervous. You know, they got to believe in themselves,
right,
because they definitely have what it takes to be one of the top contenders in this lobby.
Yeah, stop focusing on late rotations in the blue. Eating at your resources, getting in fights you shouldn't be getting into, and worry about getting into zone. That's what the best teams do. They focus on a position in zone as opposed to a position in blue, which Golden Eagles was doing very, very well during the Challengers Finals, and they've kind of lost their way in the Premier Finals. A time, obviously, you don't want to lose your way. As far as 53 eliminations go, very respectable. You know, the most out of everyone outside of the top 3, but definitely today is the day to be a bit more aggressive, not be as passive as they have been, because the passiveness is okay. They've got one winner chicken dinner, but that's not going to be enough. They need to start having the best of both worlds. And I believe they can. I really do. Golden Eagles, again, my prediction for map number 1. Dave, your prediction for map number 1. PB goes Dauntless. I get that one, though. That's a smart pick, right? But I really do believe in the Golden Eagles. I think they're incredibly talented, but now they got to start believing in themselves. I think it starts with Star. You know, Star on the Golden Eagles, currently number 8 when it comes to overall elimination, sitting at 20. He's clearly the tip of the spear, the guy to get out there, get mixy, get dicey. Not only that, but he also has the most damage. So looking at him, Star is going to be my guy from the Golden Eagles to really start heating up for that roster, start heating up.
Why don't you go, Fags?
Position. But yeah, being passive, playing in blue, simply is not going to be the play. PB, Golden Eagles, they're going for it. They truly are. But let's talk Coops. Coops coming back competing. You know, this feels good, right, for North America as a whole. Talk to me about Coops, PB, and well, what do you think he can really do for North America if they make it to PMSL?
Coops is an incredible player. He's been the hallmark, benchmark, milestone player from the NA region for a long time. Obviously, we lost him for a couple of years as he went over to Mina and, you know, started getting things done over there. But he's back now, and he's with the Wolves, and this man does not disappoint. Now, I saw some people in chat yesterday saying, well, where's Coops? Where is he falling off or whatever?
Right.
I'm sorry. Like, come on. The dude's top 5 in damage. He's number 3 in elims in the tournament. Like, the homie has not fallen off. And the crazy thing about that is he's on a squad right now that is absolutely stacked. I mean, you've got the likes of Baton, Juancho, and you've got Doran on that team as well, all of which are hovering around the top 6 in the lobby in damage. I mean, that is an absolutely stacked roster, so Coops doesn't have to do it all alone. What I really like from his play, though, is Coops is always out on that flank, looking to try to mix things up. He's the man that sniffs out trouble and tries to get into that third-party action, initiates the fight, and this man is lethal with frag grenades. We saw him yesterday on Erangel lead with grenades on multiple occasions, and for whatever reason, when Coops throws a nade, that thing connects. So, again, watch Coops today. Watch the way he rotates, controls the area that he's kind of looking out at, and when he starts to initiate a fight, watch out if you're on the other end of that gun barrel.
So goes to MENA. Dave, does that make him a better player now that he has, you know, transferred regions? He comes back. I mean, you know, to get poached, to go to a different region like that clearly shows that Coops is an incredibly valuable player to PUBG Mobile.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you get that much more experience. You know, you get to compete at the top levels that the game offers, and now you're able to bring it back here to your home region and share that knowledge with your squad mates and be able to make these confident calls, because you've been in even harder, trickier situations before where there's millions of dollars on the line. Not to, you know, belittle this, because this is a step in that direction, and we got the 20K on the line. Obviously, that's a lot of money. But yeah, the experience that Coop was able to gain with his world, you know, rosters that he's been on, you can't put a price on it. So yeah.
Yeah, it's valuable to go to a different region like that. And that's what normally happens with North America, right? I mean, it's normally somebody performs very, very well, then they don't stay in NA too long, and then they move out. But North America is becoming a stronger region. That's the reality of it. Titan Series genuinely has a big part in that. They're getting consistent practice. But let's also
Juancho is costing the roster
on the Wolves, because PB, you mentioned chat's been talking about Coops. Well, they've also been talking about Juancho, saying Juancho is costing,
which is crazy to say, because this dude is literally
in first place. But what is Juancho
doing the most?
Right? If I look at the stats, we look number 1 when it comes to overall assist.
He's a support player for sure for this team. The thing with every roster is when you have a team full of fraggers and strikers and assault players like you've got with Baton and Doran and Coops, you don't need every single player. You need a point guard at some point. You need somebody that's going to get that ball to the other players, and that's the role that Juancho fills for this team.
Bro, we fucking started yet?
Overall assists, and that
is
they're about to.
He is not a slouch.
We're still not even in the game.
100 damage per contest is not a small number. That is very, very respectable, and Juancho is really giving the
I did hear that.
the
Enigma.
business. You can see
What? No.
Juancho.
Again, Baton
is
rounding
making
out
Wolves
they
worse.
got 3 out of 5 in basically every
Who the hell said that?
category right now. The Wolves
Everybody.
is a very, very scary squad.
I think so.
What?
You know,
What?
Wancho putting out those assists, is that a bit of a different play style for him, though? Because, Dave, when I think about Wancho...
Powerman
is
also talking about Coops, of how he's so goated.
Remember when he was coaching,
And I was just thinking back on the YouTube.
Spring, fills
Oh,
in
man.
for the roster as the coach.
No comment.
Because
No
of his
comment.
days out now playing assist. Is he just the
Too
Jack,
funny.
you know, Jack
Hey,
Straight
PB doesn't read this chat. You're talking to a wall, my guy.
play style that you know of?
Not at all. In the back lines, you know, getting away of the land, really taking it in,
No,
and
he
soaking
reads
in the
it.
information, and then relaying that information.
That's crazy, though. They're bashing
Wancho.
Wancho. I don't like it.
The most informed decision.
They're lucky
Not
Hachi
the
in here.
cast, not the
caters
cast.
to their play style and
Oh, I
strengths.
thought you meant that.
Wancho
I don't
is
give a shit.
absolutely killing it. And that graphic, by the way, for total assists, little misleading because you would think all 3 of those Wolf players are just support players for Coops, but that's not really the case, right? Coops is number 3 for eliminations in the lobby, Baton number 6, and Doran number 7, sitting on 32 eliminations going their way as well. So all 3 of those players absolutely popping off. I mean, this team as a whole, I don't think anybody could hold a match to them, right? I mean, if you end up in their crosshairs, you better either prepare to take the fight or run away as fast as possible because you're gonna get eliminated, right? So,
Matard? Nah,
you
never
only
been
got
tired
2
before.
options right here if the Wolves are coming for you.
Never been tired before.
And by the
You gotta
way,
get hard. David Goggins mindset.
By the Wolves to represent them as an org is a pretty
Mhm.
big deal. So clearly they believe in this roster, and rightly so. Exciting times for them. Still have to make it to PMSL, of course. But
Imagine Mustache Dave
greatly.
with the
They're
beard.
looking to break 200 points today.
Okay.
That's the reality of it, and they could very well do that. But let's talk. We talked Golden Eagles. Let's go a little bit further down the list, straight out of Nepal, and why they look like a roster that maybe can make it the top 3. Granted, they have a long jump. They need to nearly double their points, but we're talking about them at least. We've been discussing Spence for a long time. Spence and his hat, right? You know, got the fashion sense, got the fashion style, but you know, straight out of Paul's a serious roster. You know, PB won winner chicken dinner. They have shown that they can, you know, come up and perform very well, and even outside of the conversation,
Guys, hit the like,
still
subscribe, leave
number
your social
5,
security
top 5,
number,
so they're going
your
for
credit card info,
$120,000.
the 3 digits on the back,
Absolutely. I love
the
to see them
expiration
in the
date,
fight.
and your
Straight out of
full
Nepal
legal
has
name
been
in
a
the chat.
team that I've been a fan of for quite some time. They really need to work on their consistency right now. 6.9 for their average placement is not a bad score, but when you look
You guys
at
have the
top
scoop? How
three,
much time
right,
are we waiting on
Wolves,
for this game to be
X-Force,
live on
as
broadcast?
well
15
as
hours.
It's about to
Wolves,
start.
X-Force,
Okay.
Douglas, obviously. Those
Sure.
3 teams are in the top 3 nearly every single game. So average
They're already in
second
the
place
game.
Finish,
Yeah,
you
it just
gotta do
started.
better, and that means they need
15
to fight
hours.
more. And do they have that star power on the team right now? They're led
Wait,
by
what the hell?
Frankie. They've got AJ
What the hell?
backing them up, and
They got
Alonso.
Miramar showing.
They look really good, but they need to be more
They
active, in
probably
my
had us.
opinion, and that
Oh!
may not break their way. I
They
don't
got the
know if
wrong
they have
map
star
up.
power to get it done, but you know we'll have to
Yeah,
see
that's
how
right.
that fares on the battlegrounds. But look at this, Taylor. We got a little Miramar action going on.
Maybe so. Heck,
Spence's
let's
favorite
hop
map.
in. Why not? You know, let's hop into it and see what happens. Let's just
Yo,
make things
Clint,
up
let me get
today.
an eye.
By the way, if you
Someone
have
said-
a superstar, it's
That's
gonna,
valid.
It's gonna be Wolf.
Clint, bro,
Wolf's
make it
gonna be
happen.
that superstar currently with 10 eliminations. He is.
BB will bless
That's
someone.
A little bit further down, which surprises me. 5th place.
Full.com.
Up there, 5th place.
Glenn, give me.
Horrendous stats, it seems, when it comes to elimination. I hate to say it, but clearly they're making do when it comes to overall placements. Here we are. Let's hop into map number 1. We're actually going into Erringa, which is going to be a lot of fun. This is how it should be anyways. We went into Miramar, I wouldn't know what's going on. I'm going to be quite honest with you. But hey, here we are, hopping into Erringa. Let's see what happens. BB, I hand it over to you, man. Where are we landing? Where are we dropping? What do we want to see?
I want to see a southern zone first and foremost. I always love those because of the action that it creates at the 2 choke points of the bridge. So I'm hoping for that first and foremost. Now, I've got my eyes on Dauntless. Obviously, I predicted them, but that's not why I'm watching them. If you guys recall back to yesterday, game number 6, you saw the villains and Dauntless drop on top of each other out in the sticks, and they fought, and Klaus was eliminated 15 seconds into the game. That's probably the reason why he is not topping the whole lobby in average survival time, but that really hurt Dauntless towards the end of the day. And if they're going to turn things around after the way they finished yesterday, they need to get off to a hot start, and that means keeping all of their players alive.
Feeding the beast. Feeding the beast. That's the goal here today. Looking like circle number 1.
But they're doing a giveaway every
Center here,
2
got some
games.
military
God damn it.
base sprinkled in,
Of
golden
course,
eagle
bro,
where
we
were
locked
you?
in.
there. Going to the Dauntless though.
I was
they're gonna
locked
be
in.
Novo.
I thought they were gonna. I thought they were gonna do the
Tough
136.
Tough with power banks point
I thought they were gonna like
Dauntless
switch it every day.
cannot afford to get wiped out early here, game number 1, because that'd be such a
Sixes, what's your
key
time
player when it
check?
comes to
I'll
their
sync with you.
confidence and
If you're gonna
momentum
fucking,
coming
you know,
into day number 3.
watch
Why does
it,
Klaus
Yeah,
look like uneven, but he
Dauntless,
locked in?
Dave, if I'm not mistaken, have been landing
Okay.
military, but not necessarily.
Yeah, the hair is a
So
little
this
too
is
different from
a
me.
bit of a shakeup,
The brown
but
hair is
they
too much.
are
Isn't
on a
Uneven's
good
hair like
side to
black or something?
gatekeep aces. Granted, the zone
I don't know.
is obviously encompassing them, so neither
I
team
remember.
wants
Who
to make
remembers
a
the French?
desperate
'Cause he
move
lived with them.
forward, right, to get out of blue zone. But I actually prefer where Dauntless is at over aces.
All right, mid
Oh,
35.
100%. I mean, if you're Dauntless
8,
and
6,
Aces is
7,
nearby,
5,
they don't
D.
have free point on the roster. But
Klaus looks like a
right there,
traumatized
sure,
World War
if you're
II vet.
Dauntless, this is a
Catching a
far
stray.
inferior
What?
squad chilling right
Yeah.
next to
The
them.
fuck?
So we'll see if they go hunting. I don't know if this is a target, if they're aware that Aces lands there. We'll see.
I'm going to jail.
Wait, that's
So
Russell.
they're shaking up the drop spot.
Is that actually Russell?
We saw yesterday.
It's Russell.
Back to their kind of usual Southern Island.
The
drop.
goat,
I
bro?
don't know
Your
if they're
goat?
targeting him, but I'm curious to see how this plays out, Taylor.
The dude that
Yeah, me
cheated?
too.
Oh,
Like I said, Dauntless has been
shit,
known to
man.
go military, but not
Wait,
necessarily going
what?
towards Novo. And for Golden Eagles, they like military.
Or you
Sometimes
mean
they'll
in
land
that
mainland
relationship?
as well, but they're very familiar with
Yes, I
military.
remember
but
that.
Dark, I think that's relatively new. You know, Dark doesn't necessarily go here. They're more of a team to kind of go center of the map as a
Casper and XP3 over here mogging people, brother. Chad's fucking.
is to challenge the Golden
Chad's
Eagles
cooking.
specifically, but for Diz, he's got him in their line of sight, sees Papa up ahead. So if Dark was wanting to go for a sneak attack, well, there's
No.
no sneaking up.
Oh my God,
Diz, he's calling them out. Golden Eagles are prepared.
Wow, that timing is
Yeah,
insane.
Dark seeing how much love the military base island
Hola.
has been getting on our Erangel maps here.
Where
they're
the
gonna be
baddies
dropping
at?
down here. They also got
I'm
Ghost
right here,
planned
babe.
for tonight, at least in
Wait, why are we running forward
Bro,
while
just
shooting?
tap him, bro. Just tap, bro.
That dude was running forward while
Like, just
shooting.
tap.
Holy, that gun can't be that bad, bro. That gun can't be that
Like,
fucking
what's
bad.
up with people just not tapping?
Yeah, there's the
This
confirmation.
could get
So-
interesting, Dave.
That's
This
crazy.
could get
Yeah.
interesting, and it
Oh, a
does.
little trade. A little trade.
Oh, no.
That was,
Saw that
something
cover
right.
with King at the corner.
Golden
Peeks
Eagles some
out,
frauds.
gets the flush. Golden Eagles needed a big
What's
momentum
scary for
to
Golden
the
Eagles
contest.
is
This
if they don't
not
do
the
well
easy
today,
route. Boys, what's happening to the pick? Taylor,
they're
where's
basically
the
out of it.
Dude,
Is
They're
it
top
early?
two.
first,
Mhm.
Is that really?
massacre. You know, we hold a lot of power on the desk.
If they don't do well
Dave,
today, yeah.
he does a prediction
I don't
usually
picture
pretty
X-Force,
good.
Wolves, or
But
Dauntless
man,
doing
that
bad
was,
today.
Not the play. Granted, you
Well,
still
yeah,
have
but remember
three
though,
members.
there's two
Not
partner
all is
teams,
lost
so that
for the
just
Golden
eliminates.
Eagles.
Wow!
They're split. They're already spread. Granted, in their vehicles, but Dark can technically.
What do you mean, whoa? I'm
2v1,
still
whether it's
saying
Ryan or
it
Lil.
eliminates.
Isn't it supposed to be
Just a
three,
bit of
actually?
goats also taking some shots
I don't
at
know.
Dark, but I
Pretty
just
sure
don't
it's
think
supposed to be
this is
three.
the play. I think if you were going to fully commit to this fight, why weren't you up?
Oh, wait,
there
it
without
is.
Dizzy? That's what I would have done, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, Disney was kind of out there egoing them.
Even so, with that, it would be.
You kind of have to make your stand here up against Dark.
It still would be bad for them if they didn't do well today, because
Well, obviously, but you like
so Golden Eagles just looking
if they did do bad, it would just make it harder for them. But it's not like they would be out of the run.
You're going to be grouping up, and both teams actually kind of separating, going their opposite direction.
yeah, I think would
Honestly, I would like
have
see
to
the
try to
Golden
shoot
Eagles
for
kind of, opposite your
top.
point here,
I mean,
You gotta be top
fourth
four.
place. Yeah,
You gotta
fourth
be.
place is the minimum.
They already lost when they're
And they're not-
Oh, wow.
So realistically, like, how far do
Ooh,
they see
wait, this
themselves
is a big
going
fight.
here?
Oh,
Game
they
number
pulled
five.
right up in front of them.
So
Wait,
we'll get these
they're
eliminations
trolling with that.
to go, but over here, Team Aces and Dauntless.
Oh,
Casper as
Oh,
well.
so they were
is
doing
fucking
their
amazing.
VOD review, and they thought
they go for the push on
Uh,
deep.
they were
Dave was
split.
separated from his roster, thinking it's
no.
They
going
thought
to
Team
be
Aces was-
Loki, that was just unfortunate. Like, if they did their
Isolated
VOD review and they knew
solo,
that they
well,
split
hey,
that,
solo puts you in the dirt.
and they
might
choked,
be
that's
out.
just
Only one more player remaining.
unfortunate.
That's Bob. Bob is gone. Your pick power bank,
Boys.
Dauntless. More importantly, the powerhouse roster
Mhm.
is now down to just one player. And
I think the
everybody
pull-up
else is
could have been a bit
alive.
better.
All right.
Casper
Oh,
was
yeah.
nading
I
right
know
as
that.
the two were pulling up, and he pulled up and like a super. He had to have drove into the building. He had to drive in there. That or he drives on the outer edge. But the problem with the outer edge is obviously hindsight the car was coming in from the rest of the squad, but also it gives the player enough time to run upstairs. Just let him like free shoot. If they pulled up and Casper just started immediately shooting, he probably only gets one there, and they probably wipe on the carpool.
From where they've been the last 2 days, they've already gotten
But unlucky.
their total elims just in this match. So really good stuff from the Aces, and they're going to hope to build on this as the game goes on.
So a couple of things. Golden Eagles now, even though they lose a member early on in Dizzy, they still have 3 members up. So with Dauntless only at 1, granted, it's we see what Klaus can do. We'll see what Bob can do if he can replicate that. But the reality is for Golden Eagles, this is
What color is your Bugatti?
Catch up to top 3. But it doesn't get better necessarily for getting into top 2.
Invisible.
X-Force Wolves are very much alive. 2 strong rosters have been hurting Golden Eagles as well as Dauntless. So this could be an opportunity for Wolves and X-Force, Dave, to separate themselves even more from
Doran, bro.
Yeah. We'll have
All right, bro. Over under. Are we thinking it's gonna be Doran or Baton?
Well, we're putting money on it.
More first knock.
Golden Eagles and
we putting
You
money
want
on
to
it?
put 5 on it today? I'll put 5 on it today.
On what?
All right, who you want? You want Baton or Doran?
Who gets knocked the most?
Are we wanting to do knocks most? Or we want to do like first knock
I don't know,
or?
bro. I'm not putting money on that, but I don't know them.
Playing here tonight. This is the second engagement.
Well,
they find themselves here.
I'd have to do like.
They're both like the same, to be honest.
So Dark Esports compared
That's
to
the fun
other
part.
2 nights. This wouldn't be
That is.
something that we would see them in. These early game fights. They were.
Oh wait, this bro. We're actually gonna get a melee zone.
Recognizing that we are all the way.
That'd be
Hey, if
kinda
we're
crazy.
X-Force, don't we ever just take the 1 stores by the bridge?
Some more money, right? I mean, that's the goal.
Wouldn't that be like best spot?
Respect that from Dark
Maybe
Esports.
not. Best spot. I don't know about taking the mountain. I guess you're betting on the
A
north.
little bit more shading north right now, but everything's still in play. I'm calling the hard shift to the south. It's coming up. I guarantee it. But what I like
No
is
way, you
Dark and
think?
Aces. Oh, yeah. We're coming south, baby. We got horses hanging around. They're ready to be ridden. It's all
Yeah,
good.
horses
Dark,
hanging
as you were
around.
talking about just a moment ago,
All right.
avoiding basically any kind of fights yesterday.
Whose horse is
They're
that?
getting into it today, and I like to see it. I'm hoping that even though I think it was kind of by accident, right? They just kind of got into it with the Golden Eagles out in the middle of nowhere. I felt like it was almost like watching pub stomping, right? Everybody's just zooming around in cars, fighting in the open, doing whatever they do. Now they're into it with Aces, and if they can get 2 wins in a row here, they might be onto something, and that might be able to turn their fortunes around enough, at least to get out of that cellar, those bottom 2, get up the leaderboard a little bit and do something respectable here in days 3 and 4.
Well, Dark has
Ooh.
onto Aces.
Wait, who had the offhand?
Of course, was the
That guy's
spear
gaming.
there. He typically is
Wait.
not scared to get
Oh,
up
man.
in the faces of the
That's unlucky
opponents.
timing.
Another one is down. It looks like Dark
We
is
swapped
maybe
off
able
the
to win this
fight.
early.
No.
Called it out. So Extreme Slayer straight out of Nepal also in their own engagement. Poppy, the good old hovercraft, trying to take
Maybe they had a bug on one of the POVs.
X-Force, which, hey, good for him. Maybe it'll work out. We've seen how successful it can be, but a lot of skirmishes going down. I mean, Dave, we see the map anyways, and it's getting quite congested on the mainland.
Yeah, it looks like they're already missing Frady as well. So going to be down a member. Strand Paul on the outskirts looking for the initial knock before making that push. But really, Strand Paul with a little 2-2 split going on right now. So I think both teams, they're going to be content with their positions. They're going to be holding out this east side on the mainland, possibly anticipating a push across that bridge, maybe from Team Aces or Dark. We'll have to see. So best case right now, Extreme Slayers and Strand Paul, pump the brakes, just throw up the peace signs and call it what it is. I mean, you have a nice spot in this circle. You want to survive a little longer. And, well, down there in the distance, looks like Emperor Esports going to be rotating in the area as well. But, yeah, like you said, Extreme Slayers, they got a hovercraft, and we've seen the power of the hovercraft here in this lobby.
Hovercrafts is absolutely insane. Let's see if they put it to good use. I don't know if you guys are following chat at all, but they are on a bit of a delay, obviously, for competitive integrity. And Kieran calls out that Powerbang going to curse these teams. Little does he know that yeah, he's accurate. So sorry.
Well,
about
it's not a
that.
millie zone, bro.
But Bob's holding it down right now. Bob's our only hope. He's gonna get things going for Dauntless.
I mean, I guess
Watching
Team
the
Aces
zone
is
here,
able to
Dave.
get in
This is
easily.
where things are gonna go 50-50.
At least
Still
across
got
the bridge,
hardship
but
down south in play. Taylor, is it
Farm's
kind of
open.
South?
I mean, teams
Bob
could
is
fill in
position
there.
if it does.
God,
We got fucking wow. We gambled our bets, and we have best spot.
The good news is
I don't know why
Wolves
Wolves is so spread.
You know, obviously Dark Aces might rotate over towards Bob, but for now he's quite literally.
I don't know if
chilling,
Wolves'
and
spread
you
is
can't
worth.
hate on that for Bob. He's going to do everything in his
Garnish should join the call again like yesterday. I mean, he's probably just busy. He joins us voice call or anything PUBG Mobile like once every 6 months, so
but they're at least getting
he probably won't,
start,
unfortunately.
which is, great news. Looking at the overall map, though, do we have any fights potentially breaking out soon? It doesn't seem to be the case, Dave. Things are slowing down just a little bit. Teams are spreading out. There is a chance, though. We do see Wolves maybe run into Third Eye as well as straight out of Nepal, but Ton is getting dangerously close.
Yeah, huge come up for Bob right there when it comes to trying to survive. Is it going to make a big impact this match on the overall? Probably not for them specifically. But Golden Eagle is still with 3 strong. They have some room. You know, they have some room to continue to kind of chip away at that dauntless lead. So really, the Wolves, X-Force, those 2 teams still complete, still 4 up.
What the fuck?
They're just getting prepared for the battle, what's ahead, because we still got 16 teams alive. Yeah, we saw a lot of action, but nobody eliminated yet. Baton with a little drive-by seat swap on the buggy.
Bro, this looks so funny from Baton. He's literally just going back and forth waiting for someone to drive by.
Coops just needed 3 bullets to end that one. Issa Jack goes down for Rich Esports. Not what they were hoping for, but all the Jats are jatting today once again. But you can't mess with the Wolves out on the open right there. Baton with the seat switching. Those shots were on point.
Who's the IGL for Wolves? I think Doran, yeah.
Starting up that momentum.
I think Afro has it right.
Taylor, 54 remaining in this lobby. That's 10 off of the total of 64, and Aces have 6 of those. I will say if they continue at this rate, by the end of the day, they're going to be top of the tables. Do you think that's likely?
Yo, at the top of like the top 3 at top of the table.
Number 1, baby. I mean, if they put up 6
1.
elims for every 10, 10 in the lobby, I think they're going to be doing okay.
Some good stats, isn't it? I mean, who knows? Aces on a tear. You know, at the bottom, they realize we really have nothing to lose. Quite literally nothing to lose. Let's just go for it. Let's see what we can accomplish. After all, we have 2 days left, 12 total games. This is one of them. Yeah, they're looking pretty solid. There's a chance maybe they jump up. I don't know, top 3, but there's always a chance. And if you've noticed, they have made it
pace
to
for
mainland.
216 points today already. I mean, they're crushing it. You got to give Aces their flowers, man.
Dude, I'll give them the flowers if they get 216 points, brother. I will shave my eyebrow.
Whoa,
every piece of
All right, we farm.
Okay, not even
Maybe 2 teams there.
Now. Aces are my favorite.
Velen fight Zombie Boys. We third party on the hill. What the fuck is Wolves doing? Oh, they're going for
Come on, dude.
the compound itself. Oh, they're full fighting it. Oh, Coops is trolling it.
Okay. Oh boy. That took a turn, but I respect it.
Okay, watch on the 1. We almost griefed that. We did grief it. Never mind.
Still up against Rich Esports.
Okay, good luck. Big plays. No one third partied, surprisingly, there.
Rich Esports in the garage, going to be peeping their head, but look at this. The Wolves, the teamwork just too strong. Wancho not even thirsted, so they should be able to get the pickup just in time.
Yeah.
Did you see that, Dave?
Third party.
So
people hating on Wancho. That man just
Aces
went in, shielded.
I like this idea of Aces going for it, but it should have been sooner.
Aces is here.
But I think Wolves.
No,
is
they came out of nowhere.
They're going for Wolves. They're going for the 200 points. They heard what's at stake.
Wolves, I think, is screwed either way, though. Zombie Boys is gonna cook them. Oh my god, that day could have been so good.
This is highly tippable.
What the fuck? This dude's driving up on him.
And the Wolves get into a fight. Couple get taken down. They're back on their feet. They're a 4-man unit, but now
he's trying to drive it in.
Zombie Boys have pushed just behind.
Bro, that shit is so brain dead, bro.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. They're low-key gonna have to remove.
As a 3-man unit against the 4 of Aces who are hot and ready. Now it's 7 total eliminations. Coops also
What's up,
gone.
guys? We're trying to play
I don't
some
know what
PUBG Mobile.
happened to Aces today, Dave, but man, they are not the same team they were in the previous days.
Hey,
Oh my God, what am I watching?
charge that buzzer.
They can't see, bro. They can't see.
Bro, can't see hovercraft in your fucking face. Like,
Can't see.
that dude's just shooting. He's literally just spamming.
Popping their head back in here, looking for the blind fire.
80 of them was pretty good.
Type of damage. He's right there in front of you. Got him. Deep, putting in the work here.
Oh, this is absolutely bananas right now. Deep getting it done in close range. He did not even see what he was firing at. He just started pulling the trigger. Luckily for him, it paid off. The Wolves still have one player left standing right now. It all comes down to Baton, who was way out on the off angle right now, cut off from the rest of the team. You can see Kroops crawling his direction, begging to get picked up. But you know what happened that really kind of started this whole fight? They had good off angles. They had good support with Doran kind of covering Coops across the way along with Juancho, but they drove up
Average NA
in
1v1.
between the squads, cut off sight lines, cut off the ability to support the squad, and the Aces took them to task. So
That's the last place team that has 10 kills. That's crazy.
elims. There's still 35
Holy
up
shit.
in the lobby.
Bro, they
The
literally
Aces
got
have
him more
10 on the
points in
board
this
and all
game
four
than
players left
2
standing,
days,
too.
bro.
Nice. All four
They
players
turning
left
up.
standing.
Shit,
This has been
bro.
An exciting game already. 10
Cooking.
eliminations coming out for the Aces, and there's more to come, right? They've got Zombie Boys, Third Eye, or should be Panthers, who's going to be surrounding them too. We've been kind of half in, half out following Extreme Slayers. By the way, Dauntless is out. Bob was in the water. He gets spotted. He's gone. A big loss for the top three. Big loss for Wolves, and now the door is wide open for X-Force to potentially take over first place once again. For Extreme Slayers, though, going for a bit of a reset. They might be able to get it. But then again, Emperor is still looming about. This is where you need to push. Fully commit to this fight, especially when you know they're going for revives. Get in there, get mixy. This is why certain teams haven't been able to excel in this tournament, because they're not fully confident to push an engagement. Nameless on the outside, he's had a tough tournament. Let's not kid ourselves. He's had a couple of good moments, but for the most part, he's been getting bullied. This is the time to start bullying back. Give back what you've been receiving, Nameless. Lori, I know you're a great player. I watched you during the Challenger Finals. We hyped you up. Now it's time to hype yourself up. You got
Poor Wolves, they fell down to the hovercraft strap, basically.
Emperor, get in that house and take them down.
There you go. They're making the push. Lori going to be jumping through the doorway. Legend, though, with a shotgun right in their direction. You're
Sixes.
gassing them up, man. I was feeling it. They were feeling it too, man. After that push, they were like, "Yes, let's go." Now it's up to Little Fox here. AKM.
Unlucky.
Broken wall. 1v3. Gonna be taking his first shots, hitting the wall here, strifing back and forth, but 3 enemies coming your way. Just too strong.
Yeah, but
Much
it's just,
Emperor down.
Emperor
But I
down.
respect them pushing that. They needed to do that because they've been too passive.
sure.
They're also down the leaderboard, right? In 13th place. They need to take a page out of the playbook of Aces. Aces is, playing in spades, bro. Like, they're wonderful at the moment. 11 eliminations, by far their best game. They flipped the script over the past 2 days, and they're looking great. But when it comes to Emperor, they've just been too passive, and I don't think they fully believe in themselves in order to take fights. We've got an open field. And PB, there's so many players out in the open, and Villain is feeling the pain of it. In fact, they're gone.
Oh my god,
Like,
Fate's in!
securing this position out in this open
Oh my
field,
god, it's
not
Fate! It's
trying to
Fate!
beachhead or little defensive wall, so to speak, but they're out.
Could we
early.
not have
They've got
chilled in the
smoke wall
compound a bit
activated
longer?
right now. Nades are incoming. Fate's got to be careful here that he doesn't eat one of them. It's getting awfully hot.
No, they were
out there.
fighting,
To move up the vehicles. This is getting
Villain or whatever.
crazy though. Gold
Oh.
Needles on the outside. Remember they had that.
That's it, because this spot's good, but I don't like someone in the back so Golden Needles don't aggress.
Right now, X-Force though starting to charge up the tables a little bit. 6 elims in the last 2 minutes has them kind of leapfrogging over the Wolves' performance as they're down to just Baton right now, struggling to stay alive. But I gotta ask Taylor, what happened to Bob? Did he drown? Did he get shot? What's going on? Where did Bob go?
Yeah.
Big
No, Bob
Bob.
got shot. I think Bob got shot, unfortunately. Yeah, he
Bob
was in the
got
water.
Dang it, Bob.
And he tried to cross. I don't think he had a vehicle, so once he got to the shoreline, he was spotted. I mean, there's a number of players on the shoreline that could have taken him down. It could have been Zombies,
Damn.
Dark. most likely was Golden Eagles potentially. They do have one elimination, and I think that was
Damn.
it. Do we get a replay
How the fuck is
of
Wolf
Bobby
still alive?
Swim? Yeah, it was dark. It was Goat, yeah.
He was on the same
borderline,
rock he was at the whole
spotted
time.
him. Good
I like
effort,
this.
but early
this.
exit. You know, and that's got to suck to
Pelican
swim
said that
all
same
that
That
way.
does.
And
I
find
know,
these
bro.
two
That shit's
rocks
so
just
whack.
looking right at you.
He's good.
Talk
Don't get me wrong.
about time.
It's a good photo.
I love how you put it, man. That's just rough, you know. That's just rough. Big Bob's like, I got this, guys. I'm qualifying. I'm getting us, you know. I'm getting us up here. We're getting some placement points. They don't see me. And then Goat right there, just
and Goat.
the most random spot. 2 eliminations.
Bob was
going
trying
the
to
way of
spoil
Dark
Goat's
Esports.
day, man. He was about to come ashore D-Day style, and Goat was like, I'm not having any of this. He mows him down. Bob just peeked
Those
his
nades
ankle
are
down. He
almost
had him in the
good.
water for a second, and that was all it took for Goat to lay him down to sleep with the fishes. But
sleep.
interesting circle.
Okay, but if they somehow get a knock here on one of these Golden Eagles players, they just hard push this fucking solo in the dip and... Oh! I thought that nade was good.
We just win.
Golden
You know
Eagles
what I mean?
still out here in the little skirmish up against
One
the
knock,
Force, trying to
Golden
get
Eagles
some
get wiped. We ought to win the game.
Landed just on the other side of that vehicle, so close. Ace is still with their 11 eliminations. I'm shocked, and they're going to be up there in the north in a nice position to really gatekeep a couple of these teams looking to rotate over here in this general area. They got the Zombie Boys looking right above them, so Zombie Boys really with the prime position when we're looking at the northern teams. But X-Force and Golden Eagles, this is a big fight here. This is second and fourth place teams on the overall leaderboards. Golden Eagles have a lot more to gain from this one just because Dauntless are going to be out. So we'll have to keep tabs on that one because Extreme Slayers, another team mid-pack, looking to make some progress here on the overalls.
And I feel like they've been in fight after fight after fight. They're at 5 eliminations.
Moper then.
Oh my god, is that the PK Jagger? Oh my god. Oh, we're getting on. We're trolling them,
How do you
man.
change your name?
You know, especially with
YouTube, like channel,
so far.
like
Make no
display name or
mistake,
something.
This roster knows how to push, and they're going to do exactly that. They're pushing in strong through.
Oh, Valak got a knock.
Is in a night. Penguin tries to get the first shot off. He
And
does, but
we
Legend ducks it. And now
we got
Amber's
fucking
also
ran
gone.
over.
He's going to be third party, I believe, by Zombie Boys up ahead. And now you're down to just one more player. Winter, and hold up. X-Force is gone. Just in that short amount of time, Golden Eagles managed to push X-Force, take them down. Dave, you said they wanted to gain. Well, now they have
Only
nothing
the
to
OGs
gain.
remember
An
what
early
6 this
exit.
player
Now
was.
Golden Eagles have opened
Hey, man.
up the door.
How do the OGs
to
remember
the
this
top
Acer
three
guy?
quite a bit.
They threw that game because
We'll get the pick up here.
How did we
Winter
lose
got
one?
knocked.
With at least 3. The Panthers still
Is that the
taking
fight was
control
done?
on the outskirts. They did lose Penguin. Ander trying to get some shots over there on that.
Only OGs remember what Acer
Layers
player
in the
was.
Warehouse. Blue Zone will be pushing them out here any moment now.
You know, I will say, Dave, this is a big
Yes,
game
sir.
for all those mid-tier squads that we talked about. Golden Eagles, Straight Outta Nepal, Extreme Slayers, Zombie Boys, the Panthers, all of them still alive, still up, and the top 3 on the leaderboard are out of the lobby.
This guy Loki
Not
could go
happening.
crazy here on
I
the
don't know if
smoke.
At any point, those top 3 teams have all been out. So
Where?
this is an opportunity for the teams like Extreme
Never
Slayers
mind.
Damn, bro.
to start gaining some ground here.
Yo,
They would've won this game, too.
Winter's about to do it. That's gonna be Poppy Sour.
Yeah, you
guys
Sour,
fucking
and I
suck.
thought he was
Whoa.
going to
If they just
line
chilled
up the team of Extreme
and waited
Slayers
for
that are
Zone
all right in
to
front of him,
close,
but
they could have
you
naded
can't see
gold.
him. He gets caught from the back. But that was such a good moment for Winter. I really thought he was about to clutch.
So they
up.
had,
Extreme
like,
Slayers were going to get
15
wiped.
nades
And
altogether.
For what it's worth, they kind of did. Only one player left.
This guy's the only one with elims on Zombie Boys, and there were 4 men here.
Esports with the solo straight out of Nepal.
Oh, big
Extreme Slayers
fucking
as well.
nade.
Now Zombie Boys are getting active. They're pushing up on the Golden Eagles. Nades are out. Fear, though, pops a good one. Sexflix takes a ton of damage. Trevor is
Holy, this guy is literally
Golden Eagles in a
cooking
great spot.
on
Is
Zombie
Star
Boys.
down, though? I think Star is down, and that's
wow.
the leading slayer for this roster. They need to get him back up.
Burning. On
Damn, we got
lock
it
here.
stolen.
6 grenades. They should be able to pick up Star in the back line with the MG3. Huge grenade right there from Fear onto Trevor.
What the
I'm
fuck?
feeling- guys,
But they got
team misses. They're gonna
14
win this
kills
game. I'm just
and
putting
dead
that out
last.
there. They got 14
And they're
eliminations
4-man
in the
strums?
north, man. They are
Bro, they literally
top of the
have
mile
more
roster.
combined points in this one game than in
God,
2
I
days.
hope not.
They are.
That's a
I
W.
hope not,
Oh,
bro.
man.
That's actually crazy. That
I don't know
they're
if that is a
14.
Nah, they come back, bro. They get like 3 wins today.
W.
Yeah, there will be.
They literally would be like, they actually be able to finish top 4. Let's do it 2 more times now.
Ruin Bob's day, and he's looking to ruin some more days. Frankie's up. Frankie's desperately.
Where'd he go?
Trying to get
6,
the
bro. What's your
solo
timeout?
water.
Stop, bro.
Hallelujah from Extreme.
I think I took it to watch.
Neither can do anything, PB.
34, 33,
Synchronized swimming going on here, right?
Keep going.
Busting out the flippers right
29,
now, coming up
Yeah.
on the dock.
28,
There's some
27,
air pocket for
26,
both these players. I like the
25.
strategy,
we're
but
on
they're
sync.
gonna have to shake hands and agree to just maybe swim for a bit. Things are getting a little bit.
Age can
testy.
sync
It's
with
not,
us
you know, you can't
later,
really see, but if
after
you
he
check
gets
the
his
mini-map,
fucking
the
Amazon
circle right
code.
now is in the
Oh yeah, of
water.
course.
So there is not a lot of ground to be fought for, and the ground that is available, there is almost
6, you
zero
won't believe who wins
ground.
this game.
Like
It's definitely
this,
Team
Golden
Aces,
Eagles
bro.
and Aces have that pretty much on lock.
Nah,
That
it's
shack
cool.
right there where Aces occupies.
You think so?
They can play a pretty
Yes,
big
they have
factor.
control of
Some
everything.
red zone shifts as we go
Nah,
to
they ain't doing
stage
nothing.
They have
eight.
nades
It
as
is
well.
gonna go south a bit. The Aces are
Ain't
gonna
doing
have to
nothing,
push
bro.
out, and that
You're just not a
might be the
believer.
end for them.
I think
We'll see how they play
Sons
through.
of
I mean, Gold has thrown.
Can that goat guy get up from the back? Isn't there a spot there?
No, it's not.
Good news.
I thought there wasn't, but I could have sworn
No, it's
that
on the
team
far,
was
far
doing-
left. It's on the far left.
So he has to wrap around.
Yeah, I think Aces
He'll be
are
dead by
jumping.
then.
This is do or
Yeah.
die. Dave,
He needs
this
to go outside
fight
of
really
blue.
determines, I think, who wins this game.
See, bro.
Yeah, this fight
Why do they
determines
always
the game.
throw?
The only 2 teams on the actual land. Everybody else.
Bro, we're like
are,
10
dark
seconds
down
back, bro.
below, Then you got those
Relax.
2 solos swimming.
Oh, yeah, I
over there.
forgot about that.
Looks like Golden Eagles do have 2 vehicles to work with. Lily. Oh, trying to send it up.
But
to
the
his
hood. Shit, I don't know,
squad to
dude. Give me like
support
14
him,
minutes.
but caught mid-air.
I don't know, bro. Give me like
Getting
fucking the whole
stuck
game
in
at
a
this
little
point.
trench
Shit.
here, so Team Aces will have the numbers advantage.
Sneaky little spot from Fear here. This is a player that you cannot.
Wait,
count
teammates
out. He's
trolling.
been
Why are we
clutch
moving
for
our
Golden
vehicle like
Eagles
that?
so
Whoa.
far. He's at around
Yo, what
point,
was
dealing a little
that?
bit of damage, holding off the push just momentarily.
That's
Nade going to be a
unfortunate.
bit short to connect with them, but Trick is going to gain some ground here. It looks like he has spotted.
They'll be
Star
back what they
off
used
of
to
the
be.
distance.
Immediately,
Back,
no.
pop up, and he might have a surprise for him when he peeks his head above that ridge. Fear though dropping down to try to
Surely
get
we
revive here for
can
Golden Eagles.
send it up.
Yeah,
been trying.
big mistake.
Wait, can they even go up
Their
there?
Position. Now Fear has
Oh,
no
my.
sight
No,
lines
I
on
think
the
they're
push
stuck
from
down
above
there.
from-
No, yeah.
From his,
No, they're definitely stuck.
No. They're not.
Oh, the vehicle?
Potentially.
Wait, getting the
Try to
passenger?
get in that vehicle and get out on top of it.
Can you get back?
Wow.
Can you get
Look at
back?
this.
Oh, wow.
Wow,
Wait.
Team Aces fumbling the ball.
Wait, did
Wait,
that
bring
thing
your
go
teammate,
up?
bro.
Push after that.
Oh, Trick though. Snake.
Oh yeah, he got
Wait, he
around.
got up.
Down
Looks like
2?
Stars down.
Yeah.
We see him in the back there. He knocked one.
Wait, how the fuck did he get up there?
Does not have Overwatch anymore.
Oh,
This is the
Goat's getting
problem.
He got around the mountain. It wasn't out of zone from his side yet.
Let's come up.
Inexperience.
I didn't know there was a spot there.
I knew there was one on the far left. That was the spot I thought you were talking about.
Like you said,
Yeah, that was the
Aces.
one I was talking about.
I don't know. Goat's getting weird. Goat.
Yeah, no, he
Goat-
got around.
I'm kind of feeling a little Klaus situation here from Goat. I'm not gonna
I
play
mean,
around. I really
clutch.
am. I think Goat is about to prove.
Well,
Yeah,
He's
Golden
the one.
Eagles definitely throws. Yep.
Comes from down low, comes up, and looks pretty good.
Why is this guy
The point
deep down in the
question
bottom though?
That I think is going to be his biggest problem is going to be Trick, just to the left.
The
by
1 or
that
2
tree.
Elam points
But
is
if he can
not
sniff
worth
out,
it.
I mean, anything is possible.
I don't even think he's gonna get an Elam down there. He's just
focused on
dead.
Fear. He spots the backpack.
Wait, just run at him.
Barely, but he doesn't want to overcommit. He's going to be the entrance policy for Team Aces, depending on how the fight goes.
Bro, this should be a
Drago and
free
Dave.
fucking kill, bro.
They're pushing up. Drago's going in.
Nice.
Fear's gonna
See?
drop. You still got Lil, who's going to be down low. Golden Eagles down to just a solo. Now Goat's getting active. Goat's taking some
Nice.
shots. Drago's pushing up. Trick as well. Goat, can you get the
Ooh.
job done?
Oh.
No way.
Wait, I thought that guy died. He
Wait.
actually got a heal off? Wait, MG3 to-
Oh my God.
You 1v3, 1v2s?
Just
Oh,
one player
wait,
left.
1v1.
Wait, he literally wins.
This is a 1v1
Wait, he's cooking.
now.
1v1
Goat could get this.
Oh, no, he's got best spot. Goat's got it. Goat's got it.
Allowing him to get picked apart. There goes Trick confirmed. Goat running out of
Oh
bullets.
my
Okay,
Wait.
auto win.
Goat's got him with
This
the
dude is
MG3, 30 more
goated.
bullets in that weapon, swapping over to the USP.
Holy shit.
He is going to be blind right now, but not for long as we got the 1v1 for game number 1.
Yes,
This
we
is
do.
insane. Doesn't
Wow,
have to do
he literally
anything.
won
It's funny
by
too
doing
because he
nothing.
had the MG3 on the low fire rate
Gets
thing.
it done. That's insane. GOAT clutches it for Dark Esports.
This guy's the GOAT.
Oh, that's actually
Wow.
great.
Bruh, South Asia is better, I think.
Down low, up
No.
top, takes down one of the Golden Eagles in fear.
Where's this team
And
from?
it doesn't stop there. He only walks away with 5 eliminations, but boys, that's a big win for Dark Esports, who started off hot and heavy in a bit of a fight, right? A good recovery against Golden Eagles, took them down to a 3-man, then struggled a bit from there, and you would think GOAT would have been spotted out early
Good
on,
game
down
from Team
low,
Aces, though.
especially given the fact that he shot at Bob and took Bob down, finishing off Dauntless, but nobody capitalizes to take him out. Solos, that's the big thing about Premier League.
Oh my
Finals
God, it's
day.
Powerbang.
The solos have been
Powerbang the GOAT, bro.
devastating in many of our
Yeah?
games we've watched.
Yeah, Deep getting too greedy right there at the end, going for those eliminations, going down the cliff, kind of getting stuck on the beach. If he would have just stood on the high ground with his teammates, that would have been an easy win for Team Aces. But regardless, they walk away with 6
This was a throw.
eliminations, but going over here to Dark Esports, GOAT really clutching.
I think I
it
fucking
there.
shit on.
Dark Esports, they were just getting put through the blender this whole match. And remember, GOAT wasn't playing yesterday, so they called in the big guns here. GOAT coming from the Challenger
Ooh.
finals. He topped
W Nade.
on the overall elimination leaderboard, so he's up there for a reason, fellas.
God, I want an acer
For a reason, PB, you join.
to be in this lobby.
16 in the top 3.
To be in
We
this
get
lobby.
GOAT from Dark Esports.
Oh, man.
Yeah, brother, return. You, uneven, Carnage,
Of the Premier Finals.
Wi-Fi.
Dauntless getting out very
Wi-Fi.
early on in 13, probably their worst placing that we've seen
I'm gonna
yet.
join the
I
South
mean, just
Korean
utter
rugby
chaos in
team.
map 1.
You're not that
Teams
good,
have
buddy.
been non-existent so far.
Dude listens to one
Literally
K-pop
non-existent,
song and thinks
3
he's
points
fluent.
for every other team, and they came in today looking like wolves and Dauntless. Absolutely
Yeah,
incredible
give me a
performance to
couple
start
months,
things.
Enigma.
All aces
I'll make
showing
you eat your
complete in the
own
lobby,
words,
picking up 16
kid.
Yep,
elims
leave
as
my
you
own
mentioned.
words. Good. Yeah.
Incredible momentum for them as they start off
Yeah, little bro.
3. They're going to need that and
I am
more as
taking
this
a
tournament
Korean
continues.
language class.
But man, I
soon.
will say
Actually,
towards
sounds
the
like fun.
end, Aces
Yeah.
had this
You can
game
speak to the
won and
Korean
didn't
baddies.
capitalize on their moment. It was right here.
Yeah, sure,
Fear
man.
goes down, tries to revive
I mean, that's
his
+4, isn't
teammate,
it? Like-
Aces had the numbers.
Bomba clock
Had
to GOAT.
Had not made it up to the
Like,
top
I don't
yet.
think
He's
so.
Right
messages
here,
in
this
the
is
chat
where
half
they
the
should've
time, bro.
pushed. Stars down on the back line.
Wait,
They
Zombie
had every
Boys. How did-
opportunity. Unfortunately, just
Why?
too slow moving, didn't take advantage, didn't push their advantage, and it costs them. They're going to throw away the victory, and to capitalize,
Zombie
well,
Boys have,
hey,
like,
it's
full
GOAT. He'll
control
take
of
that
that
one
entire
for
red
sure.
zone.
He wins that
Yeah.
slick 1v1,
What happened?
and Lily out of the zone, not able to heal it up. Dark
Well, you see, they
Esports
fucking
won
died.
first match of the
You
day.
guys trying to have aura like this dude? Like pop on the right? The unbuttoned jacket?
A positive is a positive. They were down towards the bottom of page 2, so they're at least moving
man's was
up.
spraying
But for
that
Golden Eagles,
MG3.
also a decent win for them.
He had it on the slow setting, though. He didn't even have it on the fast shot.
At least in the top 3 teams that they were trying to catch up to.
You want it on the fast
A
setting,
gain is a
Enigma?
gain, a positive is a
Yeah,
positive,
weirdo.
and so they're
Mhm.
leveling
I like
up.
it
So
going real
Golden
fast.
Eagles game number 1. The next 5 games, sure,
Damn,
they're going to be
Dark
interesting
Esports.
because game 1 was just insane. Extreme Slayers, though,
Sick logo,
constantly
man.
in fights, they will walk away with 10 points themselves.
These are some very sweaty custom rooms, yes. Very sweaty.
Every time we were on their perspective, they were just in these.
Wait, they didn't even get
games.
second.
Yeah,
Wait,
they
Team
were
Aces
alive,
actually kind of
alive,
threw a
alive,
few
Sour
points.
and Legend getting
Bro, we should've won
all
that game.
those eliminations right there, but Extreme Slayers
Ninth
been
place,
a
he only got
role
6
throughout this
elims.
tournament, and,
Horrible,
we wanna
horrible, man.
continue to kind of see them climb up these leaderboards, like you said. A win
Gotta
is
put
a
free
win,
point back in.
and Golden Eagles, I think when we're looking at the Golden Eagles, let's check out the overall. When Dauntless, the team in 3rd place, when they get eliminated
Eat up
early,
dick.
when they get the goose egg because of power bang, they really need to
Are you
take
also
advantage
streaming,
of
Enigma?
it, right? Yeah,
No.
they got 2nd place, but they need
HH?
a lot more eliminations to go
Just like saying.
along
No.
with that 2nd place because the gap is still pretty big, and you just got to know when to take advantage of the situation. So, Golden Eagles, hopefully 5 more games to go. Keep closing that gap.
Yeah, they got a lot. 47 points just to get up the top 2. But again, staying ahead in the top 5 is good because that means more money. More money
More
for
money.
the 20,000.
Bro, they didn't even move after that performance.
Start with their win, will jump up to 12th place.
Holy shit, man. Oh, man. How do we break it to him?
Esports continue to go up and up.
21 points.
You know what shocks me a little bit is with
16.
a 16 elim top 3 performance, Team Ace is still in last.
Imagine
That's a tough
having
one to
yourself up
swallow,
after
but I
that
will
game.
say they started off on a terror, and guys, 3,000 damage from Team Aces.
That's a
Did
lot.
anyone predict this coming into the first game of the day? If you said, hey,
No.
who's
How much
gonna lead
UC
this
does the
lobby
winner
and
get?
everybody
100
Aces
UC a
would have been
win.
your 15th or 16th choice.
Yeah, wouldn't even have thought about him. wouldn't even have thought about him. I'll be completely honest with you. But then again, I wouldn't have thought about Dark Esports getting the win. If I would have picked him as a prediction. K1 was nutty. The next 5 are going to be crazy. And yeah, we do still have 5 more games left for today, so plenty of action. By the way, chat, continue to stay tuned, especially during those fly-throughs. We might have some cards coming your way.
Oh, he's letting me know the next game is Amazon code.
He's hyping you up, bro. You said next game, bro. He's like, nice game, bro.
Gotta wait about 6 minutes or so.
Juancho, buddy. Don't be posting a Blue Lock manga panel like you're M or something, buddy. Don't be thinking you're in, buddy. Just keep driving the car for me. Hey, Juancho, I need a smoke out of you. Life of Juancho now, the rise and fall.
That is wild.
Yeah, what does that sound?
How's your mama?
That's the sound of me chugging water.
Oh, okay.
Here's a fucking camel.
Sure, good night. I'll wake up then again.
Unlucky. Someone's just saying Knox in the chat over and over. Don't worry, chat. We'll be sixes. Viewer party.
We go to bed? Hell no.
Motherfuckers are both under the water together.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Titan Series Season 7, Day 3 Premier League Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Power Babe. We're hopping into Map 2 onto Miramar. PB, you excited? We're about to get it underway.
I'm hyped, man. I'm so hyped. That first game gave us all kinds of awesome action, but also unexpected action. Two teams that we thought we were written off at this point. They are the stars of the show for Map 1. We'll see if it continues, but I liked what I saw on the first round. Now for my favorite map, Miramar. We go to the desert. Gentlemen, I gotta know, who was looking good so far on Miramar? Are any teams standing out? Dave, I'll come to you.
Yeah, definitely X-Force. X-Force is the team, Extreme Slayers. And, well, Reflections, it's that time, man. It's Amazon time.
Amazon time.
Amazon time.
Amazon time. Oh my god, you guys.
I got another.
Get it in, but Kieran, PUBG Mobile out in the chat.
All right, I can link up with you now.
Leon said he got it, bro. He ain't get it, bro. He got it, bro.
Scuba gear for his grandma. What a grandma, by the way, to need scuba gear. That's awesome, and I wish her the best of luck, and I wish you the best of luck. Make sure you're paying attention to these fly-throughs. We're going to be giving a couple more out today, right? So you still have a chance. If you didn't get this one, you might be able to get the next one. But Dave, yeah, PB had a question for you. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot what it was.
I don't know where to put the code.
Who's looking good on Miramar, man? We're thinking about you have strong flipping feet, and now we lost our train of thought here, so I understand.
Scuba gear was distracted.
Scuba gear for the grandma. I know yesterday HH was able to claim like 4 codes, so that was pretty impressive.
Homie's rich.
Talking about you.
Pretty impressive. So. Getting into Miramar, though, we're looking at X-Force. You know, their team had some good success yesterday on the Miramar. One team really needs to...
All right, I'll just wait until everybody lands and we're in the big screen.
Place, but not a lot of elimination points to go with it. And, well, looking at the map, both those teams will be dropping near each other here in map number 2. Match 14 of 24.
Ricardo contest.
14 games deep. We're in the thick of it right now, fellas. This is it.
We're getting deep. We're getting deep. And X-Force is a great shout, Dave. X-Force
Are you in the big
yesterday, winning the first one. 9 eliminations. They won the second one.
All right, I'll pause at 2 minutes.
And this was also a huge game, or a huge map for Wolves with 17
Just tell me when to go.
eliminations. So that was their biggest game in the tournament outside of the very next map, which was map number 6 yesterday, where they get 17 plus
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Points category in the very next game, which is truly impressive. But both X-Force and Wolves have to be the teams that we're watching out for. But if you're looking for other teams that might slip through the radar here,
Hot Drop,
Golden Eagles is a great shout, but Sabi Boys straight out of Nepal. 2 teams that have been quite decent when it comes to Miramar. But the heaviest hitters, X-Force and Wolves, PB. Those are going to be the 2 that really should be scary as we watch this map number 2.
Absolutely. We got Third Eye taking
I didn't even see this guy's
R6
name
right now. Rival 6 stepping up, trying to get things done. They got to be careful, though, because if they push any further, they're going to fall into a bit of a trap laid right there by Third Eye. Quick knock and flush gets him on the board first here on Miramar. Third Eye trying to build on a bit of momentum. They desperately need it, sitting down in 15th place right now, trying desperately to hold off the hard-charging aces for that bottom spot. I will say, you take it back just a moment ago, you asked about some of those other teams to look at. Where this zone lined up, right in the center with that border kind of just southwest of Chumasera. Chumasera is where X-Force dropped, and the Golden Eagles are just on the outside of that circle, and if they rotate into zone, they may be doing it directly through X-Force, so that might be an early encounter that we keep our eyes on there. Golden Eagles could, if they take out X-Force, obviously open the door to start climbing the tables, which they are desperately looking to do.
Yeah, it'll be huge. Definitely need it. Chills M249. You're gonna be pushing up with his squad mates here. Looking like Rival 6, couple grenades, lock and loaded. Small man with the Uzi in the back line. Third Eye, 15th overall. Rival 6, 10th place. So 2 teams trying to get some more money here at the end of the day. Chills with the M249, waiting for the Rival 6 push. Oh, okay, there's one right there. Rival 6 just kind of moving in the open. Not really using that crate for cover or the smoke here. still is going to be getting an easy elimination.
Yeah, they're not one to push as a team right now, are they? They're just in one at a time into fortified positions, out into the open, and Third Eye making just quick work of them. Trying to return the favor a little bit. Kunch goes down. Small Man trying to even the score here, but Third Eye's going to regroup and take the fight to him. We'll see if they're able to connect.
Shit on.
Chills.
Oh man.
Oh, wow.
Oh shit on.
Small man falls.
Oh, wow.
Wow. A W nade into a W fucking DBS shot.
A team that flies under the radar. We don't talk about them too often, but when we do, it's because they're performing.
Can I gamble on who falls asleep first?
Decent. Granted, what, 30 or so points away from breaking into top 5 for them. I think the best result would be top 5 to qualify for Season 8 Titan
wow, I am
series
so
as
delayed.
well as get some of the $20,000. But a win is a win. Good on them for doing so. But
A win is a
bringing it
win.
back to your point, people, yeah.
Here, fast forward your time,
Exports,
Acer.
that would be one of
Put
the
yourself
biggest
like times
fights
2 or
out there.
something.
For Dauntless, though, they're in a
And
pretty
then when it
good
stops,
spot
I'll
as
count down my
Solid
timer.
Boys
Just like a pause.
doesn't push into them. Dauntless could be free and clear to get in zone and be quite comfortable.
Okay, then pull up the
which is,
regular fucking
much
broadcast
needed,
and you'll be good.
in my
I don't
opinion,
think I
because
will.
at game number 1, they've got
Alright then, don't be bitching about the delay then.
Forget about game 1, come into game 2 even stronger, and I think this game,
All
especially
these
with
short
the zones
people
set up and the
complaining.
positioning, who knows? They might have a bit of a quiet start, which
Bro, I haven't seen this skin in a hot
I
minute.
expected
Been
you.
on the downward.
This is in like 2019 skin.
No, go ahead, Dave.
That was it.
They've been on the downward. Love
Yep.
it. No, Dauntless is they've got some room in the zone. They're up in El Poso right now, but if they want to push in, Power Grid is wide open. There is no one on the western side of the circle, but Dauntless is typically a late rotating team, and they usually go to the southwest and wrap around the bottom side of the zone. Normally coming in Chumacera, Los Leones type of area. That's where the circle is kind of centering up. So again, they are potentially looking to come through that open area down there. We'll see if they get into it with anybody. But 24K on the early rotate right now, scouting things out for X-Force. And you guys thought the battle for the top of the tables was close. Man, look at 12th place down there. Look at the spread between 12th and 16th. It's awfully tight near the bottom.
Tied up down there. Team Aces definitely feeling their momentum after their previous game with all those eliminations. So hopefully they're able to continue to climb up. Like you said, PB, it's real tight down there. So a couple more solid games will be allowing them to really acquire more money here at the end of the day tomorrow. And that should
Okay, drop 24.
Wow.
Nope, drop 24s. He's cheating, bro. He's gonna get banned.
Out of reach, in my opinion.
They need to go push
I
that.
want to see it though, shave them eyebrows, but realistically speaking, kind of set the bar a little lower and just try to get some more money because there is a $20,000 cash prize pool here for this lobby, particularly. So still a lot to be had for all.
W stop.
Oh, X-Force is putting
Wow.
on 2 strangers.
24 is
They
playing
managed
this
to get the pick onto
amazingly.
Payne from a distance, and now they've encroached on the position.
Oh,
of
Faye got the
strangers.
off angle as well. W.
Fate's gonna be up top. Great
All we
ball,
needed was
Faye,
a
though.
thirst.
And then
Nice.
you also have Remix, who's pushing up close and personal. S is down.
W
Strangers
push.
getting picked apart. Valak now
Okay,
working his
let's.
way
Okay, let's not run in the open, Valak.
And,
Valak, why are we running in the open, Valak?
a player
Valak, why are we rushing it?
Wait.
Why are we rushing it? Why are we running in the open, Valak?
And things just got even more
We just had cars. We just got 2 knocks.
pulling up to the fight, and who knows,
Let's take our
Wolves,
time here, guys.
they love to scout around. They're in the vehicles, Doran and Coop.
Oh, now we have
Fuck,
fucking
they're
Zara.
sandwiched.
Outside, they hear all this.
We're in the
shots.
compound now.
They might want to push
And you got-
get active.
that's
take
okay.
Yeah,
some
but
of
Fate
that
isn't.
because their game 1 was also not the best. So for X-Force, attention on
Oh man, we're trolling.
They want to win this fight. They need to win
Oh!
this fight. That's a wonderful angle.
I didn't
for
know that was a
Remix
spot.
on to Nox, by the way. Try Me also gone. So it looks like X-Force is recovering.
Oh
quite well.
man.
They might be down to just 2 players after this fight ends.
Absolutely. That was an interesting
We're
fight for me
fucking
because
trolling,
Rangers looked
man.
lost in that fight for the long
And
time.
it pulled out.
No
Like,
idea where the shots were coming from.
No!
Did a great job setting up angles, and then Valak, it looked like he overextended just a little bit. Not sure how he got caught all by himself, kind of in the open down there. Maybe a bit premature on
Valak
the push.
might be
They
retarded.
end up losing him, but that's all right. We'll see if they can, recover here. They still got a couple members up in the battle and 3 elims so far. Not the result they were hoping for from that fight, but, you know, hey, they stayed alive. At least that's more than strangers can say at this
Why
point.
would he do that, man?
But we've got GOAT right now regrouping.
Nox is greater than Balak. You might be onto something.
Moves up the leaderboard
Throw a nade over
as
there.
Well, I've got my eyes on this esports squad.
Yeah, Goat should be able to get picked up, and Dark kind of hovering around the outskirts of the X-Force engagement.
Wow,
You
he
see
lived
they're
literally
thinking
1
about
HP.
making the push for the third party, but then the circle did pop, so now Papa trying to get a better position within zone, and really everybody now on the move. We've seen the elimination feed.
Coop's
Baton
dead.
with the run over.
Man is
The
horrible.
The Panthers just can't catch a break right now, but really, like you said, unfortunate that Balak and Fate both got thirsted here from X-Force. Yeah, they got
Enigma,
3
stop complaining.
eliminations,
Holy,
but they still
thank
got a
God somebody said it. Thank
Hell no, bro.
Thank
Hell
God.
no.
Yeah, Enigma annoying as hell.
That's why
Not
we're
gonna lie.
fucking
Thank you, Lanny.
butchering it, bro.
You know
Banana.
what? I'm glad you guys are finally speaking up.
Oh,
You gotta
no.
ban them.
This is why you work for me, buddy. My taxpayer dollars.
Gets the run over for the finish, and
Hey man, I don't gotta pay any of that, bro.
Time frame of
I get refunded. I don't gotta pay
I
tax.
believe transferred to the middle.
You
Yeah,
gotta
still
pay
gets
tax.
the
That's
extra
all.
Yeah, you
rounds
work
around
for
the
me,
way.
boy.
I'm fucking winning. I'm winning.
Panthers, you have Aces who've moved up onto Golden Eagles, and like you said, Dave, Los Leones looking to get a lot or pretty active in this urban landscape.
I need it, bro. I need it. I can't read some of these
Everybody's
messages.
converging. They want those POIs. They want to get in those
Hey,
buildings.
bro, look
How
at- look at
valuable
Chen.
Los Leones is going to be, especially for the later stages.
I gotta give a shout out to the Golden Eagles. They were the furthest team south
Baton
as this match
JJK.
started, but as they've rotated in, they've not
Sorry,
only
what team
secured
was this
center
guy on?
zone, but they were able to get the northern edge of Los Leones, and they're now gatekeeping many of the other teams that are going to be trying to work.
Oh my God, Honcho!
Securing a fantastic position.
Coop's already
Great
dead.
sight lines, and another squad that we've been keeping our eyes on is Dauntless. They stopped at the edge of the circle. They were on their way in, and they literally flipped a U-turn, and they're going to play the edge on the way in. So Dauntless, trying to stay patient, trying to stay in the fight, not make any more careless mistakes, maybe take up the mantle a little bit later on in this one and try to hopefully press it on into the later circles.
Yeah, Dauntless playing it nice and slow over there on the edge. I do like that. And great point with the Golden Eagles, really taking advantage of being able to claim that position. One of the strongest spots in Los Leones. I mean, those sight lines are insane, pretty much overlooking the entirety of the West. That main
Is this
group,
what a 6 of
and
stream is,
even
guys?
a little
He kind of just
further to
viewer
the
parties
north.
and
So
then
they're gonna be taking
disappears
shots at
or
all
falls
the
asleep.
vehicles on
Now,
the sides.
the
My
Challenger
opinion
finals wasn't
is
as
with
bad.
Golden Eagles, we've seen this
He just
multiple
fucked the
times
sleep
from them.
schedule up.
Don't use all your
Nice.
ammo. You know, you don't want to use all your ammo and then come late game, you have 1 mag left. So although it might look
When is this
like,
dude
hey,
awake?
we want to take
'Cause
shots
I
at
swear
this
to God,
person, if you can't get the
I have not
confirmation,
even
it's
seen him
pretty much a
awake.
waste at this point. So
I don't know.
just being able to
Not
make
late.
the right call for the
I was
Golden
up
Eagles
super
and
late.
really set themselves up for success in the late game is what I want to see.
Oh, Aces. Back on
Me.
the screen once again, getting a lot of
Dude is
I
wait, no,
remember,
wait.
dude.
No, the amount, no, wait, hold up. I'm exposing your bum ass right now. This dude responded immediately to that message. It's definitely you talking to yourself on because this is the same guy that said Enigma annoying as hell. And as soon as he said it, you were like, yeah, no, man, like the chat's finally agreeing with me. Nah, brothers. Oh my, who the fuck was that?
I am
24.
Lanny Hermit. That is
But
my
even
alt
still,
account for sure.
Remix managed to take down
Oh,
Drago,
man,
but,
24s. What happened there?
Remix also
Jesus.
24s. What happened there, man?
with, a total of 4 eliminations.
You know,
and now that
Well,
opens up
we'll
the
breeze
door.
over that one, 'cause
Hasn't
he's been
been
doing
too
some-
active, but we
some good
knew
shit.
They might have a bit of a
Ah,
slow
she did.
start, given where their positioning was off of the initial.
Then Enigma joined and everything went downhill. I'm literally the only reason why that team was able to do half the shit. I wasn't even supposed to play and I had to come out from the fucking depths and put Acer in the backpack because Springs Mental was losing it on every player we picked up.
Here in front of them. Klaus taking some damage though from Rich Esports as Rich heads their way into
Yeah,
the
that's
zone.
definitely your.
Man, I gotta give a shout out to Team Aces right there.
No,
That was
your
really,
delusion.
really impressive.
I got the
Drago,
receipts, bro.
He had 2
I got the
different cars
receipts.
fly
Yeah,
over
sure.
I got
top
the
of his head,
receipts.
somehow maintained his cool, flipped the 180 flick shot, able to get the knock there before going down, but that put
You know,
his
people
team
Okay,
usually
ever
lie.
since you said that this is uneven age, I'm like
and aces now. They've been
seeing it
bumping
more
some
and more
teams
now.
that they probably shouldn't.
Wait.
And
I'm telling you, it
Like the
literally
one
looks
this
like
Cubs guy?
yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like uneven, but if you launch
Come
the
out of
fuck
these
in.
fights with a win. And there is Rich Esports now.
Uneven
Klaus
is
looking
locked
for a
in.
bit of revenge.
He is definitely more locked in than this guy.
Lofton looks
Nah,
like he's a
definitely
bit
not.
stranded
And
right
even looks
now,
like,
and the Jets are gonna
and even looks like he
maybe
just
swivel back, try to
woke
come
up
back
from
and
like a
help their teammate.
fucking
We'll see.
100-hour nap.
The Jets.
Love when
So
you say
Ah,
the
dude.
Jets.
The Jets.
You haven't seen
Sounds
him
kinda
this
lit.
long,
The
man.
Jets,
He's locked in.
The Jet attack. I'm trying to see
Click,
how deep
click,
Rich
lock
Esports
in,
go,
click,
on
click,
that main road,
lock
because you're
in.
gonna have Dauntless over here in the south taking shots. You got Team Aces right ahead of them, and then of course the Golden
Oh,
Eagles,
wow.
the final boss.
Oh, can we have some
before
single
heading
taps,
into Los
please?
Leones. So
It's a
it
Jet.
does look like the
It
Jets
actually-
are gonna be finding
Enigma
good
when he's
end of
your
the stick
party.
right there.
Amen.
Bob showing up here after his game one performance. But hey,
Yeah.
fellas, Los
Yep.
Leones, we are heading
Let's
to
go.
a city. We haven't seen that yet here in this tournament. So this is really going to put a lot of these players to the test when it comes to their CQC.
Yeah,
Mm.
and as we look at the map, PB, I pose a question to you for Dauntless.
Another
Obviously,
throw.
they can go to the south end of Los Leones, the dead ends, but you know what?
Yeah, we
what
should have been
avenues are we
basically right
looking
where
at
Golden
now?
Eagles is
Because
at.
At least if they push into Aces and Golden Eagles, who are set up quite nicely,
my
Dauntless,
Golden
if they
Eagle?
do that, they could lose quite a few players.
Yeah, if we didn't go on that
They're gonna
fight.
try to rotate south. There's
Yeah,
not a
if
whole
we
lot
just
of
actually
options
played
for
it
them at
correctly.
this moment.
Either
The
one.
city's kind of already staked out, and really the place
Chat,
that sticks
who
out
were in
farthest
Paris, and it's just
goes
PB with
water
like
silos,
Wow, that guy
and
just-
Poland
on the
D.
southern end.
Yeah,
Can
dude.
get in a bit of trouble. It really, we're looking
Well,
at like the micro movements of the zone. If we look
at least
that
Wolves
specific
isn't getting
area.
any
Low ground and high ground,
Bro.
you can really lose your sight lines depending on who's your neighbor down there. So you can survive an awful long time, but it really limits their ability to pick up eliminations, which unfortunately for them is what they need. They're down 30 points right now to Wolves, who
Hey, so
are
that's not
out
that
of
funny,
the
bro.
lobby. They're down. It looks like what 27
Is it that funny?
Acer, who's in Paris?
17 against X4.
These streams would be so
And
much
they
better
really
if
gotta pick
Enigma
up the
was
pace
muted.
here.
These are
It's
lying.
literally
Oh my
Acer. It's
God.
literally you on all the count. I am not gonna believe anything else.
This is their time to shine
I
and start
believe you.
turning things around
Not
after a
Bunny Hero.
lackluster last
I agree
four
with
games or
that
so.
statement as well.
Acer's actually schizo.
See what they can accomplish here, especially with the big two already eliminated here.
Well, why would we
Dauntless,
stop here
Golden
if it's out of
Eagles,
zone?
Trying to fall as well on the come up.
This is like the
Aces
worst
here in
spot
the
to
open
fight.
behind the vehicle, getting pieced up. There's gonna be team.
Oh my
villains.
God.
We saw a couple highlightable plays from them last night. Like they're trying to get involved here. They're going to be getting surrounded from Emperor
The quality
Esports
has
in
dropped
to make
immense.
matters worse. Got Dark Esports on the rotate over
Yeah,
there.
what?
Little Fox with
The streamer, you meaning,
missing the mark right
Yeah.
No, I
there
meant
with the
like my stream right
drive-by.
now.
But it
I don't
is
know why.
going to be getting the confirmation onto Ace. It is a clown.
Just shooting the
fiesta
guy
up here
out of the
for
car with a
North
shotgun?
these teams
I respect that.
We're playing it nice and slow and
Bro,
well,
shotguns are
new soldier
cracked.
shift, we're sending it to the city, so they're just scattering.
Ooh.
And the teams who are set up in a defensive position are truly taking advantage of it.
Dark taking a very aggressive approach, crashing into Panther's position. Penguin sniffs it out, gets the drop onto
Wolves
one.
already
Won't be able to
out?
get the finish, but at least taking resources and time away. And why not go ahead and shoot the
My
car
frauds.
and blow it up so Dark can't
Not
rotate.
surprised.
The only bad thing about that is a bit of a wasted resource because Dark is currently inside,
Which
of
is
the
good
zone,
and bad,
deep
but-
in the zone. So they're going to be chilling at the moment.
Malik is
Panthers gonna
trolling.
have to constantly focus on them. For
Yes,
Goat, I have
he
no
is.
idea what we're
Running out in
doing.
the open like that? Not very.
Why is Goat
Again?
going all the way to the
I just
edge
came
of
back.
zone after Dark
Yeah, he
has
ran out in the
already got to center
in,
zone?
winning
Might get
team
into an
fight and got
engagement with the
thirsted.
Panthers, and Goat
Yo,
says,
someone send him that picture.
whatever, I'm going to full send it
Of
into
him
a 4-man
the
unit of the
1,000-yard
Emperor.
stare.
What are we doing, Goat?
Reflections is
Yo,
player
what
picks
is
at
dude?
it
What
all.
is his
Is player
PUBG
picks
chat?
at it all.
100%. I know what happened there.
The clan stuff they're talking about.
The rest of
Yeah,
us
like
had
this guy-
Dallas got everything, bro.
This Kieran guy won't stop
Right,
typing,
they all gotta
and then
go
this
have
guy
some
just comes
dinner,
in like, "I have
get a
big
bit of a
clan."
snack.
Price
Go.
question mark?
Had to try
And then
hard
this
all
guy
the way
sends
to
in
the
a
end
bunch
of
of
the game,
emojis
picking up the
of
chicken dinner.
Two
This is
rupees.
lovely. Everyone else has gotten to eat. He's like, listen, I'm gonna bow out a little early. You guys carry
Union
me
break.
this time to the chicken dinner.
Union
I'm gonna go
break.
grab a snack. That's what's up.
That is, yeah. I guess that's it.
Sorry,
because
it's my alt
nothing
account.
else makes sense,
Couldn't help
PB.
myself.
Literally nothing else makes sense.
Do
for
the big
Goat
ones
to
hurt
send it to the
Acer?
edge of
Have you
zone.
I
heard
don't know
this?
what that was.
Yeah.
Straight into Emperor.
What?
I just beyond me. But
Oh,
hey,
it's
Goat did-
NJ.
Goat did win the game for game number 1.
That's
so
true.
maybe he
You
needs
tell
that
me, NJ.
union
I heard
break,
you're the
as
one
Dave
that's being
said, but
dominated right now in your
very
relationship.
weird.
Mommy,
It's
mommy.
got teammates, man. It's their time to do something.
Is there a
right?
problem with that? You
Do
think?
something. Do
Never said there
something.
All I
was.
gotta say
Nothing in
is
my
Goat
voice
has earned the benefit
or
of the
word
doubt,
choice
at least for
implicated that.
now with me. He just
Yeah,
soloed a
yeah.
victory,
Do you want
clutching
that,
victory
Ace?
from the jaws of defeat, and now if he
I
said
can
to his
neither
teammates, "Hey
confirm nor
guys,
deny
I'm gonna
that
go
statement.
scout for a minute," like I gotta just
Especially
believe
not
him and
while
have
streaming.
faith that he's doing the right thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay off for Dark this time. But I gotta shout out Emperor. These guys
Oh my
have
God,
been,
dude,
you know,
Don
took advantage
Bob.
of Goat there
That's
as
sick.
he headed their way, but Emperor has been
He looks like
pushing the fight
Bob.
and taking advantage of teams when they are
What?
knocked, right? They get a knock
Looks
and
like
they
a Bob.
immediately pounce and get the finish. So shout out
What's
to
so confusing
Emperor,
about
as I
that
love the
H?
aggressive play style,
You're retarded,
hoping that
right?
they can keep it up.
It's just a
Yeah, that's
dude.
what you love to
It's
see.
just
These
him.
teams in the mid-packing, the bottom of the leaderboards truly take advantage of
What do you mean?
these situations when it comes to
Why are you
trying to
saying it's a
gather
dude?
as
Of course
many
it's a dude.
elimination points as possible,
Yeah.
especially in the
Just
early to
a
late
normal
game.
dude.
Because looking at Emperor, for example, and
Nah, he
even
looks like a
Dark,
Bob.
like on day one, extremely passive. They find a compound, they hold it down. We really don't see much movement from them. But now come on to day number 3.
What's the prize pool
they're
for
really
this
trying
tournament?
to gather as many
Like,
points as
20,000.
possible. So Zombie Boys, another team that needs these
20,000.
points. They're slowly sliding down the overall leaderboards. They got Bloody up here.
Free
He
Chipotle
hears
burrito.
the
I feel like I
opponents
need a
beneath
fact
him.
check that.
As the shotgun.
I've literally worked the amount. It's
Squad is
20,000
here,
total.
Possibly. It's going to be Rival 6 out there in the district.
Free
Ah,
Chipotle
interesting.
burrito.
Rival 6 had a decent game so far.
All right.
They're a team that's obviously top 10, trying to come up and break into top 5.
Casters are known to lie.
Eliminations here is great. They do
Yep.
only have 3, but
Dave
I gotta
is,
take a smoke
in
break.
fact, not 22.
still
Hold on, I
strong
get that.
roster at this point. Zombie Boys.
Hold on, I gotta get my
six,
tequila.
most likely going to be at a standstill for a little bit.
I actually
New
have a
stage will be popping
beer
up in
next to me
just
right
a
now.
minute, so that could change things. And
Yeah, bro.
Zombie Boys does have the lead to go inside at least the next stage, depending on how it shifts. In fact, it looks like they might already be
Oh, here,
moving
this
a
smoke
little
break.
bit further inwards to lock in, future hardcover POIs. As far as the northern side goes, it's getting a little bit congested. It's only going to become more congested over time.
100%.
Still eyes on
Honestly,
Dauntless
NJ,
on
that sounds
the
like a
dead
fun
end
game.
of Zone. They've got Golden Eagles in front of them, as well as Extreme Slayers. But yeah, they look to be the strongest team at the moment.
I'm down with that.
1 elimination, 4 strong. I still think this is going to be a strong game for them, but it's going to be a little bit before they pop off. For now, all eyes on Aces, who have Rich in their line of sights.
Nice shots there. Taking down Lost in. Rich Esports going to try to come to his aid as we take a peek at the zone. This is a big shift right now.
Bruh.
Where this goes, it's going to tell us if it's
What's that
open
guy
field,
doing?
if it's city, which part of the city.
Don't
We're
tempt
gonna
him,
go
man.
center, so we're still half and half. Golden
Cooking.
Eagles in a really good position. They'll be able to chill. They're likely not going to be in the final zone.
His coop's
They're
washed.
going to have an opportunity
Yes.
along with Extreme Slayers to make it very difficult for Dauntless to get into the zone.
Double yes.
Those buildings are a pit. Yeah, they're not as obvious of cover as you might think. They're plazas with not a lot of hard cover. So Dauntless is going to have a tough road to hoe moving in. We'll keep an eye on that, but still only 1 elimination for our 3rd place team. They're going to need to get it going. Got my eyes on them as the circle continues to close.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye on Dauntless without a doubt. They're looking to make the come up, but Golden Eagle is truly in a strong spot to get some eliminations here on this west side. Team Aces.
Wait, why does this
Esports,
look lit as
both these
fuck?
Squads will have to make a move here.
Roblox
Looks like Team
100
Aces
man
are waiting
versus
for the
Gorilla
potential
game.
push
I don't know why the
from
fuck
Rich
Sixless just
Esports
left
to
his
maybe catch
camera
them
on.
that road
It literally looks
but
like a big ass
really looking to
black
see
square
how
in the
Golden
fucking
Eagles take advantage.
In case he comes back, bro. In case he comes back. He'll know he's back.
That guy's not coming back.
Area. Looks like Rich Esports trying to avoid those sight lines from the Golden Eagles, and
Motherfucker's a
they're gonna be
vampire.
rolling right on top of Emperor Esports. But
This man is literally
little
just
angle
viewing
here,
partying
so
with a
looking
black
at
screen and has
from
140
above,
views.
Golden Eagle is truly just big chilling, taking advantage of their.
Wait, it
But
says
it's because
stream
he got
mono?
announced. It's because he got announced in the server.
Yeah, holding this down is
Bruh.
huge. Aces taking them out is big, given how well they played in game number 1. Aces can cause a lot of damage to Golden Eagles, and it looks like they might be getting picked.
Don't
up.
worry, we'll
One
entertain
down,
you.
just 2
Bro, can we
players.
just
Golden
push some
Star,
kills
why are
through?
we?
Utility
Why
not
are you
overexposing
like?
themselves. You got
wasting
Rich
your
down
name here?
low.
What are
Star,
you gonna do to that guy?
I'm pretty sure can see Rich, but focus has to be onto
I
Aces.
nominate Acer to
Dauntless,
do a trick
what just
for the stream.
happened? They're gone. They're out of what should have been an incredible
Oh, the
game. But
tournament.
I mean,
Which
people
It's his
did
gold
mention it was
game
gonna
to
be a
come
tough
back,
road
but
ahead
What do you mean they just
They
had a guy
always
get
throw.
thirsted for no reason?
Road that they
They
had to
always
travel.
throw.
They're out.
Another one of them's gonna go down here. Watch.
Extreme Slayers and
I didn't
Golden
realize they were
Eagles
even
got to the
they were trying
spot
to push
before
that.
them, and that's
What
the
the
risk
fuck?
you run when you're late
You just
into
let him
the
run?
zone, and Los Leones in particular.
This guy's gonna get
That
knocked in
urban
Thursday.
finish, locking
Bro,
down
take out your
the
gun.
defense early is really the
Bro.
Oh!
late to the circle. It's just impossible sometimes. As Golden Eagles here
Got a little
with that
spooky,
position,
man.
wins this fight. They
It's a
open with the
jab.
grenades, raining them down on Team Aces. That's enough for them to get the jump they need. Aces is out, but not after they put up another 3 eliminations. So Aces, they're not doing too bad today. This wasn't as hot of a second game for them, but I like what I'm seeing from Team Aces so far.
That was wild right there. That
Oh
was
my
wild. Yeah, I mean,
God.
Team Aces,
I'm watching
they
shit,
took
this guy
that
looks
loss
like
and
Sensa.
just move forward, like you said, still getting some consistent points here tonight.
Alright, I
Golden
need to
Eagles
actually
just
watch
set
the
up in a
stream
way
stream,
better
not
position.
take
And
this as stream.
well, talking about
Yes.
positions, Extreme Slayers pretty dead
There's a
center.
delay.
Rival 6 still alive. We saw Rival
This
6
guy looks like
almost
Sensa.
clashing with the Panthers and Zombie Boys a little earlier on.
I can see
We're
it,
gonna be
dude.
forced to make a move here because next circle it's gonna shift here in about 4 seconds. Which section will we go towards here? Who do you guys want to see? Who do you guys want to see win this game though? It is still pretty
Golden
early on.
Eagles.
Golden Eagles. Okay,
Golden
that'd be a
Eagles.
good win for them.
Yeah, because game 1 was great for them, given the fact that Wolves, X-Force, Dauntless had early exits. So Golden Eagles, without a doubt. I mean, game number 2, wide open once again, much like game 1 was. Wolves, X-Force, Dauntless are out. They continue to struggle. I mean, especially, 2-3 more games? Look, Golden Eagles are right in the driver's seat, and things just got
Who
a
wins this
lot
match?
more interesting, and the conversation goes from just 3 teams now to 4 contenders for the 2 PMSL spring spots. So Golden Eagles need to keep their wits about them, stay poised. They've got a real opportunity. It's now real. They don't have to keep pace anymore. Now they have to set the pace themselves. And I think they're doing exactly that. But they do have a little bit of room to travel to get inside the next stage, which is obviously going to, again, become a little bit more congested, right? More teams are trying to establish those hardcover POIs. Extreme Slayers already wiped Dauntless. They've got to be on your radar.
That's
and
my
that
answer
might be
for
the
your
team.
question. Yep.
Extreme Slayers, you think they're the team to win?
That's my pick right now. They fought for this position. They played the zone perfectly. Golden Eagles
Yo, the
moved
guy's got
early,
a
and they
hat.
got that
That's pretty
building,
cool.
right? The one that overlooks everything.
Why don't you have aura like that?
In there, they finally had to move out, but Extreme Slayers
Dude, I don't think you
rotated
know
to the
what aura
south and have
means.
worked their way up. And the
That's what you
decisive
youngsters
action that
say.
they took onto Dauntless, they wiped them.
Skibbity
before
Rizzler.
they
You're
like
improved,
24.
even just shift the
Skibbity
cameras over there.
Rizzler.
And that's a really, really impressive
You're a Gen Zer.
efficiency against
You're
one of the best
24.
teams in the
Yates
world.
or
You're
something
Gen
that
Zer
you
like the rest of
youngsters
us.
They now have center zone, so that's the team. I'm
We're
raise your
also watching
yeah,
SpongeBob.
yeah, yeah.
End up against the Golden Eagles, but before we get to that, Zombie Boys looking to flush
Careful,
out
SpongeBob.
Rival 6. They're
Careful,
gonna
SpongeBob.
6. Zombie Boys gonna continue with this momentum.
Wait, big game for some people, bro. No one in the top 3 is in it.
They go up there towards straight on.
Not even in placement
Continue
range.
their steam rolling over there on the edge, but Star in the front line, grenade in hand. Looks like Hayuya did spot out their position. Really, Star trying to get the attention of Extreme Slayers because Star squad mates, they need to cross the road. And I don't know what the utility's looking like, if they have the smokes, but once when they have to make that move, Extreme Slayers are going to have nothing but sight lines on Star's squad mates. So Star is just in the front line trying to get a knock with this grenade right now to allow his teammates to group up on him.
Yeah, Dizzy does have an off angle, so it could be valuable. Here they go. Here's the push. They're crashing in onto Star. Star's
game for
down.
peace up
Extreme
like
Slayers,
tournaments.
they're going to take this opportunity to push.
Rally.
They understand it's going to be a 4v2. Now, there could be a god. So,
Oh!
grenade to drop 2 legend.
That dude got
You
fucking
get
shit
down.
on.
And what goes from a 4v2 now a 2v2.
Ooh,
Dizzy's looking to
oh.
get the pickup. He's just seconds away from doing so. Frady's
Nice
cooking a
nade,
nade.
dude.
It's not going to be cooked in time, and therefore they're going to be back up. Sour cooking as well. They're going to try to get IU up. This is where Golden Eagles now need to take advantage, but they don't have to help.
Raise
And they
your
also
yeah,
need to
yeah,
to
yeah.
the fight, or just send it. Frady's still at the front lines for Extreme Slayer.
saw that?
He's still laying down
But he
damage,
got him with
and
that low
Dizzy
toss.
is out. So now for Golden Eagles, only one player really remains. It's Star. He's getting pushed on. Good shots. He gets his teammate back up, but it's simply not enough.
Okay, Extreme
That's
Slayers
how you
almost
push.
threw that, and then
That's
they
how you punish a
clutched
team
up.
where you get it early down. Granted, it got a bit rocky with that beautiful nade from Golden Eagles, but Extreme Slayers looking good. And PP, you called them out for a reason. Well, now they're 4 strong, the only team with 4 players left. They're inside the next zone. They're looking like the best team.
That was an incredible push right there. And not only did they get the 4-up wipe, they did it through some adversity there. Eating a grenade, direct hit on 2 of them. They actually were able to turn that around and win it. You know, Frady, I got to give him mad props there because he landed some nades. I heard Dave react to him, a little low toss out the window, picking off a guy around the corner, and then coming with the bank off the wall there. Frady getting it done with the grenades, keeping his team in this. 4 up still for Extreme Slayers, but this is a pretty packed lobby. Every other team has 19 players still alive, and this zone is super small as we move into stage 9. This is wild.
It centers up. It centers up from here, fellas. It is going to be a bloodbath. Still 19 players remain. Penguin trying to get some eliminations here before being forced to push in. Tossing the grenades, tossing the Molotovs, anticipating the push. They see the smokes right now. Dark Esports probably going to use these smokes to make their approach and breach here through the building, but the Panthers, they're just simply not going to allow it here. Here comes the push from Dark. Yeah, they're done, man. I mean, this is a very challenging push right there, and the Panthers were set up in a beautiful position to take him out here.
And they're now to 9 eliminations, by the way. They've had a stellar game, still 3 strong. Eyes on Panthers, eyes on Extreme Slayers, taken down, or Panthers, excuse me, on straight out of Nepal, who is in the running to break into top 5. We're now down to our top 3, Extreme Slayers, Panthers, and straight out of Nepal. Just to reiterate, Panthers currently at 10, Extreme Slayers at 7, and they're pushing it into the Panthers. The Panthers have hard cover. Extreme Slayers do not, but the good news is they've got smokes. They're inching their way forward. They can't stay in this field too long. Ayuya is crashing in. Frady,
Holy shit, he knocked himself
Frady
jumping
is
out.
down by a self-down, by the way, and this opens up the door for Panthers now to steal the game. Top 2, Extreme Slayers with 3, Panthers with 3 as well. Winter with the off angle. He could be deadly here. He's going for the push. He's going for the downs. He'll back up a little bit. And Dave, at this point now, Panthers with 2. Can they get the job done, or will it be Extreme Slayers?
Panthers all day with their sightlines. Legend now on the outskirts. Extreme Slayers, they still got 3 up here. Legend looking to connect with this grenade. Winter back against the wall. UMP, Bahuya in the front line with the DBS, and Winter catching a nade right there. It's going to be up to the Penguin here on the second story, PB.
This is coming down to the 2 teams I thought might have an opportunity to take this one. The Panthers doing everything they can to hold them off, but it's going to take a heroic 1v3 from Penguin right here. I don't know if he's got enough in the tank to get it done, but he does have the DBS, and that is the great equalizer, I like to call it. This zone is shrinking. If he wants to have an opportunity to get it done, he's got to do it now. Take some damage. Oh, they chase him up the stairs. Frady not wanting to stick around. That's going to be a winner.
Damn, we suck.
Extreme Slayers, they get it done, and they do it with a little bit of emphasis, Taylor.
Woo, well done, Extreme Slayers. You know, my focus was on Golden Eagles, naturally the closest team to breaking into the top 3 conversation, but Extreme Slayers, they had a bit more of a road to travel, but it seems like they're heading down that road.
Nice job.
Steam ahead.
Bro, ain't no way Winter's putting up this blue line
it's still a
fucking...
big deal, not necessarily for the top 2 conversation, but bringing it to the top 5.
Yeah.
20,000
Beautiful.
is on the line. So now Golden Eagles, for the first time in a good while, they have some competition. Extreme Slayers closing the gap, getting a big win, and more importantly, coming into the conversation, Dave, after quite some time. You know, we really haven't highlighted Extreme Slayers, at least in a post-game discussion.
Yeah, I mean, they've had some games where they really popped off. You know, their teamwork, their synergy, you can tell is there. Legend, Poppy Sour, Frady. But then they have the majority of their games where they just get taken out on their rotations. So this right here is a good example of them picking a good spot, holding it down, and then just showing up in that late game, right? Ready to go. Yeah. The Panthers, another team, really good game for them. 12 eliminations, 2,200 damage done. They were on it here this game. They were on the ball. One team I really wished, and I might sound like a broken record, but I really wish they would have taken more advantage of their position, had to have been the Golden Eagles on this west side of Los Leones. I mean, their compounds they're holding down, just so many sight lines, so much potential, in my opinion. They only had 3 elimination points out of all that with 1,582 damage. So they were putting in a lot of work when it comes to damage, but just not able to secure those eliminations. And this is really when they started to pump up the aggression, get involved and take advantage of their position. But just would have wished I saw more from them here. This is a great push, though. All things considered, Fear with the double knock on that grenade. I mean, that was beautiful. The little grenade toss drop shot, but they just couldn't pull it through here.
Yeah, they couldn't. For Extreme Slayers, though, I do want to highlight this is a team that didn't have an easy road to travel throughout this Miramar map number 2. They did have to take down Dauntless, but they did so quickly that we didn't even get to see the finish on Dauntless, right? Extreme Slayers collapsed on them so aggressively, and got to give them credit where credit is due. To do that to Dauntless shows great promise moving forward. This is Extreme Slayer's second winner chicken dinner of the tournament for Premier League Finals. Funny enough, the last time they did win was map number 2 Miramar with 10 eliminations. So their 2 wins is on Miramar, map 2 of the day with 10 elims. So, I mean, stay consistent. We have another Miramar coming up in game number 5, and Extreme Slayers might be well on their way to catching up to the Golden Eagles in the standings. So good for them. And obviously for the Panthers, a stellar job. 12 eliminations. Penguin putting up some great work and getting some good points. So 20 points for Extreme Slayers, Panthers with 18. But for our top 3 conversation, PB, we're looking at Dauntless, X-Force, Wolves, all 3 of those rosters once again. An unorthodox game from them, right? Just really nothing stellar whatsoever.
Really not. That's not the side of the leaderboard they're trying to be on after each match, that's for sure. Looking to move on over to the left. They'll have to try again next map. But on the left side here, Extreme Slayers, the Panthers, straight out of Nepal, Zombie Boys, all 4 of those teams in your top 8 and needing to do something to get back into this. We'll take a look at our overall standings here. Wolves still on top,
okay.
No surprise. X-Force, Dauntless,
Wow.
Nothing changed in the top 3. But let's key in on number 4 and number 5. Golden Eagles didn't do much to close the gap there. Still out of 3rd place by 30 points. We have our 5th team now with triple digits on their points. And Extreme Slayers maybe trying to make this a 5-horse race, Taylor.
Yeah, this starts getting interesting. Golden Eagles, Extreme Slayers, now neck and neck. They are within top 5, but they're going to be shooting for gold. They're going for more, and Dauntless is next on their agenda at 137. That could be cleared, not necessarily the next game, but we have 4 more games for today. So Golden Eagles, Extreme Slayers can absolutely hop up into the top 3, and who knows, maybe even top 2. Not by today necessarily, but for sure going into tomorrow, and that's going to apply the pressure even more, Dave, right? Day number 4, the final day, the final chance to earn $20,000 in 2 PMSL spring spots. The pressure is going to be at an all-time high if X-Force, Dauntless, and Wolves, if they don't step it up and start performing today.
Yeah, surprisingly, a pretty quiet start to day number 3 for our top teams. But hey, that's great news for these mid-pack teams when it comes to really playing catch up after 2 days and trying to acquire more money. I'm still not sold on like the big 3 changing up anytime soon when it comes to a new contender breaking into their current position on the overall leaderboard. But I am starting to kind of cheer on the sidelines for these teams in the mid-pack to be yo-yoing back and forth and really create a good storyline come tomorrow when it comes to just acquiring more money at the end of the day.
Sure, and that's what it's about, right? More money. $20,000 is nothing to scoff at. 2 maps down, 4 more to go, and we hop in to what has become quickly my favorites, at least for this Premier League Finals, Aaron Gale. Map number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Titan Series Season 7 Day 3 Premier League Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Power Bang. 2 games down. We're hopping into Map 3 on Erangel. Dave, not convinced about top 3 shifting about. Honestly, that's an educated thing to say. I'm not going to lie, but I think the opportunity is still there, especially if they keep dropping the ball. By the way, follow us on socials. I don't shout that out enough, but really get involved. There's been a lot going on in the NA scene, all right? So esports PUBG NA, or PUBG Mobile NA. We have tournaments happening nonstop, not only from the ladies' perspective, but also for the Titan Series, for the challengers, and then we also have scrims being hosted. You know, Red Eyes, Enigma over there holding it down. So there's a lot going on. You don't want to miss out. Follow us on socials. Hit the sub button if you haven't already, because we keep the PUBG Mobile action going and going. Erangel, we're back, and the score's starting to get pretty
Enigma,
tight,
the gift
especially
card.
from number 8 on up to number 4, right? So the opportunity to break into top 5 is still there for the Panthers. Zombie Boys, straight out of Nepal, Extreme Slayers, Golden Eagles. One good game puts you up there in the winner's circle. The question is, Dave, where are we going? Where do we think Zone is going to be, and do we get another nutty Erangel?
Yeah, it's
Dave,
going
hold on.
Zarky, man. Oh,
Before you answer, let's get some predictions in. Who's gonna win?
All right.
I want to know who you
Who's
guys
gonna
think's gonna win before we see some teams drop on early action.
yeah.
Golden
Today's
Eagles.
Golden Eagles. Today's been a day of like the mid to lower pack teams, and I'm gonna continue with that. I feel like these teams did their homework. They're locked in here today. Saw Taylor Reflections went with Golden Eagles. I'm gonna go with Zombie Boys. Why not? No. I retract. The Panthers. The Panthers. Another good pick.
Zombie Boys was stoked for like 14 milliseconds there, and then you yanked back the prediction. They're like, "Yay! No, then yay again. We're not gonna get cursed." So, who you got, Taylor?
Golden Eagles. I'm sticking with them. I think this is their day. They're breaking into top 3. I really feel it in my gut, and I got a big gut now. I have been working out.
All right. I'm gonna go with. Okay, I don't know if you guys noticed on the leaderboards. There is a massive gap now between 8 and 9. It's kind of hidden because one's the first page and one's the second page. So literally everyone on the second page is kind of just way out of it at the moment. So the first page are your contenders. So those top 8 teams from the Panthers on up. So I like the pick there from Dave. I'll take the Zombie Boys. Let's curse them anyway. Screw it. I got the Zombie Boys in this one.
Zombie
Okay,
Boys,
cool.
ZZZZ from Rivals with that UMP getting stomped on by Third Eye right now. The bottom teams, man, fighting for scraps, all right? If they see one potential elimination point, we're sending everybody to get that 1 point. These bottom teams need every single point possible, like you said, PB, to even break into that top 8.
One point out, by the way, this zone is diabolical. I'm loving it. Golden Eagles, Lipovka, they've got it all by themselves. Those are the 2 locations, Lipovka, or they go towards military. This time not going military, which I think is an educated decision. Last time you had Dark Esports there who challenged them, got an early pick. You had Aces, you had Dauntless, all at military. Give it up. Go where people aren't going, so you can have an opportunity to get kitted up and have a much safer route into the later stages. And that's what Golden Eagles did. Lipovka, they'll be locking that in, and they're going to be well within the next couple of stages, so good on them. For everybody else, well, they're going to have to rotate in, but there's plenty of land on mainland. They're going to be just fine. I do look at Strangers, Emperor, Third Eye, who might, be quite contested on their rotation down, maybe even into X-Force. And let's face it, X-Force has not had a good day at all. So they're potentially looking at, 3 teams converging on their hardcover POI location where they're currently at. So something to watch out for Dauntless, though. Well, they're actually traveling more west. They're going all the way over toward Georgia Pool. I don't know if they'll go to Zarky, but, these boys are moving away from zone as quickly as they can.
Now they're going to take North Georgia Pool, right? The plane path was on the far eastern side of the map, all the way bottom to top, and so is the zone. So they know that they can go over to Georgia Pool, they can go to Crates, they can go to North George, South George. Everything over there is free for the looting. So as we watch Payne get mowed down here by Emperor, who continues to be aggressive. I love to see it. Shout out, says Nox rides the gondola.
Shout out to Nox.
Love to see that. He's just having a good time. You know what I'm saying?
Vibing.
Like, we're good. But back to Dauntless. They are going to come into the zone late, and they're going to come in stacked with loot. So that's going to be something I'm keeping my eye on. Maybe this game's the game they get it going, Taylor.
I'm hoping, man. You know, coming into zone, Rich, Zombie Boys, yeah, they'll have a couple of competitors, but let's face it, they are a step above those rosters. So if they do get into a fight, if they're playing on all cylinders, yeah, I think they'll be just fine. Who knows, could walk into zone, get, you know, potentially 8 eliminations. That would be a heck of a start. It could set themselves up nicely for one of their classic 17 elimination games. But for now, it's going to be very quiet from their perspective, not looking at too much. Dave, I want to ask you,
What
straight
up, man?
out of Nepal,
Oh, your
right
favorite team.
bridge.
Yeah,
Huh?
your favorite team.
My favorite team.
Hashtag sponsored, man. I'm telling you, I gotta look
At
into
this
this
point.
guy. At this point,
At this point, dude, yeah, apparently I've got Spence on my wall. I have a painting.
got the
I guess
shrine
it's
next
a
to the
shrine.
candle. I heard you got a hat on the way with your Amazon gift card. You got a
Now,
hat
see,
just like Spence.
I'd wear the hat. I'm not gonna lie. I'd rock the hat. I don't have a good hat. I would definitely rock a Stetson. But straight out of Nepal, chance they gatekeep Aces, who ultimately is going to go over that right-hand bridge.
Yeah, chances of them gatekeeping. Straight on Nepal, they've been having a really rough night, to be honest with you. And you kind of
Enigma
gotta
here.
have some confidence to gatekeep. You got to believe in yourself and your team communication skills to be able to all kind of crossfire at those vehicles rotating across the bridge. Right now, Straight on Nepal kind of been playing as individuals for me. So the chances of them gatekeeping, they're probably going to focus on positioning and avoiding the early game fights, if I'm being honest with you, just because they haven't been able to find their footing here tonight so far, in my humble opinion. So would I want to see it? Heck yeah. Will we see it? I don't think so. Not from Straight on Nepal.
Got a nice
Big
little
setup.
fight brewing up here with Third Eye, Rival 6. 4v2 situation. Rival 6 just trying to hold on, trying to live to fight another day all the way up in Severny is Doran and Coops here. Getting up in each other, trying to drive them cars. Not meant for off-roading apparently, but they're getting it done with them supercars. Looks like they got eyes on Extreme Slayers off in the distance. Not sure if they're aware that they're there, possibly, but I'm gonna back out for the moment.
Yeah.
Blue Zone
Could be a
starting to
big
come
fight.
in to impact this fight, Dave.
Yeah, it could be a big fight, but these two teams down here just not down here, up here is a better phrase. Severny. Blue Zone going to start to close on in. Third Eye, they love Severny rivals, trying to flush them out. This is going to be Third Eye's territory, their homeland. They know every single building like the back of their hand. Small man. M4 3 times. Rival 6, I get it. Try to get these early game team fights going. Rival 6 in 10th place overall. So knowing that Third Eye go here almost every single game, no matter the playing path, it's a heads up play from them to try to get some eliminations, but it's not working in their favor. Unfortunate for them.
It was great timing on that Molotov cocktail right there. They are able to convert that when Small Man goes down, and here is Shu Young gonna try to bail out the window. We'll see. He's got another man behind him there. Oh, what? You gotta shoot him if
Yep.
he's in your house. Gotta defend home turf.
Walks up
There we go.
Playing the lone con, playing the lone game, letting them feel safe. Come on in, hospitality's there, but soon shut down. Zeus, he's up. Zeus is pushing up. He's gonna now hunker down onto the second floor. Small Man takes a little bit of damage, so he's not gonna be able to push up just yet. Should be a
Small
look at this.
man.
Oh,
Small man.
bit back and forth. Yeah, Small Man's gotta do this. Rival 6 still in it, but it's up to Small Man.
Small man trying to channel his inner Klaus right now. 1v4. Can he get it done? He's got the M4. He's got plenty of ammo. Level 3 helmet. Level 1 vest. Looks like Third Eye going to be taking shots in his direction and say, hey, we know you're here. Pagal almost getting knocked out right there. getting that heal up at the last minute, but Small Man on the chills. So Small Man's putting in work here, fellas. He ain't done yet. And Pagal's getting taken out from the blue zone.
And I want to point out two big fights: Extreme Slayers versus Wolves. Villains versus Dauntless. Two of the heavy hitters into an engagement. Wolves look like they're going to clean up Extreme Slayers, or at least a couple of the members. Small Man still in the fight, going back and forth, trying to stay up here. It's going to be a 1v4 potential. He's pulling up, like you said, Vader Klaus. He's really going for it. Good angle. Good angle. Good shots. Okay. Goes for the second. He's got this. Oh, he's got to reload. No, but he gets it. Yeah.
Small Man.
Whoa, and Klaus Jr. gets it done. Now X-Force versus Extreme Slayers. Pulling up big. Extreme Slayers has been on fire. And I thought Wolves were up here too. No, excuse me. Wolves are...
they got wiped.
They got
gone.
wiped. Yo,
They're gone.
They're
man.
gone. Extreme Slayers are the truth.
We cut to the action just enough time to see Wolves get pushed and wiped. Then we cut back to Severny to watch the 1v4. Great camera work from the crew here. And now we've got Extreme Slayers going up against X-Force with Golden Eagles looking on. This is getting a bit dicey right now as Valak taken out. Down to 3 goes X-Force, and they're desperately trying to hold on because Dauntless starting to build some momentum down there in 3rd place.
Kaka bringing back, they had the bird call, man. They're bringing back Kubi. I believe Kubi's sitting out game 1, game 2, showing back up here in game number 3. When it counts, they're going to be in a 3rd-party position. X-Force right now, Fate in the corner, trying to buy some time in the smokes here. Extreme Slayers, looks like they are going to be getting pieced up down to just the solo after the squad wipe onto the Wolves. Now X-Force going to be in the building here. See the Panthers kind of lingering in the area as well. Everybody really trying to get a piece of this action right now, fellas.
Yeah, a lot of teams have been lost too. Teams, players, heavy hitters like Wolves. Again, another game where they dropped the ball. Extreme Slayers. They're that team today. They're truly coming up. Zone will shift all the way to the right. Rich, Zombie Boys will have to converge together, get inside. Ace is already there, straight out in the ball. Golden Eagles now pushing into Emperor. That fight potentially going down. Lil Fox with the tip of the spear in that fight. Unfortunately, the first one to drop to all 4s. And for Golden Eagles, a big win is needed, but they lose Lil Fox. Dizzy also down. And now they're going to be down to just, 2 players, I believe, from the Golden Eagles side. No, make that 3, excuse me, but they've got to win this fight. They have to win this fight. Extreme Slayers are gone. So if Golden Eagles can win this fight, talk about covering some ground to continue moving up in the top 3.
This is really impressive from the Golden Eagles. They were decisive with this push. They fully sent it. If you guys remember back to our first game on Erangel today, they also occupied the cliff side. So this is a place they're comfortable with, and they take down the 3rd member of Emperor. It's all up to Nameless right now, who for Emperor has been carrying that team. He's got the big backpack on. He's got everyone inside of it, and he'll have to do it again for his squad. But Emperor, not enough to match up with Golden Eagles in this bout. Golden Eagles wiping 3 of them. They're going to try to go get the finish. They know where Nameless is. They'll see if they can finish him off to get the full squad wipe.
It's the bird call, man. That's all they needed. Now, Golden Eagle is looking prime, looking good. North Mill to power on the shoreline. They're going to be in a nice spot. Dauntless going to be up here in the north. They're going to be clashing on the shorelines, most likely with Dark Esports here very shortly. Stranger is still with the duo in the area, but honestly, fellas, the player that you gotta watch out for, I see Small Man making the approach. Small Man is looking to terminate the lobby up here after that 1v4. So we'll have to see if Small Man from Rivals can continue to kind of just wreak havoc, because he's gonna be showing his face up here very shortly, as we got a couple players just trying to find some type of cover up here in the north.
Yeah, dude, Premier League, it's been all about the solos. Klaus, Small Man, Spence at times. Like, these solos, you cannot, Goat from game number 1 today. Goat from game number 1, clutching up, getting the win. You can't underestimate these solos. And honestly, if I'm a team, I'm not leaving any solos left. If I get a 3-man wipe, I'm pushing for it. I don't care if I have to chase you from military all the way to Zarky, dude. I am chasing you down, taking you out, because you will not flank me, and you will not 1v4 my team here on the main broadcast. Rich Esports opposite of Zombie Boys. Golden Eagles are still chilling on the right-hand side, miraculously able to get all 4 members up. Small man is just going to go in between Nameless from Emperor, who's a solo, and then also through Golden Eagles. He's going to try and take the southernmost portion of Malta Power and get inside the hard cover, which he's going to be relatively safe, so good on him. But the attention power bang has to be to the northern side, as all the rosters now have to come down to the south. And you got Rich, who might gatekeep. Dauntless is looking to gatekeep. Dark is in the middle of everybody, so they're in trouble.
This is a sick zone. There's no cover in it. I mean, all the places that have hard cover are already occupied. Everyone else trying to get in right now. And I will say, with regards to Small Man, he's walking a little bit bigger right now. And I feel like the 1v4s have won at almost a higher rate than 4v1s this tournament. Every time we seem to have a solo and it's looking like the odds are against them, they somehow pull a rabbit out of the hat. They get the dub, and I'm loving that about this tournament. But Dauntless, they are the first to hit that northern edge of the zone. They'll have the circle, but they've got 5 teams right in their vicinity that they're going to have to fight off. It's going to be very tough for Dauntless.
Hit them up, hit them up. They're going to be in the circle, looking at Dark Esports, looking for the ricochet off the windowsill, but there's just so many angles we see out there in the distance. The Panthers just letting it rip. Golden Eagles as well. Everybody trying to get a piece of the action here when it comes to solo in the tower from Dark Esports. Dark Esports extremely split right now between the 2 alive members. They're just going for placement points at this point. So best of luck, but I'm still stuck on Small Man. The fact that he
was just gonna say
through
that
all that, and now he's on the east end, the opposite end of where he started. Nobody's near him right now. Small Man, he's looking at a top 5 finish guaranteed.
Dave, I was going to say, do you know who my favorite spot in the zone right now is? And it is Small Man. I feel like he has the best position in the zone, the most hard cover, the most flexibility, and he's also got the most room to operate right now. So Small Man with a heroic play early on in Severny, and then following it up with a heroic rotation to get in position. It all comes down, obviously, to where the circle is going to shift. But for now, Small Man putting himself in a position to win, and Rival 6 has him to thank for still being in this lobby.
Imagine if we see him pull a GOAT like we saw in game number 1. I'm just putting it out there early on. You never know.
Let's go.
But he is feeling
just seeding it a little bit.
We're just planting it. We need some water still on and some sun, but hey, we got some time to work with. So looking on the edge of the play zone out here on this west side, definitely X-Force, the strong contender right now, trying to avoid being sandwiched between Zombie Boys to the south and Rich Esports up there to the north. And looks like they did lose Valak, so that's going to be unfortunate for them. But X-Force still alive, Dauntless still alive, Golden Eagle still alive. XP3, that's a nice little trade right there.
Taylor, have you seen the fight between Zombie Boys and X-Force about to break out? That's going to be an interesting one as well to keep our eyes on.
I saw that. I was curious if Zombie Boys feels confident enough to move up that hill. 24K had a great line of sight, so as soon as they apex the hill, 24K is going to be able to just mow them down. So I assume Zombie Boys wants to rotate south. I think that's their play, and maybe challenge Aces down low. I don't know if it's going to be a comfortable fight to go up towards X-Force. Vetty is going to once again scout the area, see if maybe, okay, can we potentially make this a fight that favors us, but he's going to back away, so he can't do it. But yeah, Small Man still within zone, still looking pretty good, but again, the attention shifts up towards Dauntless, who is now at the edge of zone. Try Me is there. Golden Eagles can gatekeep them. Rich is still putting up a fight despite them losing one member because of Dauntless just a little bit earlier. And now with X-Force also pushing down, and Panthers, boys, I think Dauntless, Rich, they're going to be in a tough spot. Even whoever wins that fight regardless have to now rotate into some very powerful teams who are going to gatekeep you, and there's no coverage to hide behind.
It's really not. Kubi doing a brilliant job from Golden Eagles, taking that compound early on, and it just so happens to be the beachhead they needed at the northern part of the next circle. That gives Golden Eagles an opportunity to rotate their players in. They will have to defend, though. There is nowhere to hide, so we're going to see Rich Esports. We're going to see Strangers. We're going to see Dauntless trying to crash in. Golden Eagles will be able to hopefully defend that, but that's going to be a really, really messy rotation. Stage 5 here, this is going to be the messiest stage 5 of the day, in my opinion, as all of these teams are trying to battle for some sliver of grass to hide behind. There's 0 places to hide.
Getting sweaty.
Dauntless has nowhere to hide.
Yeah. Good call out, by the way, Reflections. Yeah, you were talking about Dauntless and the challenge that they had right there. It looks like they were trying to be proactive and actually make their approach into the circle before getting in the skirmish with Rich Esports, but the crossfire on that road between the Golden Eagles and the Panthers, just too much for Dauntless to handle.
Yeah, I'm all for being progressive, right? Moving forward and getting a spot in zone. But I think this is one of those rare zones where it almost makes sense to ride the edge. You don't get any benefit really getting into the fresh zone. Especially if you're on the northern side, because you're not getting any benefit by going south. I mean, what are you running into? Panthers, Golden Eagles. It's an impossible situation. There's really nothing that can help you. I almost say stay as high as you can up with the trees with at least some coverage and try and work your way down. Same thing for X-Force. Miraculously making it down to the south. They look like they actually might find a bit of coverage on the inside. Panthers might not be able to gun them down, but I don't believe they are going to try. Notice straight out of Nepal, by the way, putting a hurting onto Zombie Boys, who rotated down. They're now down to just a single player. It's Sexflix. He has no choice but to push into the hard cover, but he's making the most of it. He's at least going to get the drop onto one. That's deep from Aces, but through the window, he's gone. Zombie Boys are out, down to our top 8. But I want to bring attention to Golden Eagles. My prediction still on the north. Looking perfect, looking poised to take this game. 4 players alive, 8 eliminations. They're closing and tightening the vice grip. They're pushing into Panthers. They take Panthers out. Their only true competition after that is X-Force.
Dave, I gotta point out, Small Man's looking really good right now.
Point it out.
Just saying. This man's still chilling in the circle, and he's got no one around. So Small Man looking good, obviously, with the teams with a more of a full roster. Golden Eagles securing some great ground right now, and obviously straight out of Nepal has that difficult compound to assault, and they're going to keep it. They've got circle. Small Man's finally going to have to move, and it looks like it's going to be the beginning of the end for Rival 6, but they have snuck into the top 7 right now, and if you would have told them, hey, you're going to have one guy left in a 1v4 in Severny out in the blue zone, I don't know if they would have liked their odds, so I think everything here is icing on the cake right now for Rival 6.
Yeah, wishing Small Man the best of luck right there. And the Panthers had a 2-1 split. The Golden Eagles recognizing that, pushing the duo, flushing them out with the grenades right there. So shout out to Star. Golden Eagles still going to be 4 up, but the thing is, X-Force, they're going to be on the high ground, overlooking the Panthers, the solo, and I believe some shots did ring out, and that kind of alerted the Golden Eagles, like, hey, let's not go this direction. There's going to be at least one team with the advantage. Really do appreciate the call from the Golden Eagles to double back, and I see them probably rotating towards Milta Power, possibly
100%.
over there towards Dark Esports and Small Man, just because they know that West Side is just jam-packed still between the Aces and X-Force.
This is their best rotation. They know it. They've got to challenge Dark. They take out Dark. They've got a great spot in the future zone. Unfortunately, they've got a bit of the low ground. They don't have the hard coverage, and they've got to attack Dark, who now sees them coming forward. Plus, they've got to watch their back. X-Force wants this. They want the easy picks. Golden Eagles, you have no choice. You need to push up. Attack Dark Esports as quickly as you possibly can. If you don't want to fully commit, take your cars, go somewhere else. You can't afford to stay here. You're going to get mowed down from your backside. You're going to get shot by Remix and X-Force. Golden Eagles need to fully commit to an attack if they want to find success, but now they're trapped out in the open. The only coverage they have is smoke, and the only coverage aside from that is the vehicle, which of course that could be gone in an instance if a team decides to focus fire on it. So they're in a really tough spot, but miraculously still alive. I'll give them credit where credit is due. Remix is the only one up. Anders pushing in. Anders gone. Panthers eliminated. We're now down to our top 5. The healthiest team straight out of Nepal, Aces and Golden Eagles with 3 players. But this zone is so difficult and tricky. Everyone needs to keep their head on a swivel. The question is, PP, Golden Eagles, do they commit to Remix as a solo? Do they go to Dark Esports? Staying where they're at, I don't think is a true option.
Well, at this point, they've already wasted the entire stage. They might as well just wait and see where the circle goes. They've got to hold out for another 45 seconds. I agree. The move was to crash right there. They had Dark Esports. I don't know if they knew how many players were defending, but it was just 2. And it was on one of the lower teams in the lobby. So the move was to crash there for sure. They stalled at that ridge, hoping to buy some time, but just too central in the zone. Too many eyeballs on them right now. They've got straight out an Nepal with angles from the across the zone and a fortified position. Things are looking really uphill right now for Golden Eagles. Finally, though, Rival 6 out of here. Small man was gunned down. He took 6th place, but I saw the distracted Dark Esports. I was like, oh no, this might buy Small man some time. But looks like Dark right now under a bit of pressure. Golden Eagles just trying to stay alive. It's all up to Kubi right now.
Straight out of Paul, zone blast right now. The trio down there in the south. Circle will go towards them. We're looking at Aces, looking at Dark Force. Everybody needs to make the move now, and it's just going to be right into the crosshairs. There's a little dip to work with on this roadside, but we see right now Golden Eagles again pieced up. They need to take out Remix. Remix, how many grenades does Remix have? Holy cow. Has a Molotov as well. Gonna be tossed, and that's money all day. Remix from downtown taking out the Golden Eagles. 6 eliminations on the squad, 4 for Remix.
Yeah, that's so disappointing. Golden Eagles had a golden opportunity to crash into Dark, take them down. Instead, what do? They put themselves in between Dark and of course their utility. They can't poke their head up, they can't go up the hill. Remix is just hurting them with the constant nades. Just a really bad play. Don't know who made the call, but 11 eliminations where they will finish in 5th place. Now for straight out of Nepal and Team Aces, this is going to be the only 3v3 left in the map so far, and they're looking to make the most of it. But I don't know, boys. We've said it's the game of solos or the tournament of solos. Remix is last alive. X-Force was the team that was opposite of Klaus during that 1v9, right? That final 1v4 that he had to go against. Remix is looking to do the same. The question is, can he traverse an open field, get in, and then get out with the eliminations needed to secure a win?
Absolutely he can. This man can do anything he puts his mind to. And I will say, this is the second time today we've had Dark and Aces in the final 4 teams on Erangel. So the bottom teams today, they have come to play. I'm liking what I'm seeing. It's all up to just 1 man now for Dark. Aces have 3 up, straight out of Nepal with the position right now. This is their game to lose. Remix gunned down. He'll take 4th place right now. Thought he might be able to get that 1v, but not gonna happen for him here. You know, Aces, if they get a couple key knocks, Dave, they might be able to take this.
There it is.
There's one.
Man. Yeah, that's one. Aces letting that game 1 chicken slip through their fingers. They are locked in for game number 3. Dark does GOAT, so you do need to watch out for GOAT. We know GOAT can get the win, so gonna have my eyes on him. GOAT's probably gonna be looking at AJ here any moment. Frankie's still on the rooftop over there. Looks like Team Ace is trying to get some grenades over here, really flush out this high ground position. But the fact that GOAT is still alive, I'm getting a little nervous.
Do it again, Dave?
I'm getting, if
he does it again,
if he does it again, somebody, I mean, this guy needs to go to the next round regardless if his team qualifies.
No, he's not going to do it again. I have a feeling.
Okay, AJ got him. Okay, AJ got him. So Team Aces, bottom place, last place team, looking to get a winner chicken dinner right now.
It's possible.
What do you think, Taylor?
Frankie, you have 3 nades about to be launched your way. You need to run, and he does. Literally 3 nades all being cooked at the same exact time and thrown nearly at the same exact time for Frankie on the high ground. I don't know. He's pretty isolated. The question is, what can the rest of Straight Outta Paul do? And AJ is swinging very, very wide, trying to get as much of an off angle as possible. Trick also might be able to spot that. It's going to be it's really a toss-up as to who takes this. You know, Straight Outta Paul might have 2, but I'm kind of a fan of their angles. And Aces really can't challenge anyone. What are they going to do? They can't reach Frankie unless he pops. Frankie's the one who has to overexpose himself.
They have angles and they have high ground for Straight Outta Nepal, but they also are running probably short on utility. I don't know. We'll see how this wraps up. Ace is trying to make something happen right now What do you think in match number 4 if GOAT just drives into another team and takes that one off? This is starting to develop a bit of a pattern, I feel like. But Trick here from Aces, I would love to see them have another standout performance. And again, they're cruising top 2 now for them. What a day for the Aces. This should be enough to get them out of the cellar, Dave.
Yeah, for sure. They heard reflections, shave them eyebrows, and they don't even care about the money at this point. They just want to see reflections with no eyebrows. So next circle, just dead center. I feel like the Aces have the advantage right now because when the zone starts to close in, Frankie's position not going to be that good. But oh, AJ with the little lean peek action there, taking out Trick. Where are the rest of the Aces? Oh, Frankie was able to jump off of the roof with that, and he's got the hovercraft right now. 2v2.
Yo, straight out of Paul got this. I'm calling it. I'm calling it early. Aces, they had their chance. They're fried now. Hovercraft with Frankie. AJ with the off angle. I say that, but he's also been spotted. But make no mistake, I mean, he at least brought it down to a 2v2. But that hovercraft, you know, all jokes aside, is going to be a very valuable asset to straight out of Nepal in this engagement because they go from having coverage now to having, or no coverage, excuse me, having to rotate into the field. Now when they do, they've got the hovercraft. They have the ultimate coverage. Frankie wants to hop out. Frankie wants to hop out and take down Drago. And he's going to do it relatively soon. Switching the seats.
What are you doing, Frankie?
What is he doing?
What are we doing? What's the play? He's definitely going to be relaying that information to AJ, but AJ is going to have to avoid these grenades. Frankie going to be pushing up just a little bit so AJ has the sight line. Frankie trying to get the run over. AJ able to connect on one. Frankie jumping out the hovercraft, missing the mark, but here comes AJ. 1v1. Team Aces versus Trick out of Nepal.
I want Drago to hop into that hovercraft. Just switch it up on him. You know what I mean? Oh, the jump shot is good. Aces will take it. That is their first winner chicken dinner. The momentum starting to build for Team Aces, Taylor.
Yeah, great job for Team Aces. Game number 1, we go back to Erangel right at the start of the day. 16 eliminations, 3rd place. This time around, they'll get the win. They'll get the job done with 5 eliminations. Aces, like you said, digging themselves up from the cellar, looking to make their way. I don't know where. I'm going to be honest with you, boys. I have no idea where they're going. But Aces is going somewhere, and it seems like they're only going up, Dave.
Yeah, and all jokes aside, like just the fact that they're able to get this winner chicken dinner, it brings that sense of confidence, you know, back on the team. All these teams, remember, 700 teams signed up. They had to fight tooth and nail to even make it to this point. That's an accomplishment in its own right. But to be able to get a winner chicken dinner in a lobby that's as stacked as this one is another confidence booster, like another step up, right, in the journey. So with Team Aces, very last place team, right? Very bottom leaderboard. They haven't been having a good tournament at all, but day 3, Team Aces definitely on the up. And now that they got this chicken, hopefully they can continue on with this momentum.
But we started the game with Small Man PB. I thought we were kind of sitting here a little bit too long. I'm not going to lie. I was like, I want to focus on Extreme Slayers taking out, you know, Wolves. But hey, it was worth it to stick here for a little bit because Small Man, against all odds, walks out with the win.
Oh, man.
Man, did he ever. Coops getting hit on the run up there. That fight might have turned out differently here. Wancho on the push. Tries to take down Hayuya. Gets it, but he was not the only one there, that's for sure. You know, tough breaks for the Wolves. Momentum starting to slip away from them. X-Force starting to nip at their heels a little bit. We'll keep our eye on the leaderboard and how that is shaking out. But man, oh man, you know what's funny, fellas? I was gonna predict Team Aces before the game started. And I was like, no,
really?
No, I thought about it. I was like, what a wild pick that would be, right? Like, I liked him in game 1 on Erangel, and I'm like, there's no shot. No way. I pulled off of it. I should have stuck with my gut on that one. Maybe I'll pick him again in game 6. Who knows?
Yeah, I was like, I felt like Small Man was going to 1v4 somebody that game, and I didn't want to say it, but, you know.
You totally thought that, didn't you?
I totally
Someone's
thought
lying, and I don't know who.
Probably me.
So probably you.
That sounds like a legit prediction.
That's right. Well, good stuff coming out from Team Aces. All jokes aside, like, that's really impressive. They've had a wonderful day, and 3 more games to go today, 6 more games tomorrow. Aces are setting themselves up to make a serious run, right? A serious run to go as far up as they possibly can up the leaderboard. very impressed with them. Looking great. This final fight was awesome. We didn't get the hovercraft, or at least a lot of value from it necessarily, but still wonderful job from Aces, and good job. 5 eliminations. They'll take that to the bank all day. Some notable other performances. Golden Eagles with 11. Walks out with 11 eliminations. Dauntless, early exit, but still gets 6. So they're tapering off that Golden Eagles come up. And then for X-Force, 4th place, 7 eliminations, which I believe is their best game of the day. All 3 of our top 3 teams have kind of been dropping the ball. But for Golden Eagles, in my opinion, I think that was the biggest letdown. Yeah, Kaka for me is I'm quite sad with it, bro, because they needed to crash. They needed to crash into Dark Esports. They do that. Even if they don't win it, honestly, I'm very happy with them committing. But the fact that they committed forward, stopped it between X-Force Remix, and then, you know, of course, that of Dark, I just feel like that was such a wasted opportunity, a terrible call, and because of that, they finish off in 5th place. But teammates walk away with 15, straight out of Paul with 13. The question is, how does it change our overall leaderboard? Do we have any shakers and movers, Dave?
Shakers and movers. Panthers moving up 1. Really, a lot of the movement's going to be on this second page here. Honestly, the hovercraft, I got to give it to straight on Paul, because, yeah, we didn't see like the flashy runovers, but Frankie was in it. Frankie saw the duo from Team Aces kind of using it for cover, and I noticed Frankie started to hit the gas and pull up. And while he was pulling up, AJ was already pre-firing behind the hovercraft, and that's where the Team Aces players were. So the synergy and the communication right there for Trey and Paul was definitely on point. I did like the game plan. But Team Aces moving on up 4 slots here, fellas.
4 slots. Small man. Excuse me, small man rivals. I'm sorry, I'm still on the small man bandwagon. Aces moving on up, man, from game 1 to game 3. Shoot, can they reach 80? You talked about that gap PB, like Team Aces 80 by the end of the day, potentially coming up maybe to what, to challenge top 5. Is this becoming real, PB?
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Wolves not doing nothing at the top right now. They've been eliminated early the last few games. 3 points now is all that separates first and second. Dauntless still kind of hovering around there on the edge, and there's still a 28-point gap between 8th and 9th. So the second page still quite a ways away from the first page, but everything kind of holding strong right now. What I will say, though, is today's the day, it seems like, for those tier 2 teams, that mid-pack, to get closer to the top and set themselves up for a last day push. We'll keep an eye on that as things keep going. Taylor, half the day's done.
Half the day is done, and we're about to hop into map 4 on Sanhok. It's going to be a fun one. You only see it once a day, but it always brings an entertaining game nonetheless. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Sanhok map 4 coming your way. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Titan Series Season 7, Day 3 Premier League Finals. Get your Amazon gift cards. Let's see you out there. You guys gotta be quick. Look, they're playing, these 16 teams are playing their own game. They're going for $20,000, 2 PMSL spring slots. You guys are out there, and you guys are brutal. You guys are seriously competing to be the quickest for the gift cards. And I even saw some trash talk about being too slow and whatnot and dropping the ball and throwing. Look, it's all for fun. Have fun out there. Be engaging. You guys are awesome. Love and chat. You guys are active, and really appreciate you all being here. And hey, I think we'll have one more, so make sure you're paying attention to the fly-throughs. Game 4, moving into Sandhawk. Gonna be a lot of fun. And look, predictions time. I'm getting mine out of the way early. Golden Eagles, I'm sticking with them. I think they're on the come up. They're looking to break into top 3. They've been playing well today. Couple mistakes, but those mistakes in now here on Sandhawk, a map that they typically do very well on and get the win. So, boys, I'm going to hand it over to you. I guess, Dave, let's start with you. Predictions, man. Who you thinking for Game 4?
Yeah, I mean, the big 3, we haven't really seen much from them. They've just kind of been showing up here. I mean, that's great for everybody else. Golden Eagles, great pick. They're coming up on the overall leaderboard, but I got to stick with the Extreme Slayer squad. They are prime. They're looking good. They are getting involved early on throughout the evening. Really looking to play catch up here, PB.
You're not gonna go with Small Man and Rival 6?
Small Man.
What a performance, a breakout performance in Game 3 today. I gotta go with Wolves. This can't last. This performance from them and the rest of the top 3 today. It's been a rough one for our top 3, but it's Sandhawk. This is where the gun skills matter. This is where that randomness kind of pops in, and he who wields the mightiest boomstick comes out on top here. And I think with them up north, they're going to work their way down through Paradise and be a team to fear. So I got the Wolves in this one.
The Wolves, man. Did you curse them or did you help them? That's the big question.
Couldn't have possibly cursed them. They're already cruising.
Yeah, that's
so
true. That is a great point. That is a wonderful point. For Third Eye, I don't know about this fight against Aces. This is one I might want to avoid. Aces today, they've had the entire lobbies numbered. They've been playing phenomenally well and still continuing to do it. My goodness. Pagal, run. Just run. Get out of here.
Oh, Lord.
It's not worth it. It's not worth staying, baby. How did he know Drago is just on fire? Great shots. Good shots. Yo, hold up. Shooting the crowd. Why not? Can Aces be stop a team wipe early on? Dark, go ahead and throw your hat in the ring. Let's see what you can do against them.
Hold up. Aces, they started today in 16th, didn't they? And then
I think
reflections like, hey, if they get top 5 shaving them eyebrows.
No.
They were way down in 16th, too.
No, I said first.
Whoa, first place. Are you...
We're not doing top 5. No.
Do we got a replay?
We need to roll it back. He said first page. So if they crack the top 8,
I did not say first page.
We're shaving everything.
What?
So,
you said first place?
I said first. PB was talking about 200 plus points. That would have been first place. Come on.
Chat, what do you think? First page? I'm pretty sure that's what the reflection said.
Listen, 110 points, though. I mean, the way they've been playing today, that's doable.
You guys are making me nervous.
They're crushing
I'm not going to lie. I'm genuinely
terrified.
terrified.
Does that have to happen today, though, or do they also have tomorrow? Let's be clear.
No, they got the rest of the tournament.
Today.
No.
Guys, my eyebrows are at stake here. Stop trying to make it.
It's impossible to get 200 points in a day. You know that. So
which is why I said I would shave my eyebrows and hair. I made a calculated bet.
If they make it to 13th by next game, then you'll do it. So we'll see if it happens.
They're in 10th. They're already in 10th.
Oh, they are?
Yeah. They're already in 10th.
That's what I'm saying. They're in 10th. Listen, tomorrow, let's put it all on the table. If Aces...
I'm not shaving the eyebrows for 10th place.
Come on. No. First place. If Aces starting today went from 16th to first place, number 1 by tomorrow, the deal's still on. All right?
You know what? I will take that bet. I will actually take that bet. I feel safe enough to take that bet. There's no shot. There's no way.
There's a shot, man. Aces are popping off here already with 5 eliminations. Aces, forget about the money. Forget about the PMSL slot. We are shaving this guy's eyebrows, all right?
Dave, I'll tell you what. I will fly you out to my house. We will live stream.
I'll shave the eyebrows.
Can shave my
with the Team Aces jersey on. There you go.
I will do that.
Drago is him, though, fellas. He's having a day right now, leading this squad, absolutely lighting people up. They're off to a hot start again for the 3rd out of 4 matches today. 5 elims already. I mean, sheesh, they are really pacing this lobby, and that is not how I thought today was going to go. You know, I'm subbing in on the desk day 3, thinking we're, going to just kind of do what we've been doing for the last couple of days. Well, haven't seen a chicken dinner from our top 3, and we're seeing our bottom 2 no longer in the bottom 2, just absolutely thumping teams. What is going on? Things have flipped upside down.
We got you here, man. That's what's going on.
Actually, that is genuinely the truth.
That's what's going on, man. I mean, that's great for everybody else. That is great for everybody else here. Golden Eagle is still chipping away at that dauntless lead. But now they're not the only team, honestly. Extreme Slayers, Trey and Paul, seeing some success tonight. They still got a long ways to go, but I'm just looking at least for those 3 teams, I'm just looking at that 3rd place spot right now, right? So we'll see what they can accomplish.
Okay, X-Force. Strangers below him. Actually, X-Force all below Valak. He's by himself. He's just scouting, though. They want this hilltop. They'll be able to get it. For X-Force, man, need a strong back end of today's games. We've reached a halfway point. We're on map number 4. They really need to step it up. Keep distance away from Dauntless. And at this point, Golden Eagles, right, who are catching up. That would be a massive fall to drop below top 3. Golden Eagles making it a race, though. I mean, especially for day, not necessarily today, but again, this is setting you up for day 4. And I think day 4 is going to be very interesting and a lot more interesting than I was assuming it would be. I really thought this tournament was going to be quite boring, especially with the leads that the top 3 were getting, but now things have become quite interesting. Zombie Boys Emperor setting up for a bit of a fight. Bloody into the snake in the grass. Lil Fox up ahead. Bloody's on the move. Bloody's on the move, baby.
Don't forget, Nameless was knocked out early for Emperor, and that was their star player, so they're operating a bit short-handed right now. Cash takes some damage, down to 1 HP off that grenade. Bloody did not know that he connected, but he gets him again, and now he's sure. Here comes the push. He's got Frady off on that back line, looking on for Extreme Slayers as well. Not sure if he knows he's there, but he's got to be careful with this push.
Oh man, they're getting pieced up from Rich Esports over here in the back line. So Zombie Boys kind of just throwing their attention in all types of directions here, but popping over to Dauntless. They were in 1st place yesterday and slowly started to kind of just decline on the overall leaderboards. Yeah, they still have a nice lead for the top 3, but Dauntless in the blue right now up against the Panthers. Ooh, nice little grenade right there. Remember, Klaus, we're trying to feed the beast here, but already 2 members of Dauntless are going to be out of this Sandhawk map.
This is tough. This is really tough for Dauntless. They cannot seem to find their way into an end zone with a full squad today, and they do have Klaus still alive, which is obviously good news for them. We'll see if he can land this molly. Good moves from him. Tries to draw out fire from the rest, but Dauntless just, unfortunately, just not on their A game today, and that's going to bite them. But they do, fortunately, still have, I think, 9 games, including this one, remaining. Try to turn things around. Plenty of time, but they don't want to let too many games slip by without being on the top of their game.
XP3, though, wants to get at least a couple of points. Make that 2. Well done. Maybe more Winter on the outside. Ander from the door will take Dauntless out in 15th with just 3 eliminations. You know, at the beginning we talked, BB, I said, look, I'm going to let you rep Dauntless, man. You show the jersey, but I think it's time. I need to put that jersey on going into game 5 because Dauntless need some help.
Maybe we both do, man. Yeah, something's gotta give here for Dauntless. It's been a rough day for them. They've got to be a bit frustrated at this point.
I think so. I mean, how could you not? You've played so very well. 1 point leading the charge in 1st place. You've dropped down to 3rd. Golden Eagles are nipping at your heels. But still plenty of games left. Let's not sound the alarms just yet. Today's been rough, but that's okay. The first 2 days made up for it, right? The first 2 days were incredible. They're still very much in the running, but you do have to worry a bit for X-Force and Wolves to be up. and ready to fight it out. Extreme Slayers, are you off in the distance for X-Force? They're kind of isolated by themselves still. You got Dark around, but they're off in a distance. I don't think they're going to get into a fight anytime soon for Wolves. They're breaking out of blue. They're rotating, and again, you know, a team that's not really around anybody, so they're going to be chilling for the time being.
Yeah, Will's really comfortable on Sandhawk, a team. They got the confidence when it comes to their team fighting and individual skill sets and the gun skills, right? So Sandhawk is their map to really just kind of cruise around, look for fights, take the fights, win the fights, and just continue trucking on along. So 0 points going towards the Wolves, 0 points going towards X-Force here. We are still very early on, only stage number 2. Looks like the Zombie Boys, though, at least the duo, once again, locked in over here, really trying to take out Rich Esports. They don't really appreciate Rich Esports taking out Trevor and Fetty a couple moments ago. So they are looking for that revenge play. But they're going to be spending a lot of time here. It looks like they're going to be popping the vehicle. Okay, they try getting a shot, but like, we're going to just play the zone here. I don't know. I would have liked to have seen him make the push, but I guess it makes sense because the utility really low. I don't even see any grenades here, so it would be making a breach pretty difficult. So gonna pull back, look for some more loot here.
I like the move here, Taylor, from your Golden Eagles. They went down south, secured Camp Charlie. They're gonna own the southern part of the circle, and that's gonna give them like a third of the zone with all of the other teams. There's 13 of them besides Golden Eagles having to battle for the remainder. You can see the Panthers coming in from the southwest. They'll occupy those compounds over there, but really, really good positioning from Golden Eagles as that whole south side of the battlegrounds was empty earlier. So they made a deliberate move to go take that position. You love to see it. And I will say, Dave, what a difference one day makes, right? Remember yesterday after game 3, Hot Jukes was calling it. This tournament's over. Dauntless is winning. Write everybody else off. Dauntless is taking this to the bank. 6 games later, they're looking up 20-plus points now, out of not just first, but even second place, which is, where they need to be to move on. Man, it's crazy how things can shift in just a short blink of an eye.
Yeah, and we still got a lot more games to go here, so hopefully it shifts even more. And tomorrow Ace is first place, right? But Ace is right now getting shot from multiple angles. That tree just not thick enough to secure him the cover needed to survive. Team Ace is going to be down 2 members. They got 5 eliminations, still getting pieced up out there in the distance, but going to be checking over here with the Wolves now in their vehicles on the hunt, looking to take out, confirm the street out of Nepal Knox.
Yep, and they get them. They get it done. Emperor also falls. Take note of that. So they're going to be gone, done, and dusted. Ace is at 6, despite them only having 2 members now. There's a lot of damage they can still do. Of course, we've seen so many solos do well. Imagine what they can do with just 2 members now. I think they'll be perfectly fine. But Wolves, I think, are waking up. I think this is their game to truly wake up and start inching towards 200 points. Because I'll be honest with you, I thought at the start of the day, Wolves would have already been at 200 points. That was the energy they brought yesterday. I thought they were going to be free and clear, but better late than never. Get started now and going to Game 6 with an early lead for Wolves. On to Rival 6. Now, Rival 6 has been playing decently well today. Normally, I would say this is a guaranteed win for Wolves, but now I don't know because Rival 6, anything goes.
Crazy enough, after yesterday, Wolves were averaging 13 points a game, more than that, actually. And so far today, just haven't been able to get it going, only putting 11 on the board so far. But you're right. I feel like momentum's starting to build a little bit, but I got my eye on Small Man, actually, still.
Man.
This dude's rifle's starting to heat up. He's landing shots from across the valley right now. And, wow, some epic driving here. That's... Thanks, Coops. Doran's like, what the heck, man? You just pit maneuvered me out in the middle of 3 squads.
Yeah, I was going to say Reflections. That call right there was absolutely wild, saying that the Wolves, or at least Rivals, have a good chance. But that pit maneuver definitely helping them, and Small Man taking advantage of it. I was like, dude, you trolling with that call. But nah, man, I mean, it went, you've seen something in the tea leaves. That's what's happening. You saw something, man. And
dude,
well, Wancho's the last one alive now, up against the unfortunate mistakes being made from the Wolves.
Yeah, I've seen Rival 6 just do some nasty things. Like you said, Small Man. Small Man made me a fan. First it was Spence. I hopped on the Spence bandwagon. Now I think it's got to be Small Man.
Ah,
Rival
you're
6.
taking down the Spence poster.
Okay.
You're taking it down. Now we got the Small
Here
Man
we
up
are.
there.
Here's Spence. Spence in the blue, in the water. I don't know. I think Spence might be cooked here, boys.
I wish he was wearing that
Thoughts?
cowboy hat in game. You see that thing just floating on the water, kind of going across. Be perfect.
You're the one
target
with the
practice
power
for
to
somebody.
get that job done.
Get
You're
it
the one
done,
with
man.
the power to get that
Send
at
the email.
Okay? Utilize your power appropriately.
It is there.
Get the hat.
It's there. He's
Get
just
the
got
hat
to
at
equip the thing. He's got to equip the thing. It's in the game. No worries. But, man, Small Man having a game again. And he's got the high ground here with the vision. He's got the sight lines on the Golden Eagles as they storm the shores here. They got one building to keep themselves covered. But everybody's going to know exactly where they're at. Will the grenades be in range? That's the question. Rival 6 going to rain a few down. Gold Star is on the ground trying to get to cover. But Rival 6 is going to bail. They're going to prioritize zone position and head north.
Small Man about to wipe out the Golden Eagles right now. That's insane. It looks like Rival 6 is going to be playing the zone here a little bit, not really wanting to take unnecessary damage from the blue zone. Regardless, the Golden Eagles, they're going to have to move in this direction here. So looks like Small Man trying to set up a position using that vehicle as cover, seeing if his teammate can get a knock over here before providing the support. But Golden Eagles working their way uphill, taking another loss right there. They will be able to get the pick up. But Rival 6, I'm surprised they're not just full on focusing the Golden Eagles actually right now. And yeah, they're kind of falling apart, honestly. Nice little knock on a Diz, but I like to see them just full on focus and take out the Golden Eagles right now from behind before looking ahead.
Great little look at the zone here. Look at that position from both Dark Esports as well as X-Force. They are owning the circle, and it centers up on them. So a little bit of a 50-50 zone right now as far as the water running through it. It's going to go to one side or the other. One of these teams is going to get blessed. Everyone else trying to fight their way in. Challenging roads ahead. Golden Eagles, one of these teams, trying to work their way in. He's going to get a free one here. Rival 6 just serving himself up on a platter right now. Fear starting to deal with that blue zone damage. It is chunking, Taylor.
Oh, yeah, it's hitting hard. Funny enough, the Golden Eagles, they're used to this. This is like their homeland inside blue. They constantly find themselves over here. So for Fear, he must feel right at home, but clearly he would rather have his teammates around him. He's going to be in a tough spot. Now he has to carry the torch of the solos. Can Fear pull off a Klaus, a Goat, you know, a Small Man? Anything is possible without question. Actually, Small Man is about to potentially pull off another Small Man. He's about to be by himself as well. It feels like this game, you know, the lobby has dropped very quickly. And teams have gotten to some big engagements early on. There's only a couple of teams now who have 4 members left. And X-Force is going to be one of them with 0 eliminations, but a much-needed game from them. And I don't know, it might be possible. Small Man onto Fear, by the way. The solo versus solo violence. And Small Man is on the move.
Yeah,
He's
they ended
dipping.
up getting the final blow
Small
on the
Man
Golden
can't
Eagles. He's
Look
a
at him.
wrecking ball.
This dude's
I don't know.
invincible.
Still scratching my head though. I mean, they knew Golden Eagles were behind them, and they just decided to kind of forget about them. And Rival 6 lost 2 squad mates because of that, you know. So now it's up to Small Man. Yeah, he had the final blow, but he lost some of his teammates in the process. So definitely going to be a game that they go back and rewatch and do their homework on. But looking into the play zone here, fellas, 8 teams remain. Extreme Slayers, Frady, Poppy Sour gonna be out here back against the wall in the blue zone. X-Force just locked in on their direction.
This might be crazy, Taylor, but does Small Man need teammates? That's kind of what I'm wondering at this point. Like, you
And he
know, he
doesn't
could
want 'em.
be doing some different things to support him and have him stay in the game.
Right.
But he's continuing to slay out, you know, going 1v4, doing Small Man things. He's still
Right.
out there under that bridge. He's going to have to move, and it looks like that zone is going to favor Dark Esports. It looks like X-Force is trying to realize that. They're going to take the fight to Rich Esports. They're moving out. They've got just 2 members up ahead of them, and Dark is hunkered down right now. They're looking out the windows. No real sight lines over there for the moment, though.
Yeah, but all attention has to be on X-Force versus Rich. This is a fight X-Force should win. And if they do, this is going to set them up quite nicely for this game. Great shots onto Jazz. This is going to put X-Force in a winning spot. 24K, though, doesn't know Lost is to the left. I think Lost is completely hidden. And this could be bad for 24K. Unfortunately, he has to kind of watch his teammates get picked apart right next to him. But for Lost, if he sets this trap appropriately, I'm thinking 1-2 players for X-Force might drop.
What is zone 2? I mean, you got the inlet just right smack in the middle, and then teams on opposite ends here. X-Force over here, right down the smidge. They got the high ground. They're going to be looking over there out to the west, and they're probably going to be looking at Spence here. Yep, there goes Spence taking it down and out. And like you said, Small man putting in work, but they didn't know Lost was here. Lost tossing the grenade, but actually going to be third-partied from across the water from Dark Esports.
Guys, Aces and Dark make the top 3 again. What is going on?
Yeah.
Bottom teams rise up.
That's it. Bottom teams.
Taylor, your eyebrows are done. You're cooked.
Dude, boys, you guys got to stop because I'm genuinely getting nervous. Like, I'm not even trolling. I'm actually getting nervous.
They grow
Aces,
back, man. They grow back.
Aces is they do, but
or you can put some fake ones
while
on
I have
there.
to suffer when they're not there, the looks I'm gonna get are just
Well,
they're gonna be
pencil them in.
disgusting.
Pencil them in.
Pencil them in?
Yeah. No one will notice.
Okay, that's an idea, bro. That's an idea. X-Force, this is their game to lose.
That's an idea.
Well, and I say lose. Goat steps up across from the way, gets the drop, but luckily 24K is there. So yeah, it should be X-Force's game. I hope I didn't curse them. Aces
They got
still
Drago
alive.
up, bro.
Yeah, you hope
And,
it is, but I hope it's not, man. Aces across the water, still a duo strong here.
Yeah.
Aces
got
got
this game, though.
Drago.
Let's be real, boys.
Got dropped.
Or
They also have
X-Force
more
needs this
land to
game.
work with too. It really depends. Okay, next circle goes up. So yes, look at this. X-Force need to make their push across the water. So Team Aces take out the solo from Dark. This is your moment. X-Force taken out in the open. Drago, the last one alive though, Deep is bleeding out right now. Team Aces could have a win here, Reflections.
Hey, look
Guys,
like
I was gonna
they
pick
might.
Aces.
Can 2 in a row? 2 in a row? Yeah, PP was picking Aces. He just didn't.
I was gonna pick
you know.
Aces. I was gonna pick them.
There he was. There he was. Aces. 2 wins in a row for the day. What is going on?
We know what's going on.
These guys are insane, and they'll get it with 9 eliminations, 2 back-to-back. Winner, winner, chicken dinners. That energy only matched by X-Force, by the way, from yesterday. So Aces is doing something special, and it's
Let me look at them
it's
things real
starting to
quick.
scare
Look at
me
the
a little
camera.
bit.
Look at the camera. Let me take a screenshot. Okay. There's your eyebrows. Okay, cool. Okay. Well,
Oh, don't do that to me. I don't have any eyebrows to begin
After
with, so
tomorrow.
that punishment doesn't even phase me.
You don't? Let's see it. I want to see it, actually.
bro.
BB, you don't have eyebrows? Zoom in
They're
on them
barely there,
eyebrows.
bro. I just don't grow a
Yeah,
lot of
pencil
hair
them
right
in.
here, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
pencil them in.
this right here, this little mob, this is good. This is good.
Yeah,
I have, you know what's
that's a
funny?
nice
I
set
have
of hair.
penciled them in before. It don't look right. I'm just saying.
Are you kidding me? Pictures for
No,
it
don't
didn't
look
happen,
right.
bro. I want to see this penciled in, bro. But I will say this: you got less of your forehead exposed than I do, BB. So
For sure.
you sacrificed the eyebrows for a little less forehead, bro. Because man, that sucker's growing on me, and I don't like it. I'm being
Got the
I'm
5
being-
head going on.
Hey, brother, and I'm not getting any smarter, so something's happening. It was a crazy game, a fast game, Dave. Like, I felt like this game was one of the fastest games we've had yet.
fast games, man. Fast games. Wolves trying to make it happen here, but
That.
the fit maneuver from the squad mate really just feeding Small Man. Small Man actually watching. I was like, what is going on right there? I'm just gonna take some shots, get some points. Okay, thank you very much. But this was the
Thanks,
play
I
that
guess.
had me scratching my head. You know, rivals knew Golden Eagles were over there. They were taking shots, they were throwing grenades, and instead just deciding to just like wipe that memory away and forget about them. And honestly, I don't know why, but Fear actually going to be getting 2 points because of that. But Powerbang had a great point. Maybe it's all according to plan. Maybe Small Man just looking to clutch it out here by themselves here tonight.
Who knows, man? That was like a hard reboot right in the middle of that fight. It's like, I'm just going to hop into the slowest vehicle in the game, put the sucker into reverse, and just casually back the sucker up. You know what? We'll turn it, perpendicular to this guy. Give him a nice clear shot at my ear hole. But Drago getting it done for aces, man. This dude, well, I don't know if that's him in the photo, the only guy, but he is him. I hope it is him, because that's hilarious right there. Aces once again on top. That's 2 in a row. Guys, they have the 3rd most chicken dinners in the lobby now, this team.
That's
what's
crazy.
happening?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, they do.
What's happening?
Yeah, they do. Dude, 2 more.
We know.
They're going to match X-Force. 2 more to match X-Force. That would turn this tournament on its head. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Team Aces are coming out of nowhere. They're looking great. But some other notable teams, Panthers have had a good day as well. 7 eliminations, and they will walk away with 8 points themselves. X-Force finally getting some points with 11. Wolves also woke up for just a little bit. They'll secure 5 eliminations, 5 points. Golden Eagles early exit on a map that I thought they were going to be really good on. They've been good on, but the last 2 days have kind of been tough for them when it comes to Sandhawks, so they'll have to bank it all on Miramar as well as Erangel. But the big news was Aces as well as X-Force to continue to move on up. But now we do start to get worried for Dauntless. They are struggling a lot today, and because of that, well, the Wolves and X-Force are starting to gain on them. In fact, X-Force will retake first place for the first time in several games, Dave. So good on them. That big game right on Sandhawk pays off.
Yeah, those wins now starting to really take a factor here on the overall leaderboard, especially when the Wolves aren't consistently getting these elimination points. Like, that's where most of their points come from. Yeah, they had 5 this game, but it's just not enough. So, I mean, they're only 3 points behind. They're not stressing. They're not stressing at all. I think Dauntless stressing big time, but you know who is just on the come up? Aces, man. Starting today in 16th. Now they got some wins. They're at the top of this page. So close to being on that first side.
That's wild. That's a come up. Guys, they're glowing up right before our eyes, sniffing the first page. If they do this again, I'm going to lock in my prediction for Miramar right now. I'm picking aces. I'm not going to almost do it. I'm picking them.
You shouldn't have.
We'll see. I know I shouldn't have, but I'm doing it. I'm not going to miss out on almost doing it again. I'm just going to lock it in now. I should have thought about it.
You should have thought about it.
We'll see. If they lose, it's my fault, but they're going to lock it in. Aces, let's go.
Hey, dude, honestly, at this point, I think they're just doing it all by themselves. They're incredible. They really are. They're putting up big numbers, big showings, 2 winner chicken dinners in a row. Chat, let's see what you get. Let's get some predictions from you. Aces, game number 5. Do they pull up and go big, or will our top 3 teams finally start to make an appearance in the winner's circle? We'll find out all that out and more when we come back from the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Titan Series Season 7, Day 3 Premier League Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Mustache Dave and Power Bank. 2 more games to go for day number 3. The final day is coming up quickly. We only have 8 total games left. 8 total chances to catch up to top 2. Most importantly, break into top 5 as well, right, for the $20,000. Now, good news is, at least for you at home, things are getting a lot more competitive. Certain teams are starting to show face exactly when they needed to. This is the day to catch up. Call it the swing day, if you will. The day to catch up, put yourself in a great spot to handle the pressure on the final day and, well, put pressure on those teams who have been chilling in top 5 for a long time, who haven't been challenged. Well, now that they get challenged, how's it going? How are they going to handle the pressure? Will they handle it well? Well, some of the teams honestly don't seem like they are. They're kind of taking a day off. I don't know if they're conserving their energy for the final day. Maybe that's the case, but some teams are falling to the wayside. Granted, we still don't have a lot of changes in the top 3, but the most important thing is teams are catching up to the top 3, which again was the overall goal for today. We head into Miramar. Last time we were here, it was Extreme Slayers who pulled up and showed out with 9 eliminations and a big win. I don't see any reason to think why they don't do the same. They've been playing very consistent on Erangel and Sandhawk. So for me, I'm thinking they're looking pretty good. So this time I'm going to break the mold. I'm going Extreme Slayers. They're my pick for this Miramar. PB, you already got aces. That leaves Dave. Who you going with?
Team Aces. Team Aces.
Team Aces.
Oh,
Chat,
Lord,
let's
both
go.
of you.
Team Aces.
Team
Let's
Aces.
go. They're
Let's
coming
go,
up, man.
Aces.
They are coming up. If we got to see a comparison, Team Aces versus like the Wolves versus Dauntless versus X-Force, because Team Aces, day number 3, this has been their moment. This has been their day, and I am all for it. You got Trick, you got D putting in some work. I mean, the whole squad really giving it. They're all here tonight, and 2 chickens. I'm hoping they get the back-to-back, 2-back winner chicken dinner here and make it on that first page.
Boy, oh boy, wouldn't that be something? That's not the way I thought this day was going to go, but I'll take it, man. I'm here for it. Where the heck is Drago dropping, though? I mean, we see him on the screen, but look at the map. His team is in La Ladreria. He's with Dauntless. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if he's snagging a car. I don't know if he's scouting, but something is happening. But look at this circle. We have ourselves a Southern Island circle in play right now. Valle de Mar, the prison, all in play right now. So definitely going to be keeping our eyes on if this thing goes south.
Okay, I'm going to say it. I hope I don't regret it. Golden Eagles are in a great spot for the zone. A great spot,
Yeah, right?
to finish this game off strong, okay? If they could do that, heck, they catch up the Dauntless. That would be a huge come up and set them up very nicely for potentially stabbing one of those 2 PMSL spring spots. But they have to get serious. Like, all jokes aside, like Golden Eagles, this is their map. They've been blessed by zone. They need to own this game. If they don't, they're only making their job a little bit more difficult. And speaking of difficult, Wancho.
no.
Wancho's been finished off. The Wolves already down to 3 members.
This is crazy, man. Wolves have had a tough go of it today, but what I'm impressed by is Emperor. They have just been getting after it, taking it 2 teams and ultimately pushing the action. Cash, though, well, he's gonna struggle getting across the street there. You can't do that against the best player in the region. That's Coops. Coops, though, gets spotted out by Nameless, and Nameless is trying to make a name for himself so that maybe he could just be Name later on. I don't know, but he takes down Coops with ease, but Doran returns fire with the AUG and takes him down. So just trades happening back and forth right now. We are destined for a fight that gets finished. We'll see who comes out on top, Dave.
Little jump shot action there on the back seat of the dump truck. Gonna be getting the reload. Here comes the squad mates pulling up on the motorbike down there. Oh my goodness. Little Fox does have the bow and arrow with the explosive tip over here. Doran, last one alive for the Wolves. 1v2. There's another one. Little dip right there. Doran coming out on top. Emperor Esports. No challenge for the boss himself out here.
Nice. Wolves staying alive. Doran, the hero that was desperately needed. X-Force just behind them in the overall standings. More importantly, Dauntless Golden Eagles making things a bit competitive, right, for the top 2. Wolves do not want to drop down into 3rd place again. So Doran saving the day was critical for Wolves to keep distance between themselves, X-Force, and Dauntless. For Rival 6, though, they've had a great day, but not this
Small
game.
man.
They will be finished
Small
off.
man.
Small man is gone. Tears are flowing on PB and Dave's face, but Third Eye, they're happy. They get a big win.
Man, action popping off early here on Miramar. I did not expect this with only 16 teams in a giant lobby. There's a lot of space on these maps, and 2 teams already wiped out in full. Wolves losing 1 member as well. Wolves have got to feel really good to get out of that fight the way it started with just 1 member gone. And you know what? I think that's a good trade for them at this point. They are trying to secure top 2, and they are averaging 5 more kills per game than Dauntless right now. And as long as they can, keep that, pressure up on Dauntless, they're going to be moving on. So they don't need to do a ton right now. So getting 4 points here, I like it for the Wolves. Not probably what they were hoping for as far as taking that early fight, but, you got to be happy with the result.
It's the start. It's the start. Strangers out here. I see Knox, with the crossbow. Strangers, look for that come-up game. We've seen some highlightable moments from these players, especially Knox. When we go back to the Challenger Finals, he was the guy. We saw him 2 times, 1v4 situation coming on top, but really haven't been able to catch his stride here. So up to Rich Esports. It's the Jet.
Oh.
We're looking for the Jet attack right now. Knox will be catching that grenade. Lost going to be pushing down the stairs with the shotgun. Looking for the cleanup right now onto Strangers.
Yep, looking for it. Lost. Good shot. Hold up. Another one.
Wow.
That's going to be a nice 2-piece on the Pain as well as S. The third one around the corner. Lost gets lost in the sauce. Gives an opportunity to Strangers to clutch this up. Try me. Popping off. This guy is serious. And this fight gets the team back in the fight, right? So if Strangers, or should we Try me, can win this, potentially can get his teammates back in. They're all bleeding out. Trimey needs to get the cleanup quickly, but he's going to take a little bit of a time, or it should be a little bit of a rest to try and pick up Knox. Does Jazz sniff this out? I think so, but the revive is stuck. Jazz is a little bit too late. Now in a 1v2. Trying to get Trimey once again. He's taking his time. He's trying to get the angle. He can't get it. They'll back away. Do we have another reset?
Big Jazz with the AKM out here, really low in the health department. Going to be getting a nice little confirmation. Trimey's got the pump, though. Trimey needs to clutch this one out. The 1v1 is coming down to the wire. Both of these players really low, but Jazz really needs to take advantage of the situation here. He's going to be allowing the pickup. He's allowing the pickup. Try me. He's picking up.
He finally is going to heal. I was like, bro, you got to heal. Oh, no. Dave, I feel like this is being misplayed right now by Rich. This is tough. Allowing the revive, slow on the heal. You got to commit to something. You either pressure, you get the, you stop the revive, or you get a heal off. And he wasn't doing any of those things. Strangers back in the fight. Now it's a 1v2. Pressure in, and Rich Esports eliminated.
Wow.
Tough breaks for them. Try me getting it done. That is clutch, but they're not out of trouble because Dark Esports is rolling up. And you know that means trouble.
Yeah, definitely does. Dark Esports, they went in on the action. Strangers running on fumes. I'll tell you, the tip of the spear, as he typically is, he's going to be the one onto the high ground, and it will be on T opening the door wide for Strangers to drop. Try me, the last one alive. He was the one who saved the day before, but now he has no meds. Right? He's down to a sliver of health. He'll try his best to heal up. Oh, did he cancel it right before it got popped? Oh, he's going to continue to go for it. Nah, he might be cooked here, but I don't know. I've said that before. He's surrounded. Question is, does Dark think he left? Right? Does Dark think Try Me is out of there and they just kind of forget about him?
Now, I gotta wonder, there's smoke in the building. Do you think there might be somebody in it? That's what I'd be thinking. They did see him. He's done.
He's gone.
Goat got him. Goat clutching it up.
Go. Man, he was in the car too. He nearly made an escape to solo it out for the rest of the game, but can't get away. Which, hey, kudos to him. Kudos to him. He ended up clutching up saving his team for the time being.
Circle goes south. Not quite to the southern island, but it is far down there. Golden Eagles in good position. But they got to secure a spot in zone sooner rather than later because they're already in danger of getting squeezed out. Had multiple teams kind of moving in already. So they need to kind of make a commitment, maybe climb up that ridge and get a spot on that hilltop.
I don't know if Kubi has enough ammo, by the way. 555. Not enough. Not enough. Guys, this guy's preparing for battle over here. Golden Eagle is going to be on the edge of the play zone in the south. They might be doing some scouting. They might run into straight on Nepal here, looking ahead in the play zone. A lot of our players, though, are going to be on the northwest side of the mountains. X-Force, Team Aces, the Villains. That's been a team that we really haven't... Oh, hello. Okay. That's my buggy. There it goes. The Villains, a team that we really haven't been talking much about here tonight because every single time we pop over to their perspective, they're just kind of getting mopped up. So Team Villains going to be in a nice little position, power position in the north of Chumasera, possibly able to look to get some early eliminations as Zombie Boys, the Panthers, and Dauntless might look to rotate in this general area.
Yeah, Dauntless potentially into X-Force, which is a concern. Golden Eagles, they're repositioning deeper into the current zone, but they're running into straight out Nepal. They're running straight into them at the top. Yeah, which that's going to challenge them for sure, but if they can win that position, man, they're going to have a great spot to challenge the rest of the lobby for sure. Villains, Dark Esports all converging together. You also have Panthers as well, is going to be in the same area. Penguin is a bit separated. Now he's got Villains and Dark Esports splitting his route to get to his boys. Penguin's going to have to swing it wide, which seems to be what he wants to do. But Panthers, can Penguin join up with them? That's going to be a tall ask because, again, he's got to get through Dark and Villain. It looks like he's looking to split right in between the middle of them.
Got to give shout out to Straight Out of Nepal. They've had really good position today. They've played well as far as establishing their spots in zone. You think back to the last map, they got the building on Erangel and made other teams come to them. They've got another great position here in this game. We'll see if they can hold it. But look at this. This is shooting, I don't want to say fish in a barrel because this barrel's really far away. But Hope is trying to gun down somebody. They're so far away, I can't even tell who they're shooting
they need the points. They need the points, man. So all four squad mates, they see one little player out there, they're all letting it rip. But talking about letting it rip, X-Force out here on the edge. They're taking shots at Dauntless, a team that has been struggling here tonight ever since Game 5 last night. They really just haven't been able to keep up with their success here. Yeah, they're still top 3. Like you said, Reflections, not ringing the alarm, but you already know Dauntless, the Dauntless that we saw in day 1 and even the early half of day 2, like they're hoping that they can come back to that form, right? Because they don't want to leave it to, say, tomorrow around this time. If they continue the downward trend, they don't want to leave it to one game where they might qualify or not, right? So they want to hold on to that top 3 without a doubt and even climb up some more, but we really just haven't seen it tonight from the Dauntless squads.
Yeah, well, the scary thing, Dauntless is 30 points away from X-Force, and there's only 2 games left today. So Dauntless needs to cover some ground and go in basically 0-0 to Dauntless, into X-Force going into tomorrow, because we don't want to leave it to the last game, but it is going to be left to the last day. It was already going to be left to the last day regardless because of how close the standings are, but I know Dauntless would feel a lot more comfortable catching up to X-Force and being very close to surpassing them, or even surpassing them over these next 2 games, because right now that's a tall climb. Like, let's say we go into day 4, final day, Dauntless is 30 points away. That's a huge number that they have to overcome, right? So this is the game where they have to catch up. Same thing for Golden Eagles, right, who are still on the come up. They have an even farther road to travel. By the way, it is going to be Straight Out of Nepal. They're gone. That was Extreme Slayers, who continued to play very well. They lost at least one player, but he'll be picked back up, I'm sure of it. But taking down Straight Out of Nepal, who were the biggest challenge, I thought at least, to the Golden Eagles, who now are gone. Extreme Slayers take over straight out of Nepal. Golden Eagles will be opposite of them. You look at a couple of other fights that might happen. X-Force, who's on your screen, alongside that of Zombie Boys, who's going to be a bit spread out. But regardless, 24K is going to go ahead and take advantage and fire some shots onto Third Eye down below. But they got to focus on Zombie Boys because they look like they're going to be pushing up.
Where's my boys, the Aces? I haven't seen them in a while. Battle Tracker says they're still alive, but I have not seen them in a minute. We'll see if actually they're center zone just chilling. So they're good. Coops getting into it with Dark Esports. So Wolves starting to turn their fortunes around. A couple more elims to add to the point total right now. They have added a little bit of a cushion, just a little one, on their first place spot on the podium right now. So again, Wolves and X-Force back and forth all day long, starting to distance themselves from Dauntless. Once again, you see the map on our right side of the screen. Dauntless is the blue team on the bottom. They're going to be working their way, trying to find a spot between Zombie Boys and Golden Eagles. Klaus out front scouting. It's going to be a very, very key entry. And that's what's been going on with Dauntless all day long, Taylor.
Yeah.
They're just late to zone, rotating in, and they haven't had the real estate to work with. So I wonder if they need to change their strategy, their tactics up a little bit, because they seem to be getting squeezed.
Yeah, and I felt like they were being super aggressive in the past couple of days. Like, not overly aggressive, because, you know, aggressive is a fine line you have to toe. I mean, you go a little bit too far, all of a sudden you're dying off. You go a little bit too far the other side, it's just very troublesome. Yeah, Dauntless are in trouble, man, and going up this hill's not going to be easy, but maybe there's a chance to break through. Zombie Boys are a bit distracted with this fight through X-Force, and Dauntless is right in the middle of them. So you got Zombie Boys, Third Eye, X-Force. This is going to get messy, and now Dauntless are starting to lose some of their members because everybody's converging into this fight. They want a piece of it. They all want a piece of the third party, and Dauntless is once again falling apart. X-Force taking advantage of them, but they're only down to 2 as well. So Third Eye, Zombie Boys, they've got a bit of an advantage in this fight.
Yeah, Bob, XP3, they were pushing up to kind of get the flush onto the Zombie Boys in that trench, but then Remix catching Klaus in the back line. That 1v1 not going their way. So it's just a clown fiesta over here on this west side. Golden Eagles down in the south. You got the Zombie Boys right smack in the middle. And then Team Aces looks like they're going to be pushing out of their compound here, trying to get involved, trying to get some points on the board. But Bob, XP3 trying to survive a little longer. XP3 getting knocked out. Bob going to be nosediving the vehicle. This is smoking. And there they go. Trevor with the mini taking out Big Bob.
Oh, geez. I think I'm ringing the alarm bell, guys. This is turning into a problem for sure. X-Force, if they can get or their other man up who's currently down, that's going to be good news for them when they actually do. So they're still going to be too strong. Any points they get now is only going to benefit them and separate themselves from Dauntless, who has just struggled all day today. Wolves are on a tear. They're at 5 eliminations, still 3 strong. They're looking to finish this game off very, very well. And Bloody onto Valak will take him down, and X-Force down to just 1 player. That's going to be Remix, and I think he's dipping, boys.
He's getting himself to zone, so nice job to Remix to get out of the fight. But man, once again, Dauntless just getting pinched. They had nowhere to go. You guys saw the mini map up. There were so many players trying to operate in the same exact spot on the map. The ridges, prolonged the inevitable for some time as X-Force exits the lobby as well. The Wolves, an opportunity now for them to put a little bit of a gap between them and second place. 3 players still up. Remember, they lost one early in that first fight on the map, but look at the zone coverage they have on that right side. A good spread, but man, in that last fight with Dauntless and Golden Eagles and Zombie Boys, Extreme Slayers, I feel like there was just people everywhere, super spread. It wasn't very combined. It was like, you get over here, I'll take over there. And it just didn't work out for anybody. Just got picked apart, which is unfortunate, but here we are.
Yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles. And talking about the cookies crumbling, looks like Fear from Golden Eagles actually bleeded out over there. Wasn't able to get picked up in time. So the Golden Eagles will be knocked down a member of the squad. Still going to be hovering in the south. They got some room to work with. These buggies going to play a crucial role in their rotations because this is just such a treacherous, topography of the land, but they are going to be holding down the 2 mountaintops with a little 2-1 split. And well, the 2 split right here, they're going to have to defend their current position because now here comes the zombie boys doing some scouting.
They're scouting for sure. They're on a tear. 4 eliminations, 4 strong. They're wolf packing together. They're doing a lot of things right. Golden Eagles fighting this uphill battle. We all know, man, having the high ground typically is where you win, right? So for Golden Eagles having to push up that high ground with Zombie Boys as a 4-man unit and Golden Eagles at 3, and Star just out in Narnia, by the way, scouting. Yeah, I worry. I worry for Dizzy. I worry for Kubi. In the meantime, we transfer over to Aces versus Third Eye. A big critical fight, especially for Aces who have been on the come up, but they've been on fire. But make no mistake about it, Third Eye has as well, and Zeus is on the opposite side of Trick. Nade's being cooked. Zeus has to move. If he comes back to that window, he's going to get cooked.
Trick is somehow, some way still alive. He has avoided all kinds of shots from Zeus. Zeus not able to get it done. Drago down. This is where it is clutch time for Aces. They get it done. They'll have an opportunity to revive and remain a full squad. 4 points headed their way. 6 teams remain. Aces still up in this one. And we also have Extreme Slayers with 4 members alive as well. Both of our picks looking pretty good right now, gentlemen.
Pulling up, Zombie Boys pulling up on a Team Aces. Can Team Aces get the heals in time? Holy cow, Team Aces on the come up with the Wolves out here. Doran doing some scouting up against Extreme Slayers. Extreme Slayers currently in 5th place with the whole squad alive, sitting on 3 eliminations. Wancho is going to be down and out here for the Wolves. This team, they're going to be out here on this east side, but we'll get back to that because, oh Lord, Team Aces trying to get the defense here on the compound deep. 3 grenades going to be tossed to that one. That's pretty good. Going to be taking out some damage on the Sex Flicks here. Team Aces with the duo trying to use their utility to really flush out the Zombie Boys. Trevor in the building. Trevor has a grenade in hand. Trevor trying to avoid the UMP spray down, and Team Aces.
Way.
8 eliminations.
No shot. They live. What?
They live.
That's insane. That is nutty. Team Aces. You cannot count them out at any point in time. 8 eliminations, 2 strong. They have done their job today, pushing for top 5 within striking distance. First place is still a long way away, but Aces, top 5 contention, money, season 8 of Titan series, I'm thinking so.
Villains are swarming them as well. Ace is only able to escape with 1. That Sadre is getting to the zone, so Ace is still alive. 1 member remains. We see the circle in the top right. He's got center zone too, so we'll see how this pans out. He's going to lay down in that crater. But now it's all about the Wolves and Extreme Slayers, and I feel like the winner of this fight wins the map. They've got the high ground.
Right.
They've got the zone position. And Extreme Slayers looking mighty strong on Miramar, guys. They've done it once.
Yeah.
They've done it twice, and here trying to do it a 3rd time on Miramar.
Oh, this is smart. They're pulling up behind Poppy Sour. They're pulling up behind a solo. I actually like the fact that Extreme Slayers were spread out because they could cover a lot of angles and focus fire. But now I worry because you had one player isolated. They have to converge, get together, and Psycho's coming out of nowhere from Villains and taking down from Extreme Slayers. Now the whole team of Villains is pulling up, and you have Extreme Slayers who went from being okay to now being surrounded not only by Wolves, but also by Villains, and they're getting picked apart, Dave.
Psycho's got those crazy eyes. I think he also has an MG3. Psycho Ace going to be pushing up, really trying to backstab the Wolves who are taking the fight to Extreme Slayers. And Psycho getting a little sidetracked across the way, going to be trading out one of the members from the Golden Eagles. But the main objective, take out the squad ahead of you. Take out the Wolves right now. Baton was able to get the heal just in time. Going to be relocating this vehicle here. And my goodness, talk about a blessing. Extreme Slayers, they were about to get fully collapsed on, but the fact that Team Villains pulled up behind the Wolves, that kind of reverted their attention for the time being.
Yeah, But they still have to take advantage of the situation. They need to push into Wolves and third party this, because once villains are wiped out, and they look like they will be wiped out shortly, Wolves can then readjust and reposition themselves to battle against Extreme Slayers. This is where you want to push, right? Whenever there is chaos, you have plenty of health. You could do this. Pushing over that hill, you know a couple players might be down. That's where, in my opinion, they should have capitalized. They missed that opportunity, and now Wolves can once again push up into Extreme Slayers, and look, it's going to be a 3v2. Wolves have the advantage.
This is crazy work right now. It's a blessing and a curse, because I will say that Frady had a beautiful rotation to support Poppy Sour. He rotated all the way to the edge. Poppy Sour was in a 1v3 up against Wolves. Frady took the flank, and all of a sudden it went from a 1v3 to a 2v7 as Villains rolls up with 4 members on the flank, puts XS in a terrible position. But now the Wolves have got to fight him. And so things have gone back and forth. He's got Golden Eagles on the top of the ridge right now, but I will say Aces still chilling all by themselves in the crater, center zone, while everyone else is duking it out. Guys, Aces still has a chance at this.
Yeah, they do. They do. At least it's solo. Best case scenario, they can pop up at the end and try a third party for the win. Looks like Golden Eagle is going to be down there in the south. We can see on the map. Beautiful little angle right there. So the Wolves versus Extreme Slayers is probably gonna be the next skirmish to happen. Hold up though. The solo
He's got
from
hard
Team
cover
Aces getting
Ain't
another
no
point
way.
on the board.
He's got hard cover down there in the
There's
shack.
Lay.
I was only seeing the crater on the map, but they switched the camera to him. He's got a building. Pops out, surprises Golden Eagles. And now, if Extreme Slayers, if Wolves mix it up, get into it, this very well could be a third-party opportunity for Team Aces. I mean, this is wild. This is actually quite good as far as the odds to win here, because these teams are totally preoccupied with each other.
Yuya, just a little bit of coverage, doesn't have the right-hand peek. If Wolfpack together, no pun intended, forward, Yuya is going to get a shot off, but he's not going to be able to do much. And Poppy Sour, I don't think has a big angle either, which, yeah, Extreme Slayers, they just need to get up here. While they hear the shots, like, get up there and get active. Sitting there's not the play, especially now that you're not in zone. Extreme Slayers, make something happen. I still stand behind it. I think they should have third-partied when they were going against Villains, Wolves versus Villains. This is your chance to move forward. You're a sitting duck. Once Wolves take everybody out, now they're just going to focus on you.
Yeah, all jokes aside, Wolves probably going to be winning this game. Extreme Slayers have been really passive here. The only reason I can think of Reflections is just their utility. They got nothing, man. No Molotovs, no grenades to kind of get that damage on the board. So maybe a little scared. They do have the vehicle. Looks like they're going to be popping in it, looking to reposition with the blue zone now closing on in, but they're just going to be easy targets for the Wolves to take out. And Poppy Sour trying to dodge those bullets, but yeah, there they go. This is looking like a winner chicken dinner for the Wolves.
Don't call it yet, boys.
I'm calling it, bro.
Don't call it yet. The Aces still have something up their sleeve. Watch this circle. It's going to the Aces. Here we go. It's got to reposition. Aces have got zone. Wolves have got to work their way in. Can Gold Star work with them? No, they can't. 3v1. Coops is going to go in and just say, I got this.
Bro, Coops is gone. Coops was flying. Yo, Sunrise didn't even know where he went. Goes completely over the shack. That was crazy. Wolves get their first win in a while. The last time they were in the winner's circle was Arrogale, map 6 yesterday. This time they pull up big. 13 eliminations, potentially history repeating itself, right? And yesterday on Miramar, they get second place, 17 eliminations. This time to do it a little bit better with the win. But going into the final game, the Wolves inching closer and closer to 200 points. Looking good, looking great, man. Liking what I'm seeing. Huh?
Team Aces, second place, 9 eliminations. Team Aces are just having the biggest day that we've seen
Watch
here
your
so
eyebrows,
far
Taylor.
From them. So I know we're joking about it, but it's slowly becoming a reality. If they can continue to have another solid day number 4, Taylor.
Oh yeah,
you should be worried, man. You should be worried.
Yeah. No, because the bet is first place, guys. The bet is first place. And,
sure.
Wolves.
It's happening.
Are about to break 200 points. I just don't know if it's happening. I don't even want to encourage it. I want to be real. I don't want to encourage it because then I'm encouraging my own brows going away. Bella's getting involved too in the chat. It's like, look, you guys, what you guys don't know this is one of the production crew members, I don't know if he wants me to say his name, made an image through a certain software with me without eyebrows.
Okay.
And boys, let me tell you, that image should never see the light of day.
Pull it up. Pull
because
it up.
me without eyebrows is god awful. I mean, it is horrendous. And I didn't even know I had that bad crow's feet. But without eyebrows, I guess it just draws all the attention to the crow's feet. I look 50. I don't want it anymore. I don't want this bet. I want this bet to be off. Because aces, they're looking scary, man. They're coming back.
I cannot believe the fights that they're winning too. Zombie boys crashing on their position. They're able to defend. Another team rolls up after they finish this fight. They're still trying to get people back up in the battle. One after the other. They were just chipping away one after the other. Villains rolls up. They're able to squeak off. This is beautiful. And you look like a different dude there, Reflections. I'm not gonna lie.
That is awful, bro. That is hideous. I don't know what they did. Bro, no. Because, like, look at the forehead, too. The forehead grew. Like, I lost the eyebrows, and the forehead just went up. And look, I don't want that is, please don't show that. Like, yo, please don't show that. Wolves Esports, let's show them. 13 eliminations, getting the win. And I think I think they might have broke 200. If not, they're in the high 190s. High 190s. Good for them. And like you said, all jokes aside, aces on the come up. Golden Eagles getting a couple of points themselves. And for Extreme Slayers, seriously, I think a missed opportunity. I really think they could have won this game if they just would have pushed for that third party when Wolves is going against Villains. That was their best opportunity. They just kind of held what they got, and it didn't end up working out. We look at our match rankings, 23 points coming out for Wolves Esports. Aces with 15, and then Villains with 11. Those are going to be your top scores of the day. Talk about it, though. Dauntless guys, again, bring it up. I hate to harp on them, but just such a bad day. The reality is they're in third place. Great. That's good. Good money, right? They're going to Season 8 of Titan Series, but now they need to get serious. Those 2 PMSL spring spots are slipping away very quickly, especially if X-Force steps it up. We take a look at our overall rankings. Dave, walk me through it. What do we got?
Lock it in. I was hoping to see Team Aces here on the first page, but not yet. One more game to go. Zombie Boys will be holding that one down. The Panthers have been consistent with getting some elimination points here tonight. Same could be said for the Extreme Slayers. But the Wolves almost breaking the 200 mark when it comes to total points. I mean, their eliminations alone, 134 eliminations. So they have more eliminations than fourth place on down, as in total points. Let that sit in, fellas. Let it cook. Let it cook.
It's cooking, baby. It's cooking. By the way, Wolves at 196, almost 200. Want to point this out, Coops, by the way, because Dauntless has been so quiet. I think Coops is officially our elimination leader of the day, of the tournament, of all 3 days. Because that last game, he picked up 7 for himself. Wonderful job. For Team Aces, less than 20 points now away from breaking into the top page, which would be phenomenal. I'm going to go ahead and send it to a break real quick before production team gets weird. The reason why is because that picture's hanging out. I do not want that picture to see the light of day. So we're going to take a quick break. But when we come back, Game 6, the final game of Day 3, coming your way.
I'm new. Let's play something thrilling. Another rough day. What mode is this? Arena mode. Let's see what you have for me. You can respawn here, so it's the perfect place to practice shooting and battle tactics. Shooting skill is important, but so is observation. Wow, strong now. What could be more exciting than this? Now let's see how you fare in payload. Here, you need to get used to fighting. Go, go, go! Anything you pick up here is a battle weapon. Bro, thank you. I'm gonna do my best. Don't worry, all newcomers become veterans one day. Trust me, anyone can be the one in PUBG Mobile. Until next time, man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Titan Series Season 7, Day 3 Premier League Finals. This is the final game of the day. Game number 6, the final chance to set yourself up nicely going into the final day. Bit out of breath, I just ran up and down the stairs. Not gonna lie, Fat Boy can move, but he can't move very quickly. And when he does, he can't catch his breath, but that's okay. We're rocking a Dauntless jersey. We're giving them the buff, because they need to clear about 30 or so points to catch up. And if they could do that, tomorrow is going to be a lot better. And they'll have a better chance to catch up with the 2 PMSL spring spots. Can they do it? Chat, get loud for them and get loud for your favorite team. Let's bring in our casters, Mustache Dave and Power Bang. Final game of the day. I still can't catch my breath. I would ask predictions, but I think you both are on the same page. It's got to be Team Aces. You guys have been pumping up Team Aces nonstop, and I don't blame you. We'll get you involved in just a second. By the way, chat, go ahead and cash in your last Amazon gift card for today. Let's see who can get it. HH got a stranglehold. HH, give him like 5 seconds, man, to at least somebody else to get it, and then you can have your chance to cash in. But there it is, Amazon gift cards. I love that we're doing that. Thank you all for being here. Make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't already. It's time to get started. It's time to get loud. Hey, it'd be rude of me to say Aces is your pick. Let's actually go down the line. Dave, who are you really going with for Game 6?
Yeah, man, I appreciate you not speaking for me there, because I was really gonna just, pick Team Aces. Honestly, game number 6, Team Aces, baby. Let's get this winner chicken dinner.
Winner chicken dinner with the sauce on the side. Gotta have the sauce. All right, PB, what about you?
Oh man, everything in my being wants to root for Team Aces, but I gotta pull for Dauntless in this one, guys. It's been a tough day. I feel like they need a nugget, something to cling on to, some momentum. For day number 4, we're just one map away from being on the final day of the Season 7 Premier Finals, and it all is gonna come down to that, man. So I gotta pull for Dauntless here in this game, as much as I want Team Aces to win and Taylor to lose all his facial hair.
Wow, that's wild. Okay, wait, we want it badly, apparently. Got no friends on the desk today, man. You want me to lose all my facial hair after you saw what the image looked like?
We're your friends, man. We're still your friends, all right?
You're still my friend. You would accept me without eyebrows?
Of
you
course.
really would?
I would.
Okay. Oh my lord, here it is. Hey, boys.
Yes.
Look at the double bridge zone. That's where we're going, PB. You're a nut. I can't believe we brought you onto the desk, dude. You have thrown this tournament sideways, horizontal. I mean, everything. Sideways, horizontal. Either way, you've thrown it, man, to a different dimension, bro. We have had the craziest day. But you know who needs to put you on the payroll at this point? Team Aces. PB, Team Aces doesn't perform this well today if you're not here.
I'm expected a check from Team Aces and from Dark Esports, so get that in the mail, boys. I'm just saying, every time I look up, they're in the top 3, big chillin'. So hey, you know where to send the money. Yeah, hey, it's been a banner day so far. We get the hovercrafts out. Team Aces are learning from the strats that others are using, and now we are going to be cruising to that southern circle. Both bridges in play right now. This is what you love to see. This is classic PUBG Mobile. We're getting it on, all for a berth to the Super League coming up a bit later this year. Only 2 teams are going to join some of the partner teams there and represent the North American region. So I'm so excited to see if it's going to be the Wolves. Will it be X-Force? Will it be Dauntless? Or will it be Team Aces?
All of the above. Dave, was this the zone that Klaus pulled off that 1v9? It was, wasn't it? Yeah, it was done by military.
This was the zone, man. This was the zone. So hopefully the Dauntless boys can feed the beast like they promised us here tonight. Looks like they're going to be already pulling off early from Extreme Slayers, looking to prioritize the zone. And I totally agree. They're probably going to go to Primorsk, maybe do a little bit of looting, and then find a boat, and we'll see them kind of wrap around that southern part of Military Base Island. So Golden Eagles, though, this is their home turf, and because the plane path, we didn't see them drop here. They decided to actually go to Lipovka this time around. So we'll see what their rotations look like. The Panthers have been pretty consistent tonight with some elimination points, but looking at the Panthers here this game, they got a little splitterino here on this west bridge. We see one of the Panthers, the Penguin, taking shots at Dark Esports. I believe that might be, maybe even Psycho from the Villains here. Yeah, so the Panthers, they got such a split on both sides. They're going to be dealing with 2 enemies on 2 separate fronts, essentially, but popping over here to the GOAT. The GOAT. Winning a game number 1 here tonight. The GOAT.
Easy.
Lurking behind the broken wall. And
That's
the
just
easy
dirty.
elimination. That's the GOAT.
I don't
doing GOAT
co-sign
things.
that one, Goat. That's dirty. That's filthy camp play right there. Oh, Ander, poor man, just running around, minding his own, and all of a sudden there's 4 teams involved in this fight. I don't know what's going on. Good times.
Well, they are near the bridge, so something to think was going to come over here.
Come on,
X-Force,
X-Force.
though. Yeah, this is a game that, in my opinion, they need. They need this to separate themselves even further from Dauntless. They're already in a great spot trying to catch up to Wolves, but for them, they've had a slower day than they did the past couple. This is the game to go into day 3 and look at. I mean, guys, look at that lead from Dauntless to X-Force. It has grown quite a bit because of today, and for Wolves, they're chilling, bro. They're enjoying the fresh air. They're getting some sweet hops with the bike. These guys have zero cares in the world.
No, man, you could tell they had zero cares because that man's not straddling the bike. He's hanging both feet off the right side, just kicking his feet. No big deal. Gonna fire some shots at the Panthers rolling by. Not able to connect for the elim, but hey, they do a little damage and they know where these guys are at. But you know what? Panthers aren't out of trouble here. It would not surprise me at all for them to zero in on this location and go for it, because it's the type of team that the Wolves are. They have superior players when it comes to the gun skills, and boy, oh boy, they are looking for those elims right now to get that momentum going.
Momentum. Rich Esports, Emperor Esports, two teams battling it out. Emperor now in 16th overall after Ace's insane performance come up today. Rich Esports in 10th place. It's a Jat in the grass. You can't see him. It's over there.
I feel bad for Rich, Dave. Every time we've switched to their view, the Jats have just been getting smacked. And that's not normally the case. They're pretty good players, but like I feel like every time we go watch them, they're just on the receiving end of some business, and I feel a little bad for them at this point.
Yeah, they're having a rough day, but they have their moments. They have their moments. And talk about having their moments. Strangers looking to not have...
what? Yes! The pump shotty from 400 meters away! Remix, getting it done!
That's crazy. 24K now needs to be the guy to pull up and shut down Strangers, who still have two players left who can push up on them. 24K going for the res. Knox is off at a distance. Payne is close enough, but good idea from Fate to shut him down so the revive can be cemented. And X-Force could be a four-man unit once again, or at least nearly.
With the
One more player needs to be picked back up, but they're already at 6, guys. Already at 6 eliminations. Soon to be 7 if they can take down Knox. And Knox gets away with just a sliver of health.
Yeah, missing the mark with that Molotov, getting stuck right there in the corner. Fate able to loot up some more 9mm and some grenades. Here comes the blue zone, but we ain't stressing. This is going to be Fate versus Knox. Knox is that clutch player from Strangers. We've seen him multiple times with highlight moments. Has the buys in. Looks like Fate trying to cook this grenade, trying to take him out with the utility. Here comes Remix. It looks like both these players kind of get that cover fire going, but holy cow, immediately spotted right there. The quick knock, and Knox is still alive. Knox is still putting in the work right now, giving X-Force the business.
He's going for the finish.
He's going for the
He's trying so hard to get the points.
Here comes Fate.
He wants it.
Here comes Fate with the Uzi. Looks like 24K trying to cook a grenade. Looks like Knox going to be repositioning. Has a bad feeling about staying behind that broken wall. Making them work right now. Looks like X-Force trying to get another alternate angle from behind, but Fate finally able to take out Knox. My goodness, the one-man wrecking ball right now.
I was going to say,
look at this
dude,
zone.
X-Force, you could only get 1v4'd so many times, X-Force. Thank goodness it didn't happen again.
I feel like Golden Eagles have spent a lot of time in the cliffs today. They're starting to wear out their welcome, it looks like. Third Eye, once again, meeting them in the cliffs, and Golden Eagles are knocked at the moment. Man, what a fight from X-Force, though. I will say those guys were connected. They were in sync. And while Knox had an incredible showing, I mean, that was like a solid 1v3 effort there. He just couldn't buy enough daylight to kind of get the momentum going and take those fights 1v1. X-Force forced him to fight 1v2 at each turn. Really nicely done from them. And what could have been kind of an early exit, or at least, you know, getting 1 or 2 players wiped out early, they end up with all 4 still alive and 7 points early on in this game. That's massive for X-Force. Look at the gap now between them and Dauntless.
Oh, yeah, it's growing. It's growing. Weird challenge from Third Eye. I don't remember where they were on the map when this started, but to challenge over in Lipovka with the zone being all the way over to the left-hand side, it's clearly a targeted attack. Third Eye wanting to take down the Golden Eagles, and they're going to be unsuccessful. There's, you know, Kunje should be eliminated very, very shortly. For Golden Eagles, they do lose a player. That's going to hurt them a little bit, but still 3 strong makes the job a little bit easier than it could have been, I'm sure.
Yeah, how many grenades are they going to use on the dude, man? Holy
They took
cow,
it personal, man. They're smoking him out, and they are pushing him. He is gone. Kubi's like, get off the map, back to the lobby with you. We aren't putting up with your crap any longer.
Weird push from Third Eye, but they get the job done. Golden Eagles stay alive, trying to catch up to top 3 if they can. X-Force have repositioned themselves after a pretty tantalizing fight. They're going to be around Extreme Slayers and Dauntless, though. So even though Dauntless has only 2 members, those are 2 tough teams that you got to go against potentially.
2 tough teams out here. Dauntless with the advantage because they were here first, but they lost to their squad mates early on. So really need to pull something together over here. Fairy Pier. It's just a tough night for Dauntless, man. I mean, overall, I'm really curious to see how many points they actually acquired. They're sitting at 144. Yeah, Dauntless started the night at 136. So talk about a team that just really didn't move too much here tonight. Only 12 points out of 5 games.
It's only like
not the
a little
Dauntless
over
we're used to
2 a
seeing.
game.
Yeah, that they really had an off night.
That's pretty crazy. Let's check this zone, see where it goes. Oh, it's going south. That bridge still in play. So that choke point up there on the north side, that is going to get juicy as we still have 5 teams that need to come across that bridge. It's about to get fun. X-Force, though, holding down the beach, and they are letting some shots out, ripping up. They got Extreme Slayers on the business end of that. They got a Dauntless. There's all kinds of folks down there ready to get beat up. Extreme Slayers, though, really want this one. They've already got 2 points on the board, still have 4 players in this one. But they could really use some momentum going into the last day. They're really kind of at that cutoff line. They're in 5th place, which is currently in the money. But in order to get to the big money, they need to kind of put up a nice showing here, and Dauntless is who they should be targeting right now.
2 of Dauntless. I agree with that. You moving up, so it's going to be a 4-man unit. Frady onto one of the members from X-Force, I believe Remix, who manages to get away. And Frady kind of out in the open, a little bit exposed here. He'll fall because of it. 24K down. The trades are in. Ayuya now out in the open himself will get the finishes. And just like that, X-Force in dire straits. I mean, getting absolutely melted. Only 1 player alive who can truly do something. That's going to be Remix. Still, 7 eliminations is pretty decent, even if X-Force falls here, but only 1 player remains. And Extreme Slayers now have to focus their attention potentially on the rotation. Blue's going to start hurting quite a bit. They know they still have to go over towards Bridge. I don't know how long they want to stay here and get the cleanups.
Yeah, it's how many points they want to get, honestly. And, well, talking about points, hold up, hold the door. Hold the door, can he get away? That's Small Man.
That momentum building,
in the
Dave.
hovercraft. Small Man looking to make some big moves here. Game number 6 of the evening up against Team Aces, the team who I gotta guess probably has the most points today.
Oh, yeah.
On the come
Oh,
up.
yeah,
got to.
without a doubt.
Yeah, they have to.
I think they
right?
started with like 16, 14, somewhere in that range. I mean, they were way down there. They were 20 points out of 15th to start the day.
Jesus. So you already know they see Small Boy on the hovercraft, cruising on away. You already know they want to take this fight. Team Aces want to continue gobbling up these points here tonight. They're feeling good, man, and they got that momentum. So I'm looking forward to that fight over there.
Yeah, I'll put in perspective, Team Ace has been in top 3 every single game tonight, besides map number 2 on Miramar. Aside from that, they've been top 3, and mind you, 2 winner chicken dinners of the night. They got their first one in map 3, and they said, well, let's follow it up with another win. So now Ace has been on the biggest come up without question today. Poppy Sour down, another one also gone. Dauntless might be few, but they are proud. Next P3 gonna put the hurting on Extreme Slayers, who were the original ones who took down Dauntless a little bit earlier. Aurora also getting an elimination himself. And hold up a second, Dauntless waking up a little bit, even though they only have 2 members. Boys, I think they're about to get a squad wipe.
Let's hope.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Let's
They
hope.
need it, man.
Dauntless
They
has
need it.
got a goose egg right now if you look in the elims column. So I'm thinking They need to get it going on. Nice little bait there. Little Fox taking some shots. Not enough damage, though. Oh, Aurora has some damage coming in from the bridge across the water. He's going to have to retreat a little bit, but retreating, it's going to be trouble because he's got Extreme Slayers right behind him on the beach. So he's going to get pinched here pretty quick if he doesn't find a safe spot to hide.
Yeah, he's by himself, too. XP3's been finished off, so it's all up to Aurora for the final game of day number 3 to carry the torch for Dauntless, to carry the opportunity to push up the leaderboard, and it won't happen. They'll be finished off with a goose egg 13th place. Meanwhile, the story transitions over towards Wolves. Coops, last alive. He is the elimination leader of the day based off his good performance and the lackluster performance from Dauntless. So for them, they break 200 points. The job is done there, but Coops wants more. Coops wants to stay alive, but he doesn't have a choice. He's going to be shut down. And now, X-Force for our top 3 team, last alive, but there's only one member left there too. Top 3 today have been getting annihilated. The only glimpse of hope for top 3 teams was Wolves and Miramar, the last map with the win and 13 eliminations. Aside from that, top 3 have had an abysmal day.
Yeah, you got Extreme Slayers now just going for a swim. There goes X-Force. Golden Eagles, truly a moment, and we've said this a couple times throughout the evening, a moment to close the gap, and they've been doing so. 6 eliminations.
They could
here.
pass Dauntless here, Dave. They're
could,
only 11 back.
Could. Not a lot to ask for, especially with everybody already wiped out ahead of them. So Golden Eagles also have a really strong position on the shoreline up north, a huge buffer between them and everybody else. So Golden Eagles, I'm looking at them, and I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm also looking at Aces because they've been having such a run here tonight. They're going to be down there in the south. So 2 teams, keep your eyes on.
All I hear is the sound of underwater. Just that eerie middle of the ocean sounding. Poppy Sour just trying to hide. They've spotted him. Unfortunate for Extreme Slayers, but their minutes are numbered right now. Lori finding him and waiting for him to come up for air. Not too much HP left for Poppy Sour, but things are starting to get a bit dicey. This circle is pretty gross right now for all these teams. Half of it's in the water. No cover to be found. There's one compound, maybe a second little one in here, and they're both occupied. Surprise, surprise. Again, Golden Eagles moving early, getting that nice compound as they've done most of today, but everyone else scrambling at this point.
This has to be their game. I called it early on.
It's Ace's game. Come on, Taylor.
Huh?
It's Ace's game,
baby.
Stop. What are you
Ace's
guys?
day, man.
How? Really? Oh, maybe so.
It's
They're
Ace's
alive.
day. It has been an Ace's
3 strong.
day. You can't deny that.
I know, dude. I can't.
It's
There's
been
nothing I can say about that.
So
Can't say
this
anything
is how
about
I put it.
that.
This is how I put it. Day 1 was all about X-Force and the hovercrafts, right? That was day 1.
Yep.
Day 2,
Right.
the Klaus 1v9.
Klaus effect.
The Klaus effect, the beast. Day 3, the Ace effect.
The Ace.
The Ace of base.
Ace.
You know what I'm saying? So
Day 4?
Day 4, we don't know.
knows?
Day 4 could be the Golden Eagles soaring high. It could be.
Yep.
Could be.
The Golden Goose.
Golden Goose.
Golden Eagles.
Playing the Golden
Morning,
Egg.
chat. Who is winning right now?
Golden egg, man. Jad.
Wolves 2-2.
Jad is swimming for
Force
his
108.
life.
Alright, bet.
Jad is gone.
Poor
Looking
boy
good,
drowned
looking good.
Out.
Maybe you should
He's like, I'm not coming up for air.
I know Case is upset about that one, man. All right, here's Aces, 3 strong. Golden Eagles with 3 themselves. Straight out of Nepal, but very quiet. They have 4 members left, but for what, 16 damage? No eliminations? That's simply not going to do. They're going to try and rack up as many elims as they can based off their positioning here in the final zone. So yeah, you do have to benefit Golden Eagles. You have to benefit Aces here. For the rest of the rosters, well, they're down to either solos or duos. That's all they have to work. But because this final zone or stages are going to be so open, really, it could open up the opportunity for a solo or a duo to make some magic happen for the roster. I mean, we've been seeing it all day. Why would Game 6 be any different?
I don't know, man, but I'm just sitting here in my head just repeating the following words. Let's go Aces. Let's go Aces. That's kind of what I'm feeling. I don't know what it is, but they've got 3 alive. They're about to take a fight, and it comes down to this. It's them versus Small Man and R6. Will they connect with the grenades to knock out Small Man? Oh, man. Fear
Small
barely makes it out of
man.
that engagement alive. Woo.
Also been small man day too. I forget about that. Team aces and small man all day.
Small man 1v4 against Third Eye.
6 is gone.
Map number
just like
3
that.
on Erangel.
Aces does
Made
take
it.
down small man.
Yep. Yeah. Small man and aces. Got to go aces. Aces got the momentum. Aces got the momentum. So we're down to 6 teams left. 2 solos, 1 duo. Rest of them relatively healthy. Golden Eagles repositioning onto the shoreline. Penguin will be surrounded between Straight Out Nepal and Golden Eagles. Emperor, meanwhile, a bit of a stalemate against Ati from Dark Esports. Do I go in the door? Do I not? That's the question of life, really. He goes in through the window onto Nameless, who's been getting bullied all day. Lori, though, will get the cleanup. Emperor will stay alive, but with just a solo, Lori's it. But granted, 8 eliminations. It's been a solid game from them, too.
Yeah, not
I
too
thought Dark
bad.
was going to survive there, Dave, and have another
close.
Aces Dark top 5, top 3. They're going crazy.
the goat. The goat's been having a good night. I'm happy that they brought the goat back in because I know they had him swapped out for Noob last night, and the goat has been a clutch player for this squad in particular. So the Panthers, they got Penguin still alive as the solo team. Aces, they got 3 up.
Aces are on the move.
Yeah, Trick doing some scouting, getting a little dangerous, a little sketch
sending
over
it.
there. Was able to
Trick
get your
says, I'm
safe and
alive,
sound."
boys. Come join me.
Yeah, come and get it. Here comes the rest of the team. I mean, this is a big fight right here for Team Aces and the Golden Eagles. Golden Eagles now going to be grouping up. They got their grenades in hand. I see Kubi cooking one. They recognize the potential push over here. Kubi has 4 grenades to their name. 7 eliminations so far for the squad. Team Aces, though, they got that momentum. Meanwhile, Straight Out Nepal with 4 up in the south, they're just big chilling. They're having a great time this game. No eliminations, but they're gonna be showing up with the numbers advantage here. They might look to third party this if they hear the fight happen. That would be the play, but you know, they're looking for that winner chicken dinner. So we'll see.
Yeah, I hope that is the play. We've
I
seen
hope so.
that needed to take place like a couple of times with various rosters today, and they didn't capitalize on a third party. Great nade from Star. That's going to open up the door for Golden Eagles to potentially win this fight, depending. But you got to be nervous for Golden Eagles with Drago having that off angle. But look at Fear on that roof. He's also going to have a great line of sight as he hops down. Kubi going for the cleanup onto Trick. The run over won't happen. He'll hop out, though. Aces now down to just 2. But too strong. Anything can happen. Drago, that's a good nade. That should connect onto him, you think. It doesn't. Golden Eagle. Oh, Penguin out of nowhere. Here we go. Straight Out of Paul's pushing Penguin in the Death Shack. They'll take him out. Straight Out of Paul finally getting active. That's going to be 1 on the board for them. But now they've got the entire right side. Like you said, the third party. Do they decide to do it? Do they wait? No, I think they're sending it.
Here comes Fear.
Let's go,
5 grenades.
Aces. No!
Oh, they caught a grenade right there. Looks like Fear trying to flush out the rest of the building. Not exactly sure where these Aces are going to be at. There's only 1 more member of the Aces still alive. Meanwhile, Straight Out Nepal slowly circling this building. Oh, we can't get him. We got him. We got him. Star with the DBS, and now it's up to Straight Out of Nepal. They have the numbers advantage. They heard the action over here, and they got the Golden Eagles surrounded. They need to come out with their hands up, or else that's going to be it for the Golden Eagles.
Dave, I
Come out
told
with
you
your
the
hands
Golden
up.
Eagles were in range to pass up Dauntless, and it looks like they might just do that if they can pick up a chicken dinner here. They're cruising. They take out the Aces, which I know Taylor's sad about, but, you know, unfortunately, the Aces can't win them all. Here is the final showdown, though. It's a 4v3 in favor of Straight Out of Nepal. One of these teams will be taking home a well-deserved chicken dinner.
That's right. Well, for Golden Eagles, they've already done a heck of a job with 10 eliminations, one of their biggest games in a while. So for Straight Out of Nepal, getting this win would net them at least 5 total, or excuse me, 4 total. Not the biggest game, but a win nonetheless. Something they definitely want. And I believe they only have 1 win during this tournament, and that was Erangel Map 1 yesterday, where they got it with 6 eliminations. So this would be a much-needed win to at least elevate their scoreline a little bit higher. But they find it a bit awkward to try and attack onto Golden Eagles, who are still, that compound still within the zone, still within stage 7, 20 seconds. So I think we're going to go at least deep into the next stage before Straight Outta Nepal is able to flush Golden Eagles out, or at least they'll naturally be flushed out by blue.
It's an interesting circle for sure. You can see hard shifts over to those compounds. Golden Eagle says thank you very much. But with the little natural ridge that the road has here, Straight Outta Nepal can just kind of camp up top and literally just go prone and have cover. They've got a rock here. This is going to be a really, really nasty place for the Golden Eagles to try to charge into. They are praying that that zone continues to hard shift and go towards them, because Straight Outta Nepal, quite frankly, they've got a 3-1 split. They've got an off angle, and they own more than half the circle right now. This is crazy work from them and really, really good positioning. Again, we'll see where the zone gods bless.
Yeah, and Trey and Paul did a great job as well as like just making sure there's no solos out there lingering prone behind a bush or a boulder. They had AJ in a vehicle doing some scouting, so they did recognize like, hey, we cleared it out. Nobody's going to be behind us, so that really allows them to just completely focus on these buildings where the last 3 members remain, last 3 enemies remain, that is. So
30 seconds away from the moment of truth. The zone is closing right now. You can see Straight Outta Nepal starting to shift and adjust and get ready for the push should it start to move the Golden Eagles outwards. I think the Golden Eagles have got to be looking at that greenhouse as kind of the last bastion that they can take control of and use for cover as they push out into the road. Other than that, I mean, Straight Outta Nepal is just a firing squad looking down on this little village. Where will the circle go, though? I'm waiting with bated breath, Taylor.
I am as well. I think, yeah, so they'll have to go to that green building, as you said. They'll move on up. And not a lot will change here. I think we'll still have a bit of a stalemate until stage 9 when it starts to collapse into nothing. Some utility will be used from Frankie's perspective, potentially onto Kubi, and it won't connect. So Straight Outta Nepal, if I'm them, I don't want to utilize a lot of my utility here. I want to kind of save it, especially when Golden Eagles start to be funneled out. But yeah, I think we're going to stay here for at least another good while. Golden Eagles desperately want to pick, right? That's what they're going for. They want to pick so they can open up an opportunity to push out, because like you guys have been saying, Straight Outta Nepal just have such a great setup that it almost looks impenetrable.
They have to win this. This is Straight Outta Nepal's game to win. Utility looks
a little bummed
really
that
low.
Star couldn't get on top, or Fear couldn't get on top of that.
Yeah, he was trying.
I like the play,
trying.
man. I was like, if he peeks up, but he just ran out of time. That blue zone finally starting to push him out there. Again, trying to get sight lines here, sitting third person in the car. I like the play. But, man, the nades are about to come raining down. It's going to get nasty here before too long.
That third person view from Star was able to recognize AJ is by themselves on that off angle. So Golden Eagles might prioritize taking him out, but Star lean peeking on the Bape UAS is going to be getting a nog, now trying to send it a little bit closer, has one Molotov forced to hit the heel, but Fear jumping up in the smokes, trying to get some intel. Star soaking up a lot of damage. There goes Star, down and out, but the return grenade.
Huge.
Frankie also down. Here comes Kubi pushing out with the grenades. Kubi versus AJ. Kubi with the shotgun, laying there, rip, dipping back behind the smokes right now, behind the tree, in the cover. AJ forced to pop in the vehicle. Gonna be trying to get a run over. Kubi though, swap into the M4.
Oh, this is huge. Nade is connecting on AJ, and now there's 2 up versus 2. Wolf and Spence try to hold off Kubi and Fear. This is excellent play by Golden Eagles. Short-handed, taking a 3v4 fight. Right now, they have the upper hand. Can they finish it?
Wow,
Fear goes down.
I don't think they can.
Yeah, what a
I
grenade.
think this might be it. Kubi's weak. Straight Outta Nepal will start to tighten the vice grip, take out the last member of the Golden Eagles, Kubi. A Hail Mary play. He does have the distance. Spence, Wolf will separate. That's looking good. Maybe a little bit short. Spence moving up, going for the run over. Kubi trying to take advantage. He does. Spence will fall. Kubi gets the second. No, excuse me, gets Spence completely. Wolf now 1v1. Golden Eagles take an impossible situation, break out, and Wolf is pushing. Wolf wants this through the smoke. Kubi's got to read this. Kubi's got to read it. Shoddy out up close. Kubi falls straight out of the Paul. Barely get the win. Comes down to a 1v1, but a win is a win. Their second winner chicken dinner of the Premier League Finals will come through. Golden Eagles, though, give them credit. Second place, 13 eliminations, and 1 fight away from securing the win themselves. Now the only question remains, once we do the math, did they do enough to catch up to Dauntless, put themselves top 3, and within striking distance of miraculously securing one of those 2 PMSL spring spots? It's now open. Dave, that was the storyline going into today. Outside of the top 3 conversation, right? Could Golden Eagles in 4th place cover that gap, break into top 3? They might have done it.
Yeah, Golden Eagles, could have done a little more, but they might have done just enough, right, to close that gap. The only reason I'm saying that is because Dauntless didn't do a damn thing. I think Dauntless got like 12 points all day, maybe 13 points.
12.
12 points. So 12 points all day from Dauntless. Meanwhile, we had consistent eliminations from the Golden Eagles this last game. 13 eliminations going their way. So I think they did. Reflections, to answer your question, I think Golden Eagles are in 3rd place right now.
Yeah, and you know what? The reality is, even if they're not, think about how many points they had to come up in order to catch Dauntless. Like, even if they're just mere points behind them, they did their job as far as I'm concerned. Well done. Now, for Wolves didn't have the best day, let's face it. It's hard to compete with a 71 elimination day and 100-plus points, right, that they got just yesterday. But they did enough to break 200 points. They're still very healthy in 1st place. I think now the story shifts to, obviously, the top 5th on up to 3rd place conversation. And then we need a big run in the next 6 maps tomorrow for the top 2 conversation. But also, let's shift it on down to the team trying to make it onto the front page. Team Aces, guys. 3rd place in the final game of the day. 4 eliminations, and I think just shy of breaking onto the top page. But from last place to where they are now, PB, night and day.
It was crazy. It was the last thing I expected coming into today. Honestly, I was looking at them. I was looking at Dark Esports. I got to give a tip of the cap to both of those teams. The Aces obviously having the better day. They picked up a couple of chicken dinners, a 2nd place, elims all day long. They got 3rd place in this last game. So again, 4 top 3s today, maybe even a 5th. I can't recall one. I mean, just a crazy day from Aces. They couldn't have scripted it better, but also every time we pointed out that, whoa, Team Aces is here at the top again, Dark Esports was with them. They didn't have the same elims that Team Aces did, but they were right there having a banger day as well. Dark Esports is going to be moving up as well, probably 4 or 5 places alongside Team Aces. So those are my MVPs of the day. And obviously, Dauntless didn't do anything today, but Golden Eagles in that last game did everything. I'm looking for them to do the unthinkable, and that is close that gap to move up a spot into 3rd place. And the good news for them is they got to do it again tomorrow to close another big gap. Get that top 2.
They got to be consistent, right? But if they can, that would be something special. Golden Eagles, I feel like, is just a mainstay when it comes to Titan Series. So the fact that they could potentially move to PMSL would be special. Spence gets the job done, baby.
Let's be real, though. Lucky
straight
shot
out of the pole.
That was a lucky shot right there at the end, though. My dude had the flash, didn't see anything at all. Fired one slug to the left, fired the other slug to the right, and got the job done. But talk about the lucky charms right there. But yeah, reflections, they got it done, man, and that's all that matters. A win is a win.
That's all that matters. And by the way, shout out to Wolf. It was Wolf who won that 1v1. I just like saying Spence's name. 19 points for Golden Eagles, straight out of Nepal with a big win. That's going to be their second winner chicken dinner of the tournament. Well done. That's more than a lot of other teams can actually say for themselves. 14 points. Emperor, shout out to you. 11 points. You love to see that. But you go over to the right-hand side. I want to say X-Force, Wolves getting those much needed points, and especially because Dauntless, who was in 3rd place before that final game started, gets 0. X-Force Wolves will separate themselves even further from 3rd place, getting them closer to earning those PMSL spring spots. The question is, did Golden Eagles do enough in this final game to bring them up to top 3? Let's find out. Did Dauntless move down to 4th?
Oh,
Yes, they did by
Golden
2
Eagles.
points. And just to say how impactful that is huge, guys. Golden Eagles was really far down in 4th place. There was a huge gap. They close that out. They move up above Dauntless, and now things start to get scary. Let's get real. Things are terrifying for Dauntless. For Golden Eagles, I feel like they get new life, but for Dauntless, where they were at the start of the day, where they were from yesterday, right, to where they are now. We talk about the night and day difference from Aces, PB. Dauntless now, they're in dire straits, brother. Tomorrow has to be a miracle run.
It really does. I mean, they are, 37 points now behind X-Force in 2nd place. It means they need to average 6 more points per game, more than 6 points per game, in order to just catch them. And that's a tall order. They definitely can do it. But man, they've got to mix it up today. What I'd like to see from Dauntless tomorrow is less edge play, less blue zone play. You guys were harping on the Golden Eagles for that on days 1 and 2. I felt like Dauntless was much the same today, and they kept getting pinched, trying to get into circle. There was nowhere to go. They didn't have a compound. They didn't have hard cover. They were having to fight teams in the open, and it just wasn't a formula for success today. So for Dauntless, I really hope they can bring their A game tomorrow because they have the talent on that squad with Klaus and Bob. Man, I'm hopeful that they can make another run at that top 2 because it was exciting those first 2 days. But big ups to the Wolves, man, for putting their name on that top spot, and they're going to be rearing to go for tomorrow.
Yeah, without a doubt. Wolves organization took a big risk on this team. It seems to be paying off. We might be seeing Wolves in the PMSL spring contention, obviously for X-Force as well, man. They're just performing very, very well. But Dauntless fans, you got to get loud tomorrow. Golden Eagles fans, hey, you got new life. You guys might be soaring high, and that would be something